rattlesnakes.
The ACC, it's one of the most feared events for all the athletes and one of the most popular for all bodyboarders and fans. Whoever wins here could possibly win the world title.
Ahorita ahora va a volar el sudafricano, a ver qué trama este humano. Vamos a ver qué trama este muchacho, va a ir arriba. ¡Ay! Tremendo aéreo de cohete Houston. Voló la Brenner de la reunión.
What's up, everyone? Manny V here. The Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop invite you to the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by Erizos Surf Brand.
Welcome everybody, Manny V here with David Hubbard, and welcome again to another day of action here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. But yesterday, holy mackerel, that was insane.
It was intense, so
Oh my
apologies because Mother Nature came in, had her way, and we thought we had a certain schedule to run by. Mother Nature set that straight. She said, today's a day off, sandstorm, and we got one heat of the juniors quarterfinals, and then we had to call it off because it was intense. Something like out of a Armageddon movie was the conditions yesterday.
No, as soon as the sandstorm, at first it was the wind. The wind came out of the mountains, really cold and chilly, but kind of strong too. And then all of a sudden, within minutes, you see a brown cloud dust out in the horizon, and next thing you know, it's right upon us, and everybody was running for cover. First thing everybody did was cover their mouths and ears as soon as they could, because apparently some of the minerals out in the mines up in the mountains do have some, not so healthy dust and particles in the air. So first thing first, everybody covered up. For the most part, everybody did. And then the decision was made to call the event off because of safety reasons. The waves were going off. It was still pumping glassy, but that wasn't the issue. It was all about the safety of the competitors and everybody here on the island.
That's very right. And so we're hoping that the dust storm, the worst, is past. We still have just a little bit of something in the air, but it seems a little bit closer to fog today.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that this is just the weather conditions that are tracing and following that dust storm. We're hoping to be bringing you some terrific action throughout the day. We're going to get right into the women's.
Yes, the women's division are going to start off today. And the conditions, from what I saw just for a few minutes ago, still waves. We got 3 to 4 foot. 6 to 8 foot face waves still coming through. And it's still contestable. It's still going to be action-packed with riders going for barrels and big moves. So that's all going to come down today. Big chance that... I'm afraid I don't want to jinx it, but
it seems like we'll get maybe through the semis. We're just going to play it by ear, see how the conditions are. We may hold off for the finals tomorrow. We may do them today. We'll just kind of wait and see. But also was kind of a new swell approaching today. Not a huge one, but there is more wave action. And yesterday was a bit inconsistent. Today a little bit more consistent, so it does look favorable for the athletes competing today, and we'll bring you as much action as we can. We're gonna stay really flexible with the schedule.
We kind of have to be here. Obviously, everything can change within the snap of a finger, similar to Tahiti, where a storm came in within minutes, and same thing happened yesterday. So the flexible schedule pretty much needs to happen today, as we still have some heats to get to for the men's, women's, and pro juniors. So it could all happen today, so make sure you stay tuned and give a ring to your friends tuning as well. So check this out. We do have the highlight reel from a previous day, and it's pretty sick. Actually, it's one of the the sickest one of the event so far. So let's have a look. Take it away.
Hey, what's up everybody? Manny V here, coming to you again for day number 7 here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Today we saw tons of action with the men's, women's, and pro juniors going down, including this guy right here, the Canary Island local, Arica Cabrera. Take a look at some of the action. So another solid day of action with big barrels and big moves going down here on Isla Alecran. So stay tuned on apbtour.com for all the info. Until next time, Manny B, I'm out. Boom!
Welcome back, everybody. Again, that was an incredible highlight that was just shown. And yeah, I mean, we've had some intense action not only on that day, but pretty much every single day of the live broadcast. Manny V here, David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed today, day number 9 for the Arica Chilean Challenge here on Scorpion Island, just outside of downtown Arica.
And we have the round 4 of women's. 4 heats to bring you. They're going to be coming up. We're just about to start the very first heat of the day. Yep. So, shall we? Let's get right out there.
Yeah, let's do it. So out in the water, we're going to see 3 women out in these 4 heats, and they're going to be going for those 2 top spots. So the chances and the odds are in your favor, but again, everybody is hungry to get those 2 spots. Let's go out into the lineup and take a look at the waves outside here at Flopos.
And these are going to be 20-minute heats in this round, Manny. And here we have up and riding on the first wave, Teresa Almeida going for a nice roll, unable to complete it. So first ride coming in from the Portuguese, from Praia del Norte in Nazaré.
And there you have it, Ayaka Suzuki from Japan, Teresa Almeida from Portugal, and Yulener Gonzalez from Venezuela. So Ayaka Suzuki, and she's looking very strong. Nice clean lines. We talk about her style and very fine-tuned it is. From actually all the Japanese riders, you're going to see Sari Ohara coming up in a later heat, I believe heat number 4. And again, round number 4 out in the water. Top 2 waves are scored. And we have, I believe, 4 heats here, and these are 20-minute heats out in the water.
So this is going to push us on into the quarterfinals, Manny. So then we're going to be going one-on-one matchups from here on out in the women's division. So we have a rider. It is yellow, Yule Gonzalez, putting a spin on the wave face, unable to complete that.
She's one of the few riders out in the competition to not be wearing a full suit out there, and that's just crazy to me. We went for a swim yesterday near the hotel where we're staying, and I had an ice cream headache along with Alex Leon. We went for a dip to swim, and it was cold.
It was cold, and you were topless during the swim, so that's why Manny's mentioning that full suit is usually the order of operations, and Teresa Almeida up and riding again, pulling into this
Get
barrel.
Out of there.
Oh
Nice.
My goodness. That was amazing. And an aerial cutout maneuver. This will be a massive number, Manny, and such a terrific way to start her campaign. She already went for a maneuver on the right and then just stayed busy with it. She was in second priority, and she went for it and got one of the barrels of the mornings, even considering all the free surfers who were shredding out there. There's some big names out there early, and that was one of the best waves we've seen ridden so far. On day number 9, of course, this is the first heat of the morning, and we are in women's round number 4.
Big shout out right off the bat to our sponsors that are making it happen, the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is presented by Erizos.
Universidad de Tarapacá, Aguacielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King.
So we do have waves coming in. Still, I mean, this place is amazing. We pretty much had waves every single day. Take a look out the back. Ayaka on her first wave, the Japanese rider in the red, and pulls out of that. We do have a priority system in place. And that priority system, for those of you that are just tuning in, David Hubbard?
I will run it down for all of us. But while I do, make sure you log in to whatever social media you adhere to and follow us, as well as just staying up to date with what we're up to, and those are the ways best to do it. So let's check this replay before we get into priority. Nice, she sets it up, she tucks in low in case the barrel gets short, and gets a nice barrel there, and that was terrific, and that air cutout, so stylish, so smooth, bringing the kind of finesse that only a woman can, and bringing it to the beautiful sport of bodyboarding. So back to the priority question that we would like to explain to all the viewers. It's basically allowing the rider who's been waiting the longest to have full access to the next wave that they desire to ride. So they can sit wherever they want to, and they can just relax and wait patiently. And if they go ahead and paddle for a wave, that will be a use of priority. And everybody else just needs to wait their turn, and if the person with first priority, or even just a higher priority than what you have, you will need to yield to that rider. So kind of gentleman's rules, what we do in the free surfs, where we all wait turns, and that is, in a nutshell, the priority system. We are seeing that Teresa Almeida is in a commanding lead over this heat. She has that barrel ride and a short score. She'll be looking to back that up. But Yule and Ayaka need some points on the board. There we see Isabella Sousa, the multi-world champion, suiting up. She'll be in the next heat. And all smiles. It's really rare to see her without a big old smile on her face. There she's throwing the international sign for I Ride Waves, the Shaka.
Yeah, Isabella Sosa, definitely very exciting to watch in any kind of conditions, especially here where it's barreling and steep and hollow. She loves to get airborne as well as find those deep barrels as well. So she's coming up next in the next heat. She's going to be fun to watch. And then we have Alexander Rinder, Neymar Carvalho, Sari Ohara, and Maida Viana, along with those that advanced on from the previous round. So, yeah, I mean, we've got exciting action coming up here on day number, 9 here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. So, I was wondering, I'm like, why are these? Oh, here we go. Up and riding.
Teresa Almeida, our heat leader, going for a nice roll there on the inside. She'll be getting a backup score there. Ayaka paddles. She'll still be in second priority. And Yule will be in first priority. As Teresa gets back out there, she'll get into the third priority position if no riders paddle before she does. So that's just kind of a little showing and helping you to kind of get that concept together, if it's unfamiliar to you, of how the priority system works.
And it's a good thing to have, especially in a situation where there's one peak, 1 point break. And we'll talk more about that in a second. Up and riding, Ayaka Suzuki, the Japanese, trying to get a barrel out of this one, but it just shuts down on her. So Ayaka Suzuki, she's struggling a bit to find those better waves. We're down to the 11-minute mark.
And we do have scores coming in. The last ride for Teresa Almeida, 6 point for that Rolo. And that barrel, Manny, a 9-point ride. She's now sitting in a very commanding spot as we approach the halfway mark.
Wow.
15 points cumulative. Amazing performance from the Nazaré Portuguese Teresa Almeida.
I think that judges are taking note that the conditions are, oh my gosh, you know what? I take that back. Here is a pretty good size set rolling in, and this is very good to see as the tide starts switching on us. This that wave will actually turn into more of a ramp barrel wave on the left and draw out a barrel and some sections on the right. So very good to see that wave still rolling in. Unfortunately, in this situation, nobody was in position. Look at that left on the inside, just spitting. So we are going to have more waves coming in throughout the day as the tide starts turning around. But Teresa Almeida's barrel ride coming in at 9.0. Judges are, a barrel ride that deep, in these conditions, definitely a high-scoring wave. If she would have ended with a big air maneuver, possibly even a 10-point ride is possible out here in these conditions. So, again, thank you all for tuning in, all from all over the world. And out in the water right now, we have heat number 1, round number 4, and we have the birds coming in for...
They're back. So yesterday the birds were not flying around, Manny. They knew Mother Nature was up to something. They got the memo. We didn't. But they were not flying around, and I will take that as a terrific sign. The birds are flying. They're out and about. So hopefully we've got a typical Arica day on our hands, and we've got beautiful waves. Now it's just smooth, glassy conditions. The women are attacking it. They're getting first crack today, and we have Yule going up for this right-hander. She gets onto it. She's got a lot of speed. Look at this section, Manny.
Nice.
Punches a massive roll and lands it. This is going to be a great score. She's now looking to put pressure on Ayaka because with just under 9 minutes remaining, if she can get a backup, Ayaka's going to be scrambling to make it out of this round 4 heat.
Yes, only 2 riders are advancing out of these heats in round number 4, taking those elusive quarterfinal spots. And so, yeah, I mean, right now in this situation out in the water with Teresa Almeida's 15 points, total combined score over up 2 waves, it is all about that second place spot for now. Ayaka Suzuki and Yulene Gonzalez are battling it out now for that advancing spot. So, man, that sandstorm, how hectic was that?
That was hectic, and while everybody was running for cover, everybody's trying to cover their face, everybody's just really tripping out and kind of, just being very timid. Tanner McDaniel did notice that somebody was in his element. And it was you, Manny. You were out there taking photos. You were just living it up. And as soon as we got back to the hotel, you dropped your stuff off and went out and about on a photo hunt while everybody else remained indoors trying to stay safe.
I was taking every precaution, covering the mouth and eyes. Here we go. Ayaka Suzuki up and riding. Nice clean spin. Oh, I don't know what's happening. Ayaka is not performing where she wants to be. We've seen her get those barrels. We've seen her hit those big moves. But right now, she's not looking. But anything can change. I mean, she can turn around and get a solid score. But right now, she's sitting in that third place spot with Yulena clocking in a 7.75 on her last wave. So now she's got an uphill battle. Ayaka Suzuki, she's got to bring it all together. 7 minutes remaining out of this 20-minute heat.
Scores coming in for Yule, 7.75 for that big critical Rolo on that right-hander. So even Yule has a chance now to overtake Teresa. If Yule gets a similar wave, a 7.26 will do it, and she could move into first place. Either way, a backup maneuver for Yule will be really important to increase the pressure on the clear favorite in this heat, Ayaka Suzuki, who's been surfing so well. I think she even made it to the finals in Itacoatiara. And so Ayaka Suzuki needs to really put it together, and we have seen her be just a little out of rhythm thus far in the heat, but like Manny said, anything could change in the next 6 minutes.
So Ayaka Suzuki currently in third, Yulena in second, and in first, Teresa Almeida. That is the current situation, and you can follow the live scores as well as the draws and the results from that first heat of the first day of the event here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Head over to apbtour.com/live. Si quieren mirar los scores vivo, ahí está apbtour.com/live. Ahí va a estar todo para usted en una página. Pueden mirar los live scores y en vivo también. So there you have it, apbtour.com/live. And we want to thank everybody, and what we do is open the doors to the booth for shout-outs. We've have some viewers who have been watching from day number 1, which has been amazing. So right now on our Facebook page, Manny V, actually let's put Dub and Manny V coming in to you from the booth. Where are you at?
Teresa Almeida diving out of that wave. It was really heavy, I'll tell you, Manny. As the waves approach that inside section, especially here on the low tide, it is heaving and super square, and Teresa Almeida making the choice instead of maybe airdropping or just getting pitched. She's able to dive out just before totally committing. And we do have a split peak scenario. We have Yule up on this right-hander, and she goes for another nice roll and completes it. So Yule getting a backup score. Let's see what Ayaka did on that left, because this is getting close to make or break. As you can see, it's tremendously shallow there for Yule.
As you can see, still the Flopos Reef on the inside, still scary. I mean, I'm looking at that and seeing what the riders are doing on the far inside, and by the time they cut out of the waves, it's 1 foot, maybe 2 feet deep from that barnacle-covered rock reef, and that, if you hit that, it's like, it's not moving. It's hard as a rock. It is rock. You will get graded up if you're not careful, and that's why I'm tripping out on the fact that Yulena is not in a full suit. It's not for the warmth, actually for a little protection too if you do hit the reef.
So we're hoping to get you that replay. Just a small little glitch as we get that going, but we still hope to get you a nice replay of that left-hander. It does look like Yule getting a 5.25 for her right-hander, and Ayaka only a 4.25 for hers. Ayaka, now with 3 minutes remaining, needs an 8.75 to move into an advancing position, and she is unable to attack first place with the current score she has counting. Teresa Almeida in a comfortable spot, and Yule also sitting very strongly, but let's see. Ayaka.
Ayaka looking for that bigger score. Oh, you can see the frustration right there as she's shaking her head coming out of that one. She just outran that barrel behind her, and again, she is looking for a high score of an 8.75. And time is ticking away. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. She is at the bottom of the totem pole as far as the priority is concerned. So we're going to have to take a look at this again.
So here's her 4.25. She gets a nice bottom turn, comes up around it, is able to squeak a roll at the end of that. The left's not really cooperating for Ayaka. But the last wave she had, it did offer some scoring potential. But like you said, Manny, she did just kind of outrun it. She even got catapulted out of the pocket and almost kind of scorpion pearl dove right at the exit of that pocket ride. So not the heat she would like to have here in round 4. Ayaka Suzuki now just about 2 minutes away from finding out what'll happen. It's Teresa Almeida on this one. She's already had us a 9, and now she's going for a huge roll and dives out. So I do feel that will extend her lead over the field. Terrific surfing from Teresa, and Ayaka in the desperation mode, sitting under priority of Yule and in third position. But we do see a wave coming, and Yule might be going for it. Manny, she lets Ayaka have a look, and no takers. So Yule dodging a bullet there. Ayaka unable to find the score thus far, but here we may see another split peak. Nope. This rider's being very
my goodness,
very timid because it's so shallow out there, Manny, with this low tide and with this inside section. Noose swell approaching, and now we have a ride. This is Ayaka Suzuki. She needs a big score, Manny. She gets up and punches a massive roll. Can she ride out of it? No, she doesn't, and it's so shallow there, Manny.
Oh, my goodness.
So very shallow.
By the time she grabs her board, she's going to be standing on that reef, and there she is. Oh, she's scraping her wetsuit on the reef right there, not getting on the board, trying to stay nice and level, horizontal, as high as she can on the wave. So it looks like, yes, Ayaka Suzuki did not pull off that last maneuver, her last chance. So it is Teresa Almeida in the white jersey, the 2014 gold medalist, and a Yulena from Caracas, Venezuela, 3-time national champion, 2011 Pan American champion, advancing on. So Teresa and Yulena, will see you in the quarterfinals. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, coming to you from Scorpion Island here in Arica for the Arica Chilean Challenge, and we are underway with the action. Out in the water, we have the women's division. Round number 4, the first heat just completed with Teresa Almeida and Yuliner Gonzalez both advancing on into the quarterfinals. Now heat number 2, conditions are still good.
Conditions are still good, and we saw some great rides in the last heat, so we're anticipating more terrific action from the ladies. Let's get out there and see what's going on in the water. We do have Isabella Sousa, Anis Velez, and Joanna Schenker all going for those 2 advancing positions, hoping to make it on into the quarterfinals.
Yes, these are 20-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, and the sum of those two waves will give the riders a total score, and the 2 highest scores will advance on into the quarterfinals. Isabella Sosa, multiple world champion, will be out in the red jersey. Anis Velez, the Chilean, holding it down for her fellow country riders here in Arica, and Joanna Schenker from Portugal out in the water.
Terrific battle we have on our hands, and looks like a little bit more of a normal day here in Arica, because yesterday we could tell something was up. It was strange in the morning, and yes, we did have a sandstorm shut down day number 8. But today seems like so far kind of back to normal.
That was, before the day before we landed here, there was a sandstorm, and they said the sandstorm hasn't happened in years, and let alone to have it in two times in 1 week, unheard of. And to experience it, I hate to say it, but that was pretty exciting.
Manny was in his element. Good call from Tanner McDaniel, noticing that as soon as everybody was ducking for cover, Manny was out and about, thriving.
I was loving it.
Thriving in those conditions.
When else are you going to be able to experience that? That's a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Yeah, okay, so great attitude from Manny Vargas, taking full advantage of the phenomenal nature occurrence that happened yesterday. And this heat has yet to commence any wave riding. We're waiting to see which 2 of these women will be making it on into the quarterfinals.
And I mentioned it before, Isabella Sosa, the Brazilian, out in the red jersey, 3-time world champion, 2010, 12, and 13. Definitely very exciting to watch. Very fast. She just looks fast on the wave with her hair flowing and her position on her board. It's all about speed. And in bodyboarding, it is all about speed. If you can control your speed and get as much speed as possible, you're going to be able to stay in the barrel deeper and to pull off bigger maneuvers. And yes, totally, that is the key component. Again, the birds are coming back into home port after yesterday's madness of a sandstorm. And you can check out all the photos. Just hashtag Arica Chilean Challenge or APB Tour, and you'll see a bunch of photos pop up on all the social medias of what went down yesterday.
So we are seeing recurrence of the normal activities, as Manny mentioned. Birds take flight at this time of the morning. They nest to the south of Exisla Alacran, and for some reason they find superior fishing waters north of here, and so all throughout the morning we usually do see packs of birds making their way across the water surface. But here we have Joanna Schenker from Portugal putting a nice 360 at the top of this wave. Now she takes a lot of speed and ends up diving out. You can see how shallow it is, Manny, there. The water just rippling on the bottom part of the wave. But we do have Isabella up and riding on this one. Nice roll.
Oh, my goodness.
And she gets gobbled on that inside section. She made it pretty far, so that might be counted as a make because she continued with the wave action for so far. And we do have Anis Velez on the left.
Oh, my gosh.
That looked so intense, man. She just got completely absorbed by the impact of the falling lip. And there we see her just swimming under waves because it's tremendously shallow.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the riders from the first heat all the way until the last heat of the day. They're going to put it all on the line, and I mean, they're going to go for broke. You saw Joanna bail at the very last second, as she knew if she even tried to pull off a maneuver, she was going to land on the if she was going to pull that maneuver, she was going to land on the rocks and end up on the dry reef. Isabella, you saw her go for it. She had a little bit more time and space, but she didn't pull it off. We're going to have to wait for the judges to see if that was a completed maneuver, which it could have been. And the left, just as crazy. Check this out. We do have the interview downstairs with Begonia and the winner of the last heat. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys, and good morning to everyone that is tuning in. We're here with Teresa Almeida. That heat was amazing. Your performance was really outstanding. That barrel, 9 points, then a very good rolo. What can you tell everybody about the heat?
Perfecto. Yo quería hacerlo bien porque mi pasada manga yo no surfa bien o pasa, pero no tiene suerte de tener buenas olas. Y ahora yo empiezo directo en mi manga con un 9 en un tubo perfecto y así yo me siento bien. Yo solo esperar por tener una otra. Yo intento de guardar bien mi prioridad para escoger bien las olas y tiene suerte de tener más con rolos todo. Y soy muy contenta de pasar para menor ahora.
Well, she said she really wanted to surf good because in the previous heats she felt she wasn't surfing almost 100%. So she picked the right ones and she felt very comfortable by getting the first for the first wave a 9 point. Tú eres de Nazaret, este lugar es bien peligroso. ¿Cómo te sientes avanzando aquí, surfeando este tipo de olas?
Sí, Nazaret es una ola pesada también, a pesar de ser una ola de arena, pero es muy fuerte. Pero en Portugal tenemos buenas olas así con fondo de roca, como aquí tenemos Iriçara, que tenemos muchas olas que podemos surfear. No es una ola tan buena, pero muy buena, que podemos intentar de surfar un poco. Y normalmente yo surfo ahí también y entonces yo me sentí bien a surfar aquí. Es una ola peligrosa, pero que tiene mucha sensación buena a surfear.
Well, I asked her how she feel by surfing here because she's coming from Nazaret, which is a sandbar. But she's saying it's Nazaret, although it's a beach break, it's also heavy. And in Portugal, they have very heavy reef breaks as well. So congratulations, Teresa, you did amazing, and I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Congratulations to Teresa Almeida, and she's all smiles. Towards the end of that interview, we finally got a smile at her. She's so focused and very determined to advance on. Here we go. Out in the water, Isabella Souza, the Brazilian in the red jersey. Nice clean roll, comes around the section on this medium-sized wave, and that is going to come in as her second wave. Each of the riders have only one wave on their scorecard, so their second wave will now be ridden. We do have 20-minute heats. This is we have about 12 minutes remaining in this heat, so these 20-minute heats, they're going to fly right back. We're so used to having 25-minute heats in those earlier rounds, and now 20-minute heats, those are going to fly right by.
Yeah, they're going to zoom by, and we've seen the first 8 minutes of this heat really zoom by with one ride from each rider only. So as we continue through this heat, we're hoping to see just a few more rides coming in.
So the water temperature in that nice and cool side, around 60, low 60s. Air temperature's a little warmer today. We're looking at about maybe 66, about 67 degrees air temp. This is Fahrenheit for all those who are using Fahrenheit, all 1,500 of you. But Celsius, we're looking about 15 degrees for the water and about 17 degrees for air temp Celsius. Look at this. We do have a couple little looks on this wave. So, David Hubbard, you have a heat coming up. Strategy-wise, I'll ask you in a second. We have a rider up and riding. Anís Vélez coming around that section. Oh, puts her head down, hoping to get inside of that barrel, and just gets absolutely denied into that VIP room that we call the barrel.
Access was denied did seem like her line was just not tight enough, and she wasn't close enough to the wall of the barrel, and she was struck down and basically had the door shut in her face from the VIP room.
Well, I mean, she's only 16 years old here competing with the big guns such as Isabella Sosa and multiple Euro champion. Oh my gosh, out in the water, nice clean pocket ride right there from Isabella Sosa. Isabella Sosa, her friends call her Bella, 3-time world champion, and up and riding we
Joanna
have
Schenker now up and riding, getting a nice roll on this one.
So you can see Joanna Schenker, 2014 and 2015 European Bodyboarding Tour champion, showing her skills right there of drawing clean lines and clean maneuvers. So looks like head-to-head battle right now between Isabella Sosa and Joanna Schenker, as Anais Veli still trying to increase on her 2 high-scoring waves, which are a 1.5 and a 2.0. We do have more action throughout the day. We're going to see the men's division. We're going to see the Pro Juniors division. So thank you for tuning in.
Annie's up and riding again. She gets around and gets a roll at the end of that left-hander. Puts on a spin, so that was nice. I like the placement of it to really complete that ride. Anis Velis with a nice effort. She wants to claw her way back up into second position, held right now by Joanna Schenker. And we're likely to see a few more scores dropping. Last of red, yellow, and white. Each of them have a ride coming down the pipeline. We'll bring you that as soon as we can.
And at 16 years old, her eyes are wide open. Every time I see her, she is so stoked. She is just having a good time, taking it all in at 16 years old. Not a bad 16-year-old experience to have here, being a part of such a prestigious event, the Arica Chilean Challenge. And last year she was actually on hand, and Ryan Hardy took her under his wing for his stay here, and was giving her some few tips here and there. So very lucky, very stoked. Anais out in the water, currently in that 3rd place position. We're down to the 8-minute mark.
Yes, it is terrific for the youngsters to show up here, compete on the world stage, whether they're in the women's division, the men's division, or the Pro Junior division, of a division built specifically for under 18ers. And it is a tremendous opportunity for them to be a part of the World Tour and really see the world's best competing at such a terrific venue like the one we have here. Let's take a look at this replay of Anis. Drops in nice and gets up there and gets a nice rollo. So Anis Velis throwing the extra spin there as the foam ball just kind of ushers its way to the channel. And she's getting a 4.75 for that ride. Joanna Schenker did receive a 5.75 for her last ride, and that put her in the lead. And we may still be waiting for the last of Isabella. She's frantically waving her hand, hoping for more information.
Isabella's waving her hand, trying to get the beach commentator to give her the insides, actually not the inside scoops, but the current situation out of the water as far as priority. How many points do they need? How much time is left in the heat? Isabella's just trying to get the information right now from the beach commentator, and we can hear right now everything is getting thrown out to her. And yeah, so that is one of the techniques that the competitors use. And in this case, because there's not a lot of they can hear the beach commentator out in the water. So she's just still trying to get the information she's asking for.
And the beach commentator really freezing up in this situation as the pressure mounts on him. He stops giving them the complete rundown, and Isabella wants to know her top scores. And so finally, after about 3 minutes of waving her hands frantically, we do have the beach announcer finally giving her a little bit of that information she was looking for, and now she can start focusing on the heat again. Actually, no, she's still requesting more information, so we're hoping that all the information that the beach announcer has, he's able to reveal that to the riders in the water. And that's basically what the beach announcer is for. It's not to make funny noises, it's not to sing to the songs, The beach announcer is there to give the competitors information, and they request it. And if they have to wave their arms for a few minutes, the beach announcer is basically failing at his job.
Anais up and riding. Nice through the lip barrel roll right there. And that's going to help her out. She's trying to get better her lowest of her two highest scores, which is a 2.0. And she had to do something right in this last 5 minutes of this heat. You can hear whistling. There is a wave out the back. Isabella Sosa in the red jersey, I believe, has priority. She's going to turn around, take a look at this, and here she goes. Isabella Sosa.
She's on a nice looking left. She's got a ton of speed, and she hits a beautiful rolo there before diving out. And I love the cylindrical, spherical rolos that she pulls out because her hair follows her body, and it's such a beautiful accentuation of her momentum and her flight, and just a beautiful thing to see Isabella Sousa doing a very nice roll on that left-hander. She only needed a 4.26 to move up into first place over Joanna Schenker. I dare say that will be the score she needed.
All right, well, we're going to give it a second as the scores drop. And you can also follow along apbtour.com/live. That's where you're going to see the live scores, the live stream, and also the draws and results right under that. So everything all in one place, apbtour.com/live. So scores are dropping still. And look at this. We do have a look at this. Joanna kicking, pushing hard. And here she goes, up and riding.
She's got a nice left-hander, and she gets up for a nice roll there. Smooth ride. This was one of the bigger waves of the heat. She'll replace that 3.5, but she will need a 7.01 if she wants to get back into first position. Either way, that score will help to move her further ahead of third place, the Chilean youngster, Anais Vélez. And now more pressure will be on the third position with just about 3 minutes remaining in this heat. She will have to pull out a solid number to chase the two women who are leading this heat and in those advancement positions, because two women will be making it on into the quarterfinals from this matchup.
Going into the quarterfinals, top two riders. Taking a look at this. Anais dropping in on a pretty nice size wave. Probably one of the bigger waves of the heat. And the timing totally miscalculated for that lip maneuver. She was going for a roll. And by the time she got up to the top of the wave, the lip has disappeared. And there was no projection, no power there. And there was nothing to do for her to do except to get knocked out of there. So scores are still dropping right now. It looks like Isabella Sosa's second wave came in at a 7.75 for that perfect roll. And here's another look at Isabella's wave.
You can see the speed she takes, and that's what Manny was talking about with her speed. There's what I was talking about with the hair. Beautiful roll for Isabella Sosa.
So solid wave right there for Isabella. And we can't thank you enough for tuning in from all over the world. And I do want to give props to first Steve Action Jackson, the bodyboarding statistician of the world, giving us some stats here into the booth. So thank you, Steve, tuning in from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Somehow figured out how to get out of New Jersey and end up in the beautiful beaches of Rio. So he's got that one down. So thanks again. And yes, so out in the water with 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, it is Isabella Sosa leading the charge. Second place, Joanna Schenker. And third, Anais Vélez. Anais needing a 7-point ride to get into that second place advancing spot. Top two riders will go into the quarterfinals. So we're at it. Here we go. We got live action.
And we certainly have been seeing some heated battles for not only the previous heat, but this heat in the water. It is tight, it is close, and we are looking to advance two riders out of this heat. Anais taking a peek at that last wave and ends up not going, and the heat counts down behind us. There's the horn.
That is it. We have an incredible heat coming up. Our big shout out to Isabella Sosa and Joanna Schenker advancing on to the quarterfinals. We have heat number 3 of the women's, round number 4 coming up next. It's a stacked one. We'll see you right after this. Yes, we are on day number 9 here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Manny V here with David Hubbard. And yes, we are into the action. We're going to see the women's, men's, and pro juniors today. So thank you for tuning in. Dub, we still have action out in the water. It is a stacked heat right now.
Stacked heat for sure. We do have heat number 3 of round number 4 hitting the water now. And 2 of these ladies will be moving on. But this is a very talented 3-woman heat. Let's get right out into the water to see the action shaping up. Alexandra Linder, Neymara Carvalho, and the Chilean Valentina Diaz.
If I'm Valentina Diaz right now, I would be shaking in my boots. I got multiple world champions out in the water. Alexandra Rinder, your current 2-time world champion, the youngest female world champion ever to be crowned. And Neymara Carvalho, multiple world champion out there. So Valentina Diaz, what is going in her mind right now?
Well, she's surfed this wave plenty of times. She's looked up to both of these riders for sure. So she just wants to go and do her thing. It is Alexandra Linde. Up and riding on this left-hander, takes a lot of speed, doesn't find what she wants, puts a spin just so it's not a complete waste of a ride before paddling back out. And besides getting a small amount of points, she'll get a little bit of insight. She'll remember what that left looked like when she took off, and she'll probably avoid lefts that look like that next time. But not a bad call. Get into the priority sequence, explore a wave, get your hands and body into the wax of the board and really kind of start to feel what it's like to be out here right now, and then be in the moment, stay in the moment, and surf a terrific heat, especially when it's against such talented riders.
We do have some pretty good waves still rolling in. About 2 meters and a half face waves still rolling in here at Flopos. And look at this wave still coming in. That's like a 7-8 foot face wave coming in, dropping in on this, Valentina Diaz.
And she takes a drop, and then she scoots herself through a reverse spin on the face before continuing on and diving out. So short score for her. Now Neymara Carvalho will be sitting with priority.
Big shout out to those that are supporting this event, the Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is presented by Erizos.
Thank you also to Universidad de Tarapacá,
Nice.
Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FM OK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. I tell you, that Hertz vehicle came in so clutch.
Oh, yes.
In our escape from Ex Isla Alacran. Could have been a movie written about the escape from Ex Isla yesterday during that sandstorm, but the main star, the shining star of that film would be our Hertz vehicle that Ian Campbell, Mike Stewart, Tanner McDaniel, Manny, myself with Alex Leon at the helm, and we all got home safely. So thank you to Hertz.
Yes, and Also, we'll talk about the next Hertz vehicle. But look at this. Up on her second wave already. Alexander Rinder coming off the bottom. Goes for a roll. Gets a little projection right there. Lands perfectly and continues on. So the lefts seem to be a little shorter right now, given the conditions. So it's either going to be a long barrel or come around that section and go for a lip maneuver. And that seems to be the what's on menu today for these left-hand waves.
Yeah, exactly right. And we have seen some nice right-handers, and we are seeing the tide increase. We're expecting conditions to even improve with the tide coming up. So great point, Manny. Shorter lefts, a little bit longer rights, and we've yet to really see much materialize in the form of too big of sections. We've seen some great rolos from the ladies up into the sevens. And a barrel on the left from Teresa Almeida, but let's take a look at this.
Could be a priority system challenge right there. Priority was given to white. Neymar Galvelo, she had priority. She was sitting on the outside and waiting. Valentina Diaz was in the yellow jersey, totally forgot what the situation was at hand, and drops in on Neymar Carvalho. So that right there may have just put Valentina Diaz in a situation which is going to be definitely hard to come out of.
Certainly, Manny, and she may have forgotten to look behind her during the takeoff. We do see scores coming in for Alexandra, a 6-point ride for her last on the left. And now Valentina gets back out, so now she has priority, and now she can take whatever wave she wants without looking behind her to see what the other competitors are doing. So as Action would say, just a bit of a miscue from Valentina Diaz.
So that right there comes with the maturity and growing in the competition arena where priority systems are in place. So that's going to be very detrimental for Valentina Diaz, who, yes, will receive an interference score, an interference which with the priority system.
A whole second wave is deducted, so she will only be able to count her top wave. So only her top wave will count when an interference is. Let's take a look at the replay. Neymar deeper with priority. Valentina just drops in and then dives out. So because Neymar had to come out from behind her, really no choice for the judges to drop an interference, even though she was able to easily get around Valentina. It was an interference call. So, as I was saying, Manny, when it's not a priority situation, the interference will be deducted half of your second highest scoring wave. But when it's during priority sequence, the whole secondary wave is deducted. So the reason there's that distinction is because priority situation has been set, and therefore for a rider to kind of blatantly disregard that and violate the system of priority, it's pretty detrimental to the sequence of things. So here we see it again. Neymar with priority, also deeper, bottom turns around Valentina. Valentina quickly gets out, so didn't really get in Neymar's way, but because Neymar had to come from behind her and clearly move past her, interference drop there. We do see Alexandra Linde in red up on that left-hander.
Well, it's very interesting that Valentina did fall for that, or didn't look back and succumb to that interference. She is a 2015 Pan American champion. So, whoa, look at this. Sliding under the pit right there. And there, I mean, she's got the skills, no doubt, right there, proving it on a nice, clean barrel ride, coming out with a spin. So she knows she's got the skills down. It was just, unfortunately, in that situation, it's obvious she did not look behind her as she was going for that wave.
Right, so yeah, unfortunate, but a nice score will be dropped from Valentina Diaz, who wants to surf the rest of this heat to, really show her stuff, make everybody proud, and hey, she's able to get a 10-point ride. there's a chance that she could still advance out of this heat because no rider has a cumulative above 10 points right now. So we'll just have to wait and see. We're approaching the halfway mark, but let's take a look at this ride from Alexandra Rinde as she does a roll and a nice spin. We got a wave out the back, Manny. Let's see if we got any takers, and it is Neymara paddling for this one.
Neymara dropping in, and not much there, so she just comes around that section, and right there she gives up that priority, and now she is at the bottom of the list as far as who has the wave next. So check it out. We have the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with Isabella Sousa. Bella, that was a tough heat. I saw you were for second the whole heat, and then you turned the results. You were claiming, you were raising your hands. What happened in there?
Yeah, I was. I did like a ride, and I did a roller that I didn't complete, and it was like 2 point something. And so I take like a left-hander, and I did a little barrel, and I was thinking that it would be like at 4 points or something, and it was the same points than the right. So I was thinking that the judges didn't give my points in the little barrel. So I was like claiming to know how's all my points, you know.
Right.
Yeah, but when I saw, and then I take out the one and did 7 points, and was like a more like
More calm.
yeah.
Well, how do you feel to be surfing here? Last year you had an amazing result. You ended second. What's your expectations for this year?
Yeah, just like doing heat per heat. So now I'm more comfortable because I'm going to quarterfinals with just other girl. Because now it's as the heat is the waves is like coming like really slow. So it's difficult with 3 girls. But now I'm happy because I just have other girl on my heat in the quarterfinals. And then I can send a message to home. Eu queria mandar abraço para a galera do Brasil que está torcendo aí pela gente. Tô super feliz de ter passado minha bateria. Agora quarta de final. Tamo junto.
Well, parabéns para você and congratulations. I hope to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to Isabella Sousa for taking the win in that last heat. Heat number 2, round number 4. She, along with Joanna Schenker, will go into the quarterfinals. Out in the water, 9 minutes remaining, and it is Alexandra Rinder leading the charge out in the water in this heat.
Yeah, she has a strong position right now because Neymara has been kind of unable to find anything in the average range, and Valentina Diaz has interference on her scorecard. So Valentina is doing pretty well. I do believe at this moment she's in second place. There we see Loli, the Boricua, Luz Marie Grande, heading out there. There's Sadi. She quickly does a time check. She doesn't have her jersey quite yet, but she wants to grab one more thing from her bag of tricks, make sure she takes it all out there with her.
That's coming up next, and we're going to give you the information as far as what is in store after that heat, so stay tuned here. We're going to get that to you as soon as possible, but look at this. We do have some waves coming in on the outside. Again, Arica, a major port here in northern Chile for fishing, cargo, and just transportation. And I know the seals love to hang out in the marina. We did a little tour the other day and saw the seals cruising around, and my buddy Yo-Yo introduced us to some fresh sea urchin that some of the fishermen brought in, and right off the deck we had some fresh sea urchins with a lime. Very tasty.
Erizos con limón.
Yes, erizos.
So we do have something on the inside. It is Valentina Diaz, attempting a roll. She's going to be very far inside now during this set, so we are going to be hoping for her safety. We see her scuttling over towards the keyhole, and hopefully she just gets there. We can see it's tremendously shallow in that corner section, and she does escape it. Neymara Carvalho needs a score here. She's got a ton of speed, and she's flying down the line, and she goes for an air. comes undone, but I loved everything up until the bail. But smooth, projected, as well as just a very fluid, attempted maneuver. Incomplete for Neymara Carvalho.
So why did she bail? I mean, she's capable of pulling off these moves even higher, even bigger, but right at the last second, she ejected.
Yeah, and there was an iconic air from her many years ago where she hit probably a 16-foot face wave and just fully committed, tried to land it. And in this case, I do believe it was because of the reef staring her down so close. Linder up and riding on this one. Nice little tube. And she goes for a roll to finish. Very complete ride. She's even going to do a roll off the whitewater as she exits this one. So she's got 1 foot, maybe even 2 feet in the door of the quarterfinals. She's leading this heat by a strong margin, and we are still waiting for scores. Last of second and last of yellow.
All right, scores are dropping, but first let's take another look at Neymara's last wave. As you can see, drawing a pretty good line, getting as much speed as possible. Nice bottom turn, but goes for the big maneuver and ejects right there, pressing the abort button, as I think she may have seen the reef coming up pretty quick and decides to bail out and save her body instead of getting those bigger points. So is that a smart move? We're going to wait and see as Valentina Diaz's last wave comes in at a 7.75. And Neymara will be now behind the 8 ball as far as getting in that score with 5 minutes remaining.
So Neymara needs just about a 4.51 will take her above Valentina Diaz. Valentina only going to be counting a 7.75. So the score you see on your screen will not be the finishing total for her. Neymara, she's up and riding on this right-hander, and she's able to get a huge roll through the lip. And yes, she does complete it. So with this ride, she has definitely bridged the gap.
Oh, no.
She's going to keep coming all the way in, and she rode it so far, she's actually going to get up onto the rocks. And depending on how she feels, she may continue out into the water, or she may just call it a heat. Here it is, Valentina Diaz getting a nice little barrel. Had she been a little deeper, she could have put more pressure on her chance to make it out of this heat, but Neymara Carvalho may have just shut her out.
There are about 4 minutes remaining, so it looks like, Neymara is going to make her way back out into the lineup through that secondary keyhole, not as prominent as the one to the left of your screen, but there is a little deep section right in that area, and as soon as you get past there, you'll get sucked down the beach and you'll be able to paddle out, but it's going to take you a little bit of time to get back out there. Up and riding, Alexander Rinder.
She bottom turns and gets a nice roll there, and now she continues to ride and just cuts out. So we do have a big score coming in for Neymara Carvalho. She's going to be getting a 7-something, I believe. So once her total's above 10, we will be saying bye to Valentina Diaz because of her interference. And it will be Alexandra Rinder and Neymara Carvalho moving on. Here's the roll.
And Alexander Rinder, nice clean maneuver on the inside right there. So all the riders making things happen in these conditions, and Alexander Rinder making it look easy. Here's Valentina Diaz last wave. Nice clean barrel. It looks like a pocket ride from this angle, but from the front angle that the judges and we have here, it's actually a nice clean barrel. She was under the lip there, so Valentina Diaz waiting for her score to drop. So I do stand corrected. The youngest bodyboarder to win a world title is Alexander Rinder at the age of 16. Andre Botha won his world title, the South African big wave charger. He won his title at 17. So Alexander Rinder, the youngest world title holder.
Period.
Yes.
So end of statement. The youngest ever world champion in the sport of bodyboarding is out in the water, clearly dominating this heat.
Yeah, now she's 18 years old to try to make it a three-peat, as she is your current world champion 2 times. And will she make it a third time? That's what her goal is this year coming into 2016. And I talked to a couple of her friends, and she is focused. Here we go. Valentina Diaz on one of the bigger waves of the heat, stalling, trying to wait for that barrel or lip maneuver. And just because it becomes unglued on that maneuver right there. Look at these waves coming in out the back. You can see ramps are going to be had as the tide starts changing. And a little bit of a couple more barrels. Here's another look at Neymara's last wave.
Up through the lip, gets the projection, and is able to complete it, and she safely, hopefully, safely, rides way out of there. Alexandra on a wave. We weren't quite sure what happened earlier on that takeoff, and I think this has been a terrific heat for all three of these ladies. If it wasn't for that faux pas, if it wasn't for that interference from Valentina, she would be putting a lot of pressure on both of these women right now, but as it stands, she did interfere with Neymara, as we saw in the opening minutes of the heat, and therefore she will be renounced to third position, even though we still have a few seconds left.
Less than a minute remaining here in heat number 3 out in the water. Alexander Rinder leading the charge. And we're going to go into heat number 4, another stacked heat. Sari Ohara from Japan. Mayra Viana from Brazil, and Luz Marie Gran from Isla del Encanto, Puerto Rico. One of my favorite places to go on the planet. Just beautiful, great people, and empanadas galore.
The food in Puerto Rico, I could go on and on and on about it, as we have during the last Encanto Pro.
Yes.
We spent hours and hours of the webcast making the viewers salivate, and even the commentators who were speaking about it were just panting at the possibility of one of those treats making its way through the door, whether it's mofongo or alcapurrias,
yes,
and so many other delicious treats, rellenos de pana y todo.
Yeah, and acai bowls from our boy Rafael Rivera, who's got his backyard acai, very tasty. Here we go. We are coming down to the last few seconds. So, did you get word?
We did get word. Men's coming up next. Quarterfinals of the men's will be coming up after heat number 4. So, we're about to count down heat number 3. Heat 4 of the women's. Round 4 was just about a minute away from starting. And then we'll be getting into the men's quarterfinals. And we are pumped.
Okay, so it looks like we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard. Again, bringing you the live feed from another solid day of action from the Arica Chilean Challenge here on Scorpion Island. So we are into heat number 4 of the round 4 of the men's division. We just got word we're going to go into the men's division right after this, but a great heat about to happen out in the water.
Yeah, heat 4, round 4 of the women's division is just about to get underway, and let's go right out to it. It is Sari Ohara from Japan, as well as Mayra Viana from Brazil. And as we mentioned, Loli La Boricua, Luz Marie Grand from Puerto Rico.
All of these riders not afraid of the bigger stuff, and I think they're not afraid of this reef, so it's going to be very fun to watch as they come into the inside section, and we always hope that they will be very careful and, make sure they don't hit the reef. But Sadio Hara, again, one of the Japanese riders that have those clean, fine-tuned lines, and comes from the tutelage of Aoi Hioke from Japan. So Sadio Hara, you're going to see her skills thrown down. Mayra Viana from Brazil, solid rider, and here she is right here in the white jersey. Nice clean reverse coming to the inside section, and the very scary section as she gets closer to the reef. You can see her taking a peek towards the inside to see the reef. And yeah, she kicks out of that one, but making good use on the outside section with a nice, clean, smooth reverse spin on the outside. So Mayra Viana coming to us from Vila Vea in Brazil.
Yeah,
wow,
we got
it's nice and we love these conditions. Glassy, smooth, clean faces. And here we go. The Puerto Rican Luz Marie Grande coming around that section. Nice, clean roll. Smooth and clean for Luz Marie Grande on that, her first wave out in the heat. So clean bottom turn, comes off the bottom, goes with the projection of the lip and rides it out smoothly. So that's going to be a solid wave right there for Luz Marie Grande. Big shout out once again to our sponsors, Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is presented by Erizos.
Thanks also to Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FM OK, Hertz, as well as Bodyboard King. So we're going to usher you into the new age and ask again politely to follow us, please, on any of the social medias that you adhere to. And there you can see all our little taglines there. So
yeah, and if you go to the YouTube channel to watch the live feed or to watch some of the highlight reels that have been posted, make sure you subscribe to the APB Tour channel. Here's another look of Luz Marie.
So she kind of airdrops into the pocket there, comes up and around, very clean, controlled Rolo from Loli, and even does a little spin, just throwing it around at the very end. Incomplete maneuver as she kind of cuts out there. So nice ride for Loli. And we are getting a little glimpse, as we've told you before, but men's quarterfinals coming up next, and we got the heats in front of us again to see. Boy, how action-packed is that gonna be?
So after this heat, this 20-minute heat, 16 minutes remaining after this heat, we're gonna jump right into the men's quarterfinals with that first heat of men's. Oh boy. Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island, multiple world champion, going against Eder Luciano from Brazil. Very exciting. That's coming up next in about 16 minutes. Up and riding, we have Sadio Hara from Japan.
She's on a nice-looking left-hander. She scoots under, stalls, and gets even a Rolo through the lip there. And there we have her first ride. Mayra Viana's score coming in at a 3.5, and Loli getting a 6.75 for her ride, so terrific start for the rider from La Isla de Encanto, Puerto Rico, Luz Marie Grande.
Luz Marie, a former Puerto Rican champion in 2009, walked away with the USBA championship title. So she is definitely a veteran in the competition arena. And here she is throwing it down here in heat number 4, the last heat of round number 4. The top two riders in this heat will advance on to the quarterfinals. Again, top 2 waves will be scored. 20-minute heats, and those minutes are going to fly right by. As we've been seeing 25-minute heats throughout the event. Now we're bringing it to 20 minutes, and those 20 minutes are going to fly right by if the competitors aren't careful those 20 minutes are going to slip by and leave them in a corner with no way of getting out. So riders, I'm pretty sure all the riders have watches. They're not really depending on the beach commentator or anything. They do have preparation as far as watches and making sure that they are in tune with what is going on out in the water. Taking a look at this, up and riding.
Oh, goodness. Loli has to dive out because there was a bit of water put down on the face from the other rider. So here we got Maida Viana on a beautiful left-hander.
Oh, nice.
Gets up for a huge roll and dives out right on that treacherous corner. So massive score from Maida Viana from Brazil.
13 minutes remaining in this heat, so a solid ride right there from Maida Viana and a quick exit from Luz Marigran on the outside. Didn't see it shaping up as far as she may have been too deep on that right-hander, so bails out at the last second. But scores are dropping, and again, thank you all for tuning in. We still have to hit those shout-outs on our APB Tour Facebook page.
Bowling left-hander for Sadi as she gets up and out. Huge roll and gets absolutely absorbed by the ocean because there was so much power coming down, and she was very much so connected to that lip as she rolled it. Let's check a replay of Maida Viana as she gets into this left-hander, eyes up that section. Beautiful bowling maneuver as she rolls very smoothly off of it.
All right, Dub, check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Begonia for an interview. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Here with Super Stoke, Alexandra Rinder. Alexandra, you look so comfortable out there. You're just you're enjoying it. We can tell. I think maybe you feel way more comfortable here because it's rough, it's rocks, it's reef break. You come from reef break as well. And what can you tell us about the heat?
Yeah, well, it's getting smaller, you can tell, but this wave, even if it's small, you can just get some good waves and do some good scores. So I was just out there having fun, taking my waves, and yeah, I feel comfortable in this wave because it's kind of the waves we have back home. So I'm just happy every time I can come here and surf, and I don't know, have the possibility to do a good heat, and just stoked to be in quarterfinals now. Happy that my parents are watching back home and my friends. So just looking forward to the next heats to surf some good waves, and let's see what happens.
Do you think this is all coming because you probably wanted to surf better after Itacoachara experience?
Yeah, well, in Itacoachara I got sick, so after the quarterfinals I was sick for a week, so I wasn't 100% me, and everybody could tell afterwards in the semifinal it wasn't me in the water. But yeah, of course, I'm pretty hungry here and want to do my best, so I'm just gonna try to do my best and see what happens.
Well, you're doing great. Congratulations. Shune Cruce, Familia Rinda. And we're sure we're gonna see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
Congratulations again to the current world champion, back-to-back world champion, Alexandra Rinder, for advancing on out of her heat. So she, along with Neymar, will go into the quarterfinals. Now, who will take those last two spots in the quarterfinals? Will it be Sari Ohara, Maida Viana, or Luz Marigran? We are currently out in the water with 11 minutes remaining out in the heat. And all the riders out there throwing it down as far as each one of the riders. This is probably the most stacked heat of all four round four heats. So each one of them will be going for that first and second place spot. Third place, oof, that's going to be a tough one to swallow.
Certainly will be, and yeah, we've seen some terrific heats. Even the first heat to me was so stacked and power plays there. Here we see a ride from Maida up on this right-hander. She stalls. She's hoping for a lip. Hopefully she doesn't get too close to those rocks as she sees them right before she gets up there and dives out.
You saw the takeoff right there. Sadi Ohara looking on the left, but Maida with priority looking left. So without wanting to cause an interference on herself, Sadi pulls out, and Maida actually opts to go right. So not only was she able to go right, but also fend off Sadi from possibly getting a high-scoring wave on that last wave exchange. Here we go. Taking a look on the outside. This thing, anybody in position? No. Look at that left coming in on the reef. It's going to be very tricky on wave selection because the wave looks like it could be forming up to be a perfect wave, and it could all of a sudden just peter out on you.
It totally could. So great observation there, Manny. And we're seeing, you know, a bit of different kind of takeoff areas, I feel, because that left's mostly in on that inside. There are some peaks that come in right and left, and then there's rights farther over. So interesting to see where these riders sit and if they move around throughout the heat and going right and left. Really fascinating. Into the men's, we are going to have 25-minute heats, so we're going to extend the time just a little bit for these one-on-one matchups.
So now is the time we're going to be posting where you at on our APB Tour Facebook page, and that's where you can tune in and get a shout out here from the hot seat in the booth with David Hubbard and I. And I'm going to go clicking through the first 10 to 15 as the riders are trying to get situated. Look at that wave coming in. The right-hander looking good. The left looks like the left is eating itself up. It's not really barreling, and the whitewash inside the barrel is actually outrunning the face of the wave. And good if you can get into the barrel right off the bat and take that foam ball out of the barrel, but bad if you come around the section. That's all that's in front of you. So quick shout outs right now as the riders are waiting for the next waves to come in. So in the Central Coast, Australia, Ben is tuning in. Alex is tuning in from France. Finn is in Australia. Zaki in Morocco. Joel is tuning in. Joel, he asks how many days are left. Well, this could be the last day of the event if the conditions persist as far as glassy, and it's going to get better as the tide changes. So today could be the last day, Joel, so make sure you don't miss any of the action. Outside, Sadi Ohada on a nice clean barreling left. Sadi comes around the section, times it perfectly, but the landing was just, you saw her projection was pushed. She pushed her towards the reef instead of out into the face of the wave, and that is what caused her to get all hung up in the whitewash. So she is not able to pull that off. So Sadi Ohada with a clean bottom turn, nice projection, but it just threw her out into the wrong direction and unfortunately could not pull that off. So there you have it, Joel. Today could very well be the last day, so we are being very flexible on our scheduling just because anything could happen within minutes here in Arica. Othmane is tuned in from Morocco. Justin is tuned in from the Gold Coast. Thanks for tuning in. I think Justin's been here from day number 1, so shout out. Pablo is in Antofagasta, and Jose is tuning in from Villa del Mar in Santiago area down the coast. So Jose, I'm going to put you in touch with Garth McGregor. He has a day in Santiago, and he really wants to ride the Flow Rider down there. So Jose, I'm going to put you in contact with Garth McGregor. Carlos is in Long Beach, New York. Hilder in Cape Town. Kiana is Puerto Rico, and Wesley tuning in from South Africa. He's actually with Terrence and Dane and Coral Lee. So thank you all for tuning in. We'll be giving more shout outs today as the day goes on. So there you have it. Shout outs, first ones of the day. Now back to the live action with 5 minutes 45 seconds to go. Sadi Ohada, Mayra Viana, and Luz Marigran battling it out for those 2 spots remaining in the quarterfinals.
And I'll tell you, Manny, it has been really interesting. We've seen 2 beautiful rolos from Sadi Ohada, but both of them nearly identical as far as she came up and around on a huge bowly section like this and was with the lip the entire way, and when she landed, she just got erased. So just a very critical situation for Sadi Ohada.
Again, a great, we got to give it up to the Universidad of Tarapacá. And up and riding, we have, yes, Mayra Viana looking for the barrel ride and coming around the section. and a nice clean move right there. Again, that inside section, and she's going to end up on the reef. Look where she's at right now, riding that all the way up onto the reef, and it's going to be very shallow right there. I don't know what she's going to do.
Yeah, that was critical, and as we can see, she is kind of assessing the situation, whether she is, checking if she has any injury or if she's
maybe her fin came off,
checking the fin, or if she's just kind of weighing her options. Okay, where do I go from here? She's stuck in a really precarious position right now, so she's standing up. You can see how shallow it is. So she's virtually upright, standing up, almost ankle deep of water, and just just incredible.
That takes some cojones right there to ride up onto the reef and then wait patiently. And there she's going to drop into the keyhole, the deep part between the big crevice in the reef, and that's where everybody's paddling out, and she jumps in and makes her way back out into the left. Sadi Ohada coming straight at her. Oh my goodness! Sadi Ohada miscalculating how fast the water is surging up off the reef, and the board just nosedives right in front of her, and she goes into the reef right there. So Sadi Ohada making her way back out into the lineup. And yeah, very easy to do what Sadi did. You forget that there's also waves surging off of the reef and going up the face of the wave once you get closer inside of the reef part. And yeah, it's definitely doable with the men and women. Luz Marie, that's what she needed. Nice roll right there to get a better of her 2 scores. And that is definitely going to help her get into that second place spot. Now with time running out, Sadi Ohada, she is may get knocked out of that second place position with Luz Marie Gran's last wave. So coming down to the wire, it's pretty much anybody's ball game with super attainable scores right here from each one of the riders. 2 minutes, 30 seconds, only 2 spots left. Oh my goodness. This is solid right here. Back in business. Again, if you want the live scores, live stream, and all the results, go to apbtour.com/live. That's where you're going to see the scores popping down in live. So here we go. Another look at Sadi. Watch what happens right there. Yeah, she comes too far inside and just let her outside rail dig in just a little bit too much, and she goes nose first, and she falls off. So there you go.
It's super critical out there, as we've seen riders get virtually washed up onto the rocks that these waves are breaking on. In the last instance, it was Maida Viana, and there we see Sadi Ohada, just a very, very critical situation there. Split peak now. It's Loli on the right-hander from Puerto Rico, and she gets a nice roll there, and she's able to complete it. We didn't see Sadi's wave on the left, but hopefully bring you a replay soon.
So it's very interesting on how the conditions are starting to shape up here. From the get-go, the lefts and the rights have been pretty short rides. I mean, they're hitting the reef. You're going to either have an opportunity to get barreled or come around the section and do a maneuver, but that is it as far as the size here. But look at this. Nice clean turn around that section, bottom turn. Maida Viana, not much there, and kicks out.
Yeah, exactly that. And with just a few seconds left, we are going to see the final placings of this heat really shaping up, and I do think Luz Marie Gran has earned herself a spot, and it'll be up to these two who's able to get one of the last waves, because Sadi Ohada needs a score, I feel, to get into that advancement position. And this has been a tough heat for both Japanese.
Less than a minute remaining. We have some sets starting to roll in. Oh no! Oh, you can hear in the background. That is the end of the heat, and we're going to have the official results. Who advanced on? So come back right after this, and we're going to get you those results when we return from these commercials. Don't go anywhere.
All I wanna do is drive home to you, baby.
my. Came down to the wire in that last heat, but the results.
It does look like Sadio Hara was able to muscle her way up into first position, and Loli from Puerto Rico, it does appear, we're waiting for like totally official results, but it does seem like she was able to get into that advancement position, finishing in second place. So just a unreal ending there for round number 4 from the women.
Yep.
And now we're moving into the men's.
Okay, so if you want to get the results, if we don't get back to the official results because of the action, you can always go to apbtour.com/live. That's where the results will drop right under the live screen. So out in the water, the first heat of the men's, Amaury Laverne.
Eder Luciano, they're going to be battling it out for one spot into the semifinals. 25-minute heat. Let's get right out into the water and see this action unfold.
Yes, Amaury Laverne, multiple world champion, knows what it takes to get into those final rounds, final heats of a competition. Eder Luciano, again, he is one fierce competitor who has yet to get a world title under his belt, and he has always has his eyes set on that. Eder Luciano, very explosive, loves the big backflips, big ARSs, and Amaury Laverne pretty much can do it all, likes the barrels, and he likes to combine a lot of the maneuvers into one wave. So it's going to be pretty fun to watch as we get the first heat of the quarterfinals. The first heat of the quarterfinals of the men's division. Whew, I'm excited.
Super exciting for sure. This is a moment the men thought may have come yesterday, but that sandstorm suspended it. And so it is going to be all happening right now.
Amaury Laverne out in the water. Grew up in Reunion Island, but now is living in the Canary Islands with his very beautiful and very cool wife, Melanie, and he is the father of his son, Oliver. So he's still going strong for the lady and for his kid. And we can now start. You can hear in the background, we are underway. 25-minute heats. Amaury Laverne, Eder Luciano, heat number 1 of the quarterfinals. This is it. This is to find out who goes into the semifinals. Man-on-man heat, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, and the sum of those 2 scores will give the rider a total score. Of course, the one with the highest score advances on to the semifinal. And if you're just joining us, priority system is in place. David Hubbard?
I'll tell all of our viewers how it works. It is a system where the rider who's been waiting the longest gets to take the next choice of wave that comes in, regardless of where he is sitting in the lineup. If you have first priority, you will be able to take the next wave you want to, and even if you paddle for it, that will be deemed as your use of priority. Then the priority situation will change if the rider in second priority is still in the lineup. So waiting your turn, and you take your turn by paddling or catching a wave. So we start these heats without priority, Manny. So it's a really interesting thing because there's no set sequence, and these guys got to be careful in the beginning of these heats because sometimes they get tangled up, as you've seen and you know very well. So for the viewers out there, before a wave is ridden, no priority is established. Once waves are ridden, then we move into the sequence of priority. One thing that's great also, Manny, the riders who make it out of the quarterfinals will surf 2 more times in this event.
That's the beauty of it.
So they're going to get a shot at the semifinals. And regardless of their position, they're going to be moving on into the finals. If they get first in the semifinals, they'll move into the grand final to battle for first and second. If they get second, they'll move on into the podium final to battle for third and fourth. So here we see a look and no ride from rider in yellow, Eder Luciano. And we got possibly a little cut for Sadio Hara. She checks her ankle there, and now she wants her slippers, which have been securely maintained by the gentleman there. And an interesting facial greeting from Sari Ohara.
She's always fun.
She's super fun
to see here on the tour, and always happy. And yeah, she's come of age. She's 21 years old now, and it's pretty cool. I think I've known her for the last 4 or 5 years. So she's been always the same, energetic, happy, and very smiley, and very fun to see on the tour. So Sari Ohara advances on into the quarterfinals in the women's division. Now, who's going to draw first blood out here in this first heat of the quarterfinals? 25-minute heats. Amory Laverne in red, Edo Luciano in yellow. Waiting patiently, both of them waiting to see who will get that priority started.
Yeah, so this is exciting, Manny. This is interesting, and we're moving right into these quarterfinals of the men's, and it is intense matchups in each of these quarterfinals, 1-on-1. So the rider who wins the heat will be moving on into the semis and then on into one of the 2 finals. And the way it is calculated in the 25 minutes that they have, the top 2 scores for each riders will be totaled. The higher total puts them in first place.
So if you got some time later on today after the show, I would suggest heading over to our APB Tour YouTube channel. First, subscribe, and then second, watch the highlight clip from the action that went down on International Bodyboarding Day, July 7th, and probably one of the best highlight reels so far from the event. So make sure you peep that once you get some time under your belt, and it's one of my favorite videos so far. So big shout out to Cristobal.
Yes.
And his crew for editing incredible highlight reels.
Yes.
But wow, very interesting to see. None of these 2 riders have yet to catch a wave out in the water within the first few minutes. Moz is known to catch the first wave within seconds of the horn starting the heat, but Mother Nature is probably going through that transition right now from tidal changes, going from a high to low, and usually you get this little lull in the ocean during that tidal change, and that is what could be happening right now. And just keep your eyes on the water as the sets do roll in. It's going to be pretty fun to watch. Amory Laverne, multiple world champion, 2010 and 14, and was in one of the most epic finals here at the Arica Chilean Challenge versus Jared Houston in 2014. So he's no stranger on what it takes to get into the final. Check this out. We do have the interview with the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with the super happy, always super stoked, always smiling Sari Ohara. Sari, beautiful heat, hard one. We saw you surfing really strong. What can you say about the heat?
Yeah, but I surfed early morning today, this morning again, and then I know it is really good waves today. It's not a wind yet, and then it's pretty fun, and then some barrels, some rips. So I know I was knowing, but and then I had a 2 big chance for a wind heat, but I didn't make it. But end of the heat, that was the highest point in the Arica Chilean Challenge, so I'm so stoked.
Well, we see this one every single morning before the sun rises. You guys are here. She's always surfing out there, nighttime, amazing. Do you think that gives you more comfortable, or it makes you feel more comfortable because you surf every single day, right?
Yeah. Before I couldn't enjoy the waves, so I wanted to used to be surf, and then I'm getting to enjoy, and then so why I will surf every morning before the sun, because it's gonna be crowded very soon.
Right.
So I want to serve early morning before the sun.
So you want to say something in Japanese?
いや、今回もすごい難しいんですけど、すごく岩も怖くて、でも毎朝練習してなんとか楽しめるように頑張って、今回もすごくハードなヒートだったんですけど、最後にああやっていいライディングできたのはちゃんと毎朝練習できたからかなと思います。これからも応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you for supporting everybody. Keep watching.
Well, there you have it. Then Stokes Sariohara. Back to you guys in the booth. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Moshi Moshi, Ohayo daimasu to everybody in Japan, and congratulations to Sadi for advancing on into the quarterfinals. Like I said, always happy and always smiling. And you should be happy as we saw the first wave exchange of that first heat in the men's quarterfinal. Omri Laverne and Eder Luciano finally clocking in their first waves at that 20-minute mark.
Yes, indeed, they finally did, and it was Moz who got the better of that exchange. We'll wait for final scores to drop in. Moz being able to get a tuck under, get a little barrel ride, and roll out. So, yeah, slow start for the men's, but we're hoping for a rip-roaring finish, not only of this heat, but of the event, as we continue on in to men's quarters, and now we're up to the quarterfinals of the women's, and we're up to the semifinals of the juniors. So we are getting towards the grand finales of all three of these divisions. This is day number 9. We're going to continue to bring the action to you, and we're going to keep a close eye on the action because we're not totally sure
Look at this.
What it'll bring, whether we should be waiting for tomorrow or whether we should run the finals today. So we'll just play it by ear, and we want to bring you the best action we can. Up and riding is Eder Luciano on this left.
Oh!
And he doesn't end up going. This wave does close out, so there will be a change in priority.
Eder Luciano with priority, just giving it away right there to Omri Laverne as he went for the wave and pulled back. And yes, the situation as far as the priority has switched over, and that happened at minute 18, and that could bite Eder Luciano in the butt as far as the changes till the last minutes. Eder Luciano pulling back on that one too, but we're going to find out until the 17 minutes from now if that is going to hurt Eder Luciano. But now Omri Laverne with priority, still, you know what, a ton of time. But that situation change that will happen throughout the event is going to be very interesting and how it all pans out.
It will be terrifically interesting, and you know, it was good that he took a look at that wave. It looked like it was going to be amazing, and it was probably a good thing that he didn't end up going because it did look like it closed out. So hard to say if that was a huge error or not, but it does look like we have a split peak out the back. Who are we going to follow? It's Eder Luciano on this right-hander, and he's too deep. He ducks out again. Moz was on the left, and we do hear some exclamations happening from the beach, clapping and such. We'll get you the replay of Moz, and we do expect a nice score on that left-hander.
So what happened with Eder? I mean, it looked like the wave pulled away from him, but he is known to make things happen even in those types of situations.
Yeah, so, you know, great point, Manny. It was a little surprising that he didn't go up and under and do like a through-the-lip flip, because we know he's capable. He gets some of the best projection out of any of the riders. But maybe he was even too late to do that. Maybe the wave was doing some formations that we couldn't see from our straight-on angle. And also, too, maybe he just felt, you know what, I'm going to go get a better one. I'm not going to waste more time on this wave. So it does look like a 9-point ride coming in for Emily Laverne. And his backup, his first ride was a 6.25. Now the situation for Eder is a tall one with just about 10 and a half, or about 10 minutes into this heat. Eder Luciano without a big score, and Moz with a huge heat total.
So scores are going to continue to drop as the heat progresses. 15 minutes, 30 seconds remaining ton of time still for both of these riders. And I mean, there's a lot of time, but seriously, it comes down to Mother Nature. And if the waves come in for these riders, here's a look at that 9-point ride.
He slots himself under, gets a nice clean barrel. There's one section. There's the second.
Oh my goodness.
And now he's going to come up and find a clean flip to exit. And
Perfect.
he was stoked on that. Excellent score for Moz. It wasn't a huge wave, but it ran all the way to the keyhole, and he optimized the whole ride. Terrific riding from the Reunion Islander, now living in the Canaries.
Yeah, I'm sure the Canary Island locals, as well as the riders in Reunion Island, and all of his supporters are very stoked to see that wave from Omri Laverne, a.k.a. Moz, multiple world champion. Now Eder Luciano, with 2 low-scoring waves, has priority and has time to make things happen. If, again, the wave comes in for Eder Luciano, he knows what has to be done. He's a Latin America champion back in 2012, and he knows that he needs to be just calm, cool, and collected to be able to pull off maneuvers as soon as the waves come in. Omri Laverne, without priority, taking a look at that one. And
So
as you can see the peak right there and the conditions.
Yeah, Moz just kind of taking a peek at that one under priority. He'll try to be bettering his 6.25 with whatever opportunities are availed to him. And as we have the specific wave size that we do today, it is, not uncommon for really nice left-handers to come far in on the inside. Eder choosing to strike on this one. He slows himself down, pulls into the barrel. He makes it out. He slows himself down, and now he gets the flip off the end section that he was waiting for. So we got a battle on our hands. I don't think it'll be as good as Moz's highest score, but it'll be better than Moz's second highest score. And we have a terrific quarterfinal matchup on our hands. Eder Luciano and Emily Laverne going blow for blow.
Yeah, that was a perfect wave exchange for Eder Luciano. Did everything possible on that wave. Got a couple barrels as well. Short and sweet, but ended with a clean ARS at the end of that wave, as opposed to Omri's backflip and bigger barrel. So solid wave exchange right there. So scores are going to drop for Eder Luciano. As you mentioned, it will take precedence over Omri's Laverne's second highest scoring wave, which is a 6.25. Let's have another look at Eder Luciano.
So he's deep here, and he slows himself down to start getting a nice little barrel there. It sections a few times. When he comes out, you see his adjustment on the weight to find the opportunity to find that flip section, and he does. He completes it 7.25. So about a point better than Moz's second highest scoring wave, and he needs an 801.
Cool little view right there from one of our photographers. Looks like Matthias.
It does look like Matthias Diaz.
Yeah.
Getting behind the lens.
Nice shots. Actually, beautiful shots were had yesterday when the sandstorm of the year came in, and it was pretty cool to witness it and be a part of it. But it was weird, too. The whole town shut down during the event, and they slowly opened up as siesta time came to an end around 3 or 4 o'clock. But a lot of sweeping was going down. Pretty insane. If you didn't witness the sandstorm, just hashtag Arica Chilean Challenge. You'll see Jeff Hubbard about to throw a storm down for himself. He's going to be battling against the Portuguese Antonio Cardoso. So that's Jeff Hubbard right there getting ready. And there are waves. There is some action ready to go down.
There's waves, there's action to be had, and there was Jeff Hubbard. Even though he is throwing a grin on and making faces for the camera, he was Ruds mapping it, super serious, super focused. He knows what's necessary to win this event. He's done it twice, and he's looking to push on through. He wants to get one step closer to a possible world title campaign. He's sitting in first position on the Open Live leaderboard, but this is the opponent he will have in the quarter finals.
Look at the focus.
Praia del Norte from Portugal, Antonio Cardoso.
One of the most creative maneuvers in the event so far was by you, that inverse a couple days ago, and it was very cool to see that a post was posted on Facebook of Antonio Cardoso doing an inverse as well in Nazare, his home break, which was amazing. So yeah, I mean, being creative out here in these conditions, the judges definitely will like that. But again, you got to do it with control. Has to look clean, land clean, and the judges will love it. Let's get into where we are right now, out in the water.
Well, Maz has a commanding lead in this heat, but Eder Luciano still capable. If he can get an 8:01, he's sitting in second priority and in second position in the heat. And we've passed the halfway mark. We're now under 10 minutes remaining. And very serious situation for Maz. He's going to be looking to improve on that 6.25. At the same time, he's going to want to use his priority very wisely. If a nice wave comes in, he will want to ride it and make sure that Eder doesn't. So very interesting heat we have on our hands, Manny. The first of the men's quarterfinals here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
We have Amaury Laverne and Eder Luciano. They are on the APB World Bodyboarding Tour leaderboard. And if you want to see the leaderboard for yourself and see where all these riders are situated, the apbtour.com/leaderboard. And there you're going to see currently ranked in that 4th place spot after the last event, Itaquachara Pro in Brazil, Amaury Laverne. And down on the 20th spot, there he is, yeah. Equal 20th, Eder Luciano, the Brazilian, getting 9th place in Brazil, and that helped his cause to be on the Open Live leaderboard. And we just showed you the graphic with all the places where you can find all the awesomeness of the APB World Bodyboarding Tour. And now while the riders are waiting, quick shout out to our sponsors that are making it happen. Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is presented by Erizos.
Big thank you also to Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FM OK, for those of you radio listeners, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. So ton of terrific sponsors really helping to make this event such a success. And we do have 5 minutes now remaining in the heat in the water.
All right, 5 minutes remaining. And so Eder Luciano definitely capable of coming into that first place spot. 2 riders out there, 25-minute heats. Only 1 rider advancing on to the semifinals. And that's going to be fun because we see these riders who advance on 2 more times. The semifinals, the winner in the semifinals goes on to the grand final. The second place goes into the podium final. So we get to see these riders 2 more times, which is going to be very exciting because, you know, they're going to put everything on the line, whether it's doing big moves on the shallow reefs or going big in the final. So Amaury Laverne and Eder Luciano currently out in the water. Who do we have on tap
for the next heat?
Next heats.
Well, we saw Antonio Cardoso and Jeff Hubbard getting their jerseys, getting suited up, and right after that, this one looks amazing as well. PLC and Ian Campbell. So I tell you, both of these riders have been some of the top performers thus far. Ian Campbell's been surfing so very, very well and just very powerful, super consistent, like you mentioned, and PLC explosive, also exciting, creative, and consistent surfing from him. Then in the 4th heat, I'm going to have to match up against a also very, very talented South African. It'll be Tristan Roberts versus myself. And I think we're going to have great heats throughout the quarterfinals and hopefully just tons of great action to bring you. And thanks for tuning in live.
And looks like we do have some action about to be had out the back. Eder Luciano without priority, trying to look for scraps or waves that Amaury Laverne is not opting to even look at. priority right now is in the hands of Omri Laverne with less than 5 minutes to go. So it's going to be interesting how Maz uses that priority to his advantage and as a strategy.
Yes, very strategical as we continue to move through these heats and these final moments, and with the situation becoming ever more critical to decide the potential champion of this event. The stakes continue to increase, and we continue to see really interesting situations. Bit of a slow heat we've had in this one. 3 scores have been in the good range, 1 in the excellent out of those. And it is Maz with the highest score of the heat, as well as a nice backup. So he's holding priority in first position, and it's Eder Luciano who needs an 8:01 to attack the lead held by Maz.
Manny V and David Hubbard tuning in live, bringing you the live feed to the Arica Chilean Challenge. And yes, we are coming down to the wire here with all the divisions you're going to see today. We just saw the round 4 of the women's division. We're into the quarterfinals of the men's right now, and we're going to see the pro juniors at some point today. And we're being very flexible on our scheduling today because of just the nature of the beast here. The weather can just turn in the snap of a finger, as we saw yesterday, as a giant sandstorm just came in and took out everything in sight. We had to shut down electricity, and we apologize for not doing a proper shutdown and closeout, but man, that thing just came in within minutes, and we're storm chasers, I think. Dub, just finding the storms and enjoying. I'm enjoying the. It's just crazy. That's all I'm gonna say. It's been a crazy ride.
It's been a crazy ride, and we are here on day number 9, hoping to start to bring this crazy ride back into home plate, so to speak. And with just about a minute left, Eder Luciano really needs a big score, and he gets a nice long barrel there.
Oh,
and
my.
He exits with an arse. He's going to complete this maneuver, and this is intense. He's claiming it. He's
Wait a
feeling it,
second.
but Maz out the back. He's got a barrel. He probably needs to get rid of his 625 now, and he puts a nice flip on the end.
Oh, my goodness.
A terrific finale there. We're going to have to wait on scores. Definitely an amazing final exchange. Beautiful heat.
Wow.
And that was some intense action. Please stick with us as we continue to march through these quarterfinals.
That was insane. What a way to end that first heat. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come right back with the official results and the start of heat number 2. Antonio Cardoso and Jeff Hubbard. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Oh my goodness, an awesome way to end that last heat. It was Eder Luciano digging really deep for that last chance. 8.01 is what he needed. Omri answering back with another solid score to end that heat. And in the end,
it was Emily Laverne who's moving on into the semifinals, and ultimately one of those 2 finals. Thanks to Eder Luciano for putting on a terrific show. He ended up in equal 5th position here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. We do have quarterfinal number 2 in the water.
You know what? Let's get out there. I don't want to miss any of the action. You're going to hear the horn in the background. The 25-minute heat has begun for the second heat in the quarterfinals. Let's get out there. So I'm excited. This is going to be a good one. Antonio Cardoso, he's been very focused throughout the entire event here in Arica, the Arica Chilean Challenge. And Jeff Hubbard, well, we all know what he can do. He's got a portfolio that reads with volumes of achievements. So we're going to get into it right now. This 25-minute heat out in the water. In red, you're going to see the Portuguese, Antonio Cardoso, and in yellow, Jeff Hubbard. Big shout out right now to our sponsors that make it happen. Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is presented by Erizos. Erizos is a brand that is born and raised here in Chile. They have a shop in Iquique, Chile, and they have high quality bodyboards, wetsuits, and pretty much the whole line here down in Chile. But you can go on their website. First, drawing first blood. Here we go.
Antonio Cardoso up and riding on this left-hander. He's got a lot of speed. He's deep in this barrel. He's unable to make it out. Jeff Hubbard is out the back. He's having a look and lets this one go. So first strike from Antonio. Jeff Hubbard now sitting in priority. And this 25-minute heat just started about a minute ago, and this is going to be so exciting, so intense, the action here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
All right, we have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, we're ready. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with Amaury Laverne, super ultra happy after making his way to the semifinals. That was a very tough heat because we saw some breaks on the waves, and two man-on-man heats are very stressing. So what can you tell people about the heat?
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky heat, pretty slow waves. I mean, when it's coming, it's nice, but you really want to be with the priority when the good wave is coming. And against there, I knew he's a really good rider, especially in this kind of conditions. So I knew I had to catch the best wave. This is my best result this year so far, so yeah, I'm already really stoked and really focused for the next hit. And yeah, thanks so much, guys, for your support, and I keep going.
Well, congratulations, you did amazing, and there you go, people. Amaury Laverne secure on the podium. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
All right, welcome back. So very excited, Amaury Laverne, and he will be preparing for the semifinals, and we will get you the schedule as we receive it. We are playing it by ear, but what we do know is we are going through these quarterfinals of the men's. This is heat number 2, so a terrific battle there. It was Eder Luciano bowing out of the competition with a terrific exchange in the final moments against Amaury Laverne. Moz moving on into the semifinals and ultimately into one of the finals. Heat out in the water right now.
We've only had one wave ridden right now from the rider in red, the Portuguese Antonio Cardoso. Unfortunately, couldn't get out of that long, deep barrel. I thought for a second he was going to come out of that thing, but just a little bit too deep, and it ran away from him. Antonio Cardoso, 24 years old, from Nazaré, Portugal, two-time Euro Junior champ in 2010 and 2011, and also former Portuguese sub-18 national champion.
So as we can see on screen, just next to Jeff Hubbard's heat total is Tomate.
There he is.
And that's one of the masterminds of this event. And as the Groms crowd around him, just putting out of view his drone that he's been flying around, providing some terrific imagery for the highlight reel. And there we can see him kind of just checking on the drone. It's there on the pavement. He's likely to continue putting her up and flying her around. So the drone used here piloted by Tomate, and we see our two riders out in the water. Jeff Hubbard sitting with priority, and they are scooting on over, and they're waiting for the next ride to come in.
Look at this.
This will be exciting to see if anyone takes it. No takers on this one. And
you can see the wave shaping up on the left, not much there. And the right has a couple sections actually, but if you do a maneuver on that inside right, it could be detrimental. Here we go. Jeff Hubbard on his first wave. Nice clean barrel. Oh, as you can see, he was going for a maneuver inside of the wave before it finished off, and he was able to pull it off. It was a barrel roll. He did a roll inside of the barrel, but I can tell he wanted a little bit more projection to punch through the lip, but to be able to adjust and instantly and pull off the maneuver no matter what is what Jeff Hubbard did right there on that wave. So great execution from the barrel ride and the barrel roll from Jeff Hubbard.
Yeah, good choice of waves there. Jeff Hubbard getting on the board. We did see a pretty slow start to the quarterfinals in the last heat. So now 5 minutes into this one, it is nice to have a score under your belt. We do see waves approaching, and it will be the Portuguese Antonio Cardoso sitting in priority, which means he will have his first choice of the next best wave that comes in. Jeff Hubbard will be sitting in second priority, and thusly he'll probably be fishing around on the inside looking for a way to get another score on the board while he waits for Antonio to take his turn, and he does on this one. Look at this left-hander. It's a nice barrel, and he's getting shacked. He comes out, and he finds a beautiful roll section right at that corner. Out the back, Jeff Hubbard, he wants a look.
Answering back, Jeff Hubbard. Here he is, multiple world champion, dropping in on this one. Ton of speed, going for a big maneuver right there. Nice clean flip from Jeff Hubbard. No barrel ride, but a big executed maneuver for Jeff Hubbard. So the action is going down right here with these two very talented riders, Jeff Hubbard in yellow, Antonio Cardoso in red. That was an incredible wave exchange between the two riders.
That was a beautiful wave exchange, Manny, for sure it was. A 5.75 for the first score of Jeff Hubbard. 2 points for the ride that Antonio did not exit from. And like we just mentioned, a terrific exchange on that last set. And we do have both riders returning to the lineup. As scores drop, we will be able to bring them to you. But, you know, it was pretty close. And I think it'll just depend what the judges preferred, because Antonio's ride was very complete. Nice barrel and a nice roll, but Jeff, just one solid maneuver, a beautiful flip. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, so far so good as far as the action is concerned. We saw the first 4 heats of the women's go down with some true action. The top riders advancing on into the quarterfinals in the women's division. We're currently in the quarterfinals of the men's division in heat number 2. Antonio Cardoso and Jeff Hubbard putting on a spectacular show. Both scores have been dropped, and it is Jeff Hubbard and Antonio Cardoso, both with equal scores on those waves.
So such a tight exchange, the judges said, you know what, too close to call. Let's give them both 7s. And even though that wasn't exactly their thinking, of course, that is the way it worked out. So a split peak scenario here. We see Cardoso up on the left with a smooth roll to start. Now he milks another roll just barely and dives out. We'll have to wait and see if we get a replay of that right-hander to see what Jeff Hubbard did, but we're probably going to have a little bit of a paddle battle. Looks like it could have been just a short ride for Jeff, but Antonio, he gets up and under. This is his 7. He gets a barrel, not super deep, but still a nice section, and a smooth roll, very clean, very well executed roll, and entire wave. So, and here's Jeff's 7-point ride, big maneuver, clean bottom turn, gets up for another nice score.
So Jeff Hubbard and Antonio Cardoso. Again, if you want to see the live scores and the live feed and also the results from the first day of action, head over to apbtour.com/live, and that's where you're going to get everything in this nice little package right here on apbtour.com/live. So Jeff Hubbard currently out there in that yellow jersey. I mean, I'm looking at the list of his championship titles, and I can spend a half hour talking about every single event, but Jeff Hubbard, 3-time world champion, 4-time pipeline champion, 8-time U.S. national champion, and has been one of the few riders out here in the world to win this event 2 times, 2005 and 2006. So he wants to make it a 3rd time here at Arica.
Yeah, he definitely does. And look at this.
Oh my goodness.
Antonio's last ride, a 5.75. So we've got just a straight up tie.
PLC coming up next, but yeah, these scores out in the water. Oh my.
It's a straight up tie. So Antonio wants to break it and move ahead of Jeff. He's tucking in on this small inside wave, gets a nice barrel, not too deep, then goes for the up down and gets out of there. Jeff Hubbard will be sitting with priority. And he's going to use the next 15 minutes to select what he hopes to be the best wave and the best score of this quarterfinal matchup so he can secure a spot in the semifinals. But Antonio Cardoso is going to do everything he can to accomplish the same goal. And we saw on screen PLC getting suited up, and I'm sure we're going to get a shot soon of Ian Campbell also getting his jersey for the heat number 3 of the quarterfinals coming up next.
You know what? Now is the time. Well, the time was right when we started, but if you're just joining us, send a tweet, send a message, text your friends, actually call them if you still do that. But let everybody know we are bringing you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge, possibly the last day of the event if conditions allow us to do that. So you don't want to miss any of the action, and try to, or actually tell your friends not to miss any of the action. Let them know we are live right now, apbtour.com/live, and make sure they see what you're seeing from around the world. I think now's a perfect time to put something on our APB Tour Facebook page. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Only put your country and the time from where you're tuning in from, and we'll do our best to do shout outs at least of the top or the first 10 people. So I'm going to make it nice and easy. Where you at right now? Boom, on Facebook, APB Tour. That's where you're going to get your shout outs. So there it is. And big shout out to Steve Action Jackson and Craig Haddon for supplying the details and awesome stats.
Yes, thank you to both of those very diligent, passionate humans who are involved in the sport of bodyboarding, each in their own unique way, and they have helped to shape bodyboarding in the professional realm as what it is today. So thank you to both of those individuals, and we certainly appreciate your help with the information here in the booth. Here we have behind the scenes.
Oh, doctor.
This is the workstation that our guys are at. There's Poncho.
Oh,
He's at the switchboard. Man. He's figuring out which angles to show. And then he cuts himself right out of the equation. So that was a beautiful. You saw him drop the hammer on that keyboard, and terrific little insight. And there's about 20 more computers and about 3 more guys working that area. So they were being modest.
And you know what? If you saw what we see here behind the scenes, it's pretty amazing on how much detail goes into this. So big shout out to the production crew and everybody that's making this live feed possible for the Arica Chilean Challenge.
Yes, and we have seen, see, there's another quadrant of the sector.
Yeah.
Big shakas being thrown out. So now we're getting a little bit more of a glimpse. Whoa. Alex Leon behind the scenes. He's wearing as many hats as I've ever seen put on a human being, and there he's trying to switch them out, and he's almost got to wear 6 at once, but he does sometimes take 1 or 2 off and put 3 or 4 back on. So
11 minutes, 42 seconds remaining in this heat. Antonio Cardoso and Jeff Hubbard, really tight heat. You know what? It's so tight. They are even right now, and that is going to be very interesting in how this all pans out at the end of the heat. I'm pretty excited right now. This is very, very close call.
So we haven't seen this yet in this competition. Haven't seen it in competition in a while, but Manny, usually how it works is the count back goes to the highest single scoring wave. When those 2 scores are the same, typically it then goes to the second scoring wave, and those 2 are the same in this case as well. So then it goes to the 3rd highest score on either score sheet. At this point, it is Antonio Cardoso, who has a 4.75. It's not in his score line, but it's higher than Jeff's 1. Jeff only has 3 rides, but now that we're past the halfway mark, Jeff is being patient, sitting in priority.
So if the heat were to end right now, hypothetically, even though the scores are the same,
Antonio Cardoso would be on top due to the double or triple tiebreak scenario that we would have to employ.
Wow, exciting. So it all depends on these next couple wave exchange on what is going to happen. Only one rider will advance on and face Omri Laverne in semifinal number 1. And is it going to be Antonio or is it going to be Jeff Hubbard? How stoked would Portugal be to see Antonio Cardoso get into the semifinals and beat Jeff Hubbard? They're on a good one right now with their soccer team advancing on into the final.
They would be super stoked, of course. And I know Antonio Cardoso has a lot of supporters, not only the Portuguese, because he is just a consummate professional. He is such a terrific guy, positive, as well as just a terrific rider in general. So definitely one of the new generation coming up from Europe. And even just on the global scene, Antonio Cardoso, I would rank him very highly of the professionals that we have right now, and especially of the professionals we have competing on the APB World Tour. This would mean a lot to him to move on above Jeff Hubbard and into the semifinals and eventually one of the finals.
Well, the Portuguese definitely contenders on the World Tour competition arena. Antonio Cardoso, obviously, going head-to-head right now. We saw Manuel Centeno throwing it down in Brazil. And Dino Carmo has made a full charge here in the Arica Chilean Challenge. And look at this, the first quarterfinal in the women's division. The Portuguese going head-to-head, Teresa Almeida and Joanna Schenker. The two Portuguese will face off, and one Portuguese is guaranteed in the semifinals in the women's division. So the Portuguese holding it down, making a stamp of confidence here in the Arica Chilean Challenge. So here we go. Could be some action out the back. Jeff Hubbard, with priority, dropping in.
He's taking it on this left-hander, and he's found a nice, long, deep barrel ride, and he's able to exit it. He's feeling it, and he waited a long time for that wave. Let's hope it's exactly what he wanted. He's hoping to replace that 5.75, and I tell you, Manny, it was a deep barrel ride. It was surprising he came out so clean, and he is rushing to get out the back because he wants to make sure he has at least one more shot at a score with 8 minutes remaining.
Wow, the Pelicans are having a heyday along with the indigenous birds here out in the water. Very, very fertile area here. A lot of marine life, a lot of mammals, marine animals, out in the water. We got seals cruising into the inside with some of the riders. We got the pelicans out the back. Sea turtles are just down the beach. This is very special, very magical place here in Arica. So score is dropping for Jeff Hubbard. And
6.25.
Wow. Okay. So for that barrel ride, again, he came out clean. He pushed through that end part, which we call it pinched. The barrel does not stay wide open, so it kind of pinched on him. But he was able to have enough speed in the barrel to punch through that and come out clean. Jeff Hubbard with a 6.25 on that barrel. Look at this, taking a look on the right without priority, trying to stay busy.
Exactly. He's going to stay active. If an opportunity avails itself under priority, he's going to go ahead and take it. Otherwise, he's going to let Antonio go and wave like this so he can take priority over of the heat.
Oh, no.
So, as Action would say, a bit of a miscue on this flip maneuver from Antonio Cardoso. Also, I'm not sure if that was the right wave to select, having had priority and now sitting in second position. Now puts Jeff in an even better position, not only in the lead, but in first priority. He's going to be able to wait a little bit more patiently now for the next best wave that comes in because, as we saw, he had priority, and he just wanted to improve on a 5.75. Now he's sitting in first. He's not as stressed about breaking that double, triple tiebreaker, and now he can just focus on improving on that 6.25. So with 6 minutes remaining, he can be calm, relaxed, and wait patiently with priority and hope that he can make the right move as the final minutes approach.
6 minutes seems like a long time, but you know what? When you're waiting for a wave to come in, it could seem like forever. Or like in Antonio Cardoso's situation, where now he needs a better wave, that time is going to zip right by. So, oh my gosh, that was an interesting maneuver from Antonio Cardoso to actually give up priority and go for that wave. But look at this. Now he has priority because Jeff Hubbard catches this wave. Oh my, big backflip right there from Jeff Hubbard on that right-hander. Very clean executed, and it just projected out perfectly. And he looks like he is, the leash may have been through his leg, so he had to pull that leg up and over to get untangled from his leash. But Jeff Hubbard, that is a solid score right there for sure.
It was definitely a nice tactical maneuver. We saw Antonio eyeing up the left. Jeff not only kept him off the left, but he went on the right, and Jeff was looking to improve on that 6.25. I dare say that he's going to do it because that was one of the best maneuvers of this heat thus far. It was a clean flip on the right-hander, executed cleanly on a nice wave. So Jeff, very tactical approach, and we wouldn't expect anything less. 6.75 being dropped in for the last of our rider in yellow, Jeffrey Hubbard. And so he's going to get out the back. He's in second priority. It'll be interesting to see where he sits, Manny, if he sits wide or if he sits right next to Antonio, because now it's up into Antonio's hands. There we see. He kept him off. Now he's going to bottom turn up. Gets a clean projected flip there. Smooth rotation. And completes it before trying to get out of there because it's super shallow.
We've talked about the ARS, which is an air roll spin, and the backflip maneuver. So they sometimes have that tendency to mesh together, and that was one of those maneuvers right there where Jeff he projected into a backflip, but began that rotation sooner than normal, and had a little variation of an ARS in there as well. Look at this split peak. Both riders going on one of the bigger waves of the day. Antonio Cardoso on the left goes for a backflip himself coming out of that pocket, and a clean maneuver right there for Antonio Cardoso. Definitely will be replacing that 5.75 on the biggest wave of the heat so far. And Jeff Hubbard going right on that one, and we're going to hopefully have a look at that on the replay. But Antonio Cardoso, clean, solid maneuver, definitely will get rid of that 5.75. Whoa, Jeff on the outside. I wonder if he took off.
He may have just had a really short ride, Manny. He might have taken off and cut right out when he saw limited potential for scoring possibilities. So this exchange ended up working, I feel, in Jeff's favor because he's going to be back in first priority. There's not a lot of time left, and compared to Jeff's last flip on the right, I don't feel Antonio's flip was quite as worthy of points. So he's going to get a good score. He'll probably increase his situation, but I don't think he's going to catch up to Jeff Hubbard, who's sitting in first position.
All right. Yeah, it seems like we got, sounds like a big old plane is rolling through here, but I don't know. It's not moving, so we're going to investigate what's going on here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Everything is possible here in the desert lands. Look at this. Antonio Cardoso on a left. Ooh, not much there for Antonio, and he cuts out of there. The Portuguese in the red jersey giving up that priority. Actually didn't have priority. Jeff was made it out to the lineup on that last wave exchange before Antonio. So Jeff Hubbard with the priority with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Oh no, so scores did drop with 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. Actually less than a minute out in the water. So with priority, Jeff Hubbard is looking really good right now in that first place spot. Antonio Cardoso, if he can find a wave under the priority of Jeff Hubbard, there is a possibility. But wow, this is the closest heat, I think, of the event. And Antonio, this is his last ditch effort. Here he is on this left, coming around the bottom. Nice clean ARS, lands perfectly in the pocket, lands and comes around that section and pulls off a roll. He was looking for a 6
This is
points.
Jeff Hubbard, so let's remember this is our heat leader.
You're right.
He's possibly improving on his situation there because this was
I
a
called
terrific
Antonio
ride
Cardoso on that
for
one.
Jeff Hubbard.
Yes, that is correct. So that right there solidified him unless Antonio Cardoso up and riding, coming around that section. If he can pull off a big maneuver, I don't know if that's going to be it. But yeah, Antonio Cardoso trying one last time to pull it off, but I think Jeff Hubbard's last wave is definitely not going to give Antonio Cardoso a chance to come in. So yeah, whew, I was looking down at the screen, saw Antonio's name, looked up, and Jeff was on the wave, so I got excited. But a great run for Antonio Cardoso, and incredible heat for both riders, Jeff Hubbard and Antonio Cardoso. But the last score of Jeff Hubbard, solid 7-point range, so that definitely was enough to keep him in that first place spot. Don't go anywhere. Jared Houston and I are going to give you the last 2 heats of the quarterfinals when we come back right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here now with your current world champion, Jared Houston. Welcome, brother.
Thanks, man. Stoked to be here. Right? It's a pretty big heat in the water now, so yeah, looking forward to watching it go down.
Yeah, that last heat, Jeff Hubbard, that last wave pretty much solidified his ticket into the semifinals. Now this heat out in the water. You know what? Well, let's not waste any time. Let's get out there. This one's stacked.
Yeah, this one is stacked. Let's see it.
All right, PLC. He is the Frenchman in the red jersey going against your countryman, Ian Campbell.
He is so. Yeah, Ian's been waiting patiently for this matchup for a couple of days now. He's looking pretty fit and excited. He's been ripping the whole comp. So has Pierre, though. Pierre's been surfing. I may even say it's like surfing some of the best surfing I've seen from him in the tour so far, which is very impressive to say the least.
Yeah.
So I'm looking real forward to seeing this one go down. I think it might be one of the most exciting heats of the day.
Yeah, PLC and Ian Campbell out in the water, both very consistent riders. We have PLC 2011 world champion and 3-time defending Euro champion. So this guy is definitely ready to get his campaign going in this heat. But Ian Campbell from Durban, South Africa, 3rd year on the tour, and so far so good for him in this event.
Yeah, I mean, how's the freaking stats you got flying your way from courtesy of Steve Jackson? He's a pretty knowledgeable guy. I mean, I knew that anyway, but I mean, he's really done his research. Just having a quick look at that, that's pretty impressive. Definitely spot on Ian's best result. Is the 3rd out of Augusta last year. And, he's had a really consistent year last year too. You know, he kind of didn't really place lower than 9th at any events, which is pretty great. And, yeah, this is going to be his best result of the year so far regardless. And I'm looking pretty forward to seeing what happens in this exchange. You know, Pierre, like I said before, Pierre's looking pretty unstoppable in this event.
No, PLC is one of the most consistent riders in the world. And to be able to come here and battle it off with Ian Campbell, he's not going to let anything. He's not going to let his guard down because he knows how good Ian Campbell has been riding, and everybody traveling together, they're watching. They're watching each other because they don't know if they're going to end up in a semifinal or quarterfinal in this situation together.
Exactly.
So PLC has been watching the conditions, watching the riders, and here we are in this 25-minute heat. PLC and Ian Campbell. Little slow to get started.
Yeah.
You went out there we did see a wave from PLC. So we're going to come back with that last wave of PLC. But first, we do have the interview with the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with Jeff Hobart. Just made it to the semifinals. That must feel excellent. We saw you were saying to me before that it was a little bit of a battle out there. What can you say about that?
Antonio's been surfing really good all event, and he's been getting good pits and just ripping. So in that heat, we were just kind of going back and forth. There wasn't much sets. And the opportunities weren't there, so we were just kind of going back and forth. And you know, we were tied at one point, and then you know, I just had to keep catching waves to try and improve my situation, and luckily I was able to do that and come out ahead because it was a, you know, he was improving his situation and I was improving mine, but we were just building. No one was getting really bombs, so no one could really like spurt way ahead. But I was just really blessed to make it through, so I'm stoked, so stoked right now.
Well, congratulations, Jeff. You are already in the semifinal. That must feels amazing. So yeah, we wish you the best of lucks for the rest of the competition.
Thanks for going, yeah.
Back to you guys.
Just Jeff's been in a bloody tear this year, man. He's he's won in Tahiti, which is one of the most prestigious events in this year's tour. Backed it up with third in Equachata, and now he's looking at a minimum of a fourth place here in the Arica Chilean Challenge. So Jeff is looking right on track for a fourth world title. I mean, that's just pretty unfathomable, you know. Just knowing how much it takes to win one, to go ahead and win four. I mean, Jeff's been a professional bodyboarder for almost as long as I've been alive. And, you know, it's been pretty awesome to get pretty close to him the last few years, and he's bestowed a lot of advice on me, so I'm definitely pulling for him to go in and achieve another world title. You know, I mean, I'm pulling for all the guys who are in the race this year, but it's just amazing to see someone with such longevity. Here we got Ian taking a look at this one. He's racing towards the end there, does a very nice clean flip of that ball. And that's going to come into his top scores for sure.
All right, so Ian Campbell, nice solid score right there. So Ian Campbell, 6.0, and PLC with that 7-point ride. And we're going to try to pull up PLC's wave. And yeah, so the boys are going to roll that up, get it out of the hard drive so we can take a peek at that first wave, which I'm pretty sure went down during the transition when we were getting that heat started. So 19 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in this heat. A very stacked heat. I think from this point on, all the heats are stacked. They've been stacked ever from that first one in the trials. So it's very fun to watch, and we thank everybody for tuning in live for the Arica Chilean Challenge. Manny V and Jared Houston in the hot seat. Bring you two live.
Yeah, Manny, good to be here, man. It's a nice place to be sitting up here. We kind of got a bit of a dust screen.
How crazy was that yesterday?
Yeah, man, it's so rattling.
Where were you when that happened?
I was in my hotel, you know, so I was luckily shielded from the worst of it. But you know, just I've suffered pretty heavily from like sinus conditions, so I was just on lockdown the entire day. You know, just not even peeping outside. But yeah, this morning I came down here to surf early. There's still quite a bit of dust in the air. You can see it pretty intensely sitting out the back there just beyond that boat and the screen. But I mean, yesterday was right up, just completely took over here.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was I know there was a few other people that this was their first experience in a sandstorm, and I was super excited.
Yeah, I mean, it was first time in 20 years.
Oh, and they had two. They had
two in the last week. So it's been a pretty strange year climatically here in Arica. I mean, the water this morning was freezing too, which I've been told is not a good sign for the possibility of another dust storm later on today or tomorrow. So we're just hoping we can get through as much of these heats as possible.
If weather permits, if the conditions permit, we're going to be running pretty much, if we can run all the heats today, we're going to do that. We're going to see the finals from the women's. We're going to see the finals from the Pro Juniors, the podium final, and the grand final from the men's division as well. So if Mother Nature allows it to happen, which will push us into the 1, 2, maybe even 3 o'clock here in Arica, then we're going to roll through and bring you the finals here from the Arica Chilean Challenge. So now's a good time to text, message, post, share everything you can to all your friends to make sure they don't miss the live action and see all the happenings firsthand here from the Arica Chilean Challenge.
There's going to be a lot going down today. I mean, just this heat we got in the water right now, Ian's taking a pretty early lead in this heat with a 6 and a 6.50. You know, two pretty mid-range scores. Definitely a great start. Pierre opened up with a 7-point ride and is only leading a 5.50 to move ahead of Ian. Still pretty early days in this heat with only 17 minutes still 17 minutes remaining. So, with the heat, with riders of this caliber in the water, I dare say that those 2 rides that Ian's sitting on right now will not even factor into his top scores later on in the heat.
I totally believe that, especially if Mother Nature wakes up and starts delivering more waves more consistently. And I mentioned it could be a slow start, maybe through that transition of tides and a longer period as well. But when those waves do come in, riders are on it.
Yeah, it is pretty slow. There's something I noticed in the free surf this morning that it was slow and somewhat disjointed. You could see that in the beginning of this heat, these guys were sitting pretty far away from each other. Here we got Pierre having a paddle on this one. He's pulling into that barrel, and he manages to find his way out, which is pretty impressive, I think. And rolling pretty nicely off the end bowl there and finishing off with another attempted roll. So I dare say that's going to be the score that he needs. He was only at 5.50 previously. And I would say that will definitely factor into his top 2.
So out in the water currently, we have Ian Campbell in yellow and PLC in red. Both of the riders very capable of just putting down solid scores for sure if the waves come in.
Yeah.
All right. I think we just got word from APB Tour CEO Alex Leon.
Yeah. The big prize himself just came in and let us know that we are going to be heading straight into the men's semi-finals after the 4th quarterfinal. So, first up, we're going to be seeing Jeff Hubbard versus Amari Laverne. It's going to be a clash of the titans, man. I was just talking to Ian before he went out, and I was saying that, it's kind of pretty tough coming up against Moz out here. He's definitely, I would say, historically the most consistent rider in Arica. I'd like to know what Steve Action Jackson can hook me up in regards to stats as to his placings.
This was actually sent over from Craig Haddon, and we'll run through that. But yeah, Amaury Laverne making it to the finals 3 times and walking away with 1 win. So definitely consistent for Amaury.
I'd love to know how many semi-final berths he's achieved, though. Because in the years that I've been here, I'm pretty sure that he has he's been in the semi-finals every year. Have we got another look at Pierre's last wave? So really technical barrel ride there. He came from pretty far behind and managed to ride out of it and finishing off with a neat roll. The judges awarded him a 6.30. Not as high as what I thought it might have been, but he's definitely going to be moving ahead of Ian there. Ian now needs a 6.81. to get back in this heat. Like I was saying before, I mentioned Ian before he went out, that when you're surfing against Amaury, you're pretty much surfing to get into the 9-point range. Here we got Ian up and riding on a right-hander. He's biding his time, looking for a maneuver down the line.
Oh my!
Nice air reverse.
And he pulls it off.
And he does maintain control. He did show a bit of control there. Had to duck out to avoid that section of dry reef. So let's see what the judges thought about that one, but I dare say that will be up into the good to excellent range, Manny.
Oh, for sure. You and I think we were on the same line where he was starting to get further down the line on the right where it usually peters out and there's not going to be much opportunity. But Ian Campbell holding on and finding that section with a clean air reverse from Ian Campbell, landing perfectly and riding it out just before getting into dry docking on the dry reef here in Flopos.
Funny, that was a scarily dry section there. So let's hope that he didn't touch any reef and that he'll be rewarded for that great attempt.
All right, let's take another look at Ian Campbell's last wave. Again, we thought this thing was starting to get away from him, but he saw something we didn't, and he found the section right here, perfectly executed reverse, and he was able to land on top of the wave as his rotation was still coming around and pulls it off clean. That was a solid wave right there for Ian Campbell.
Yeah, Manny, that was a great air reverse that he had there.
Wow.
It is going to come in at an 8.75. So, yeah, highest wave of the heat by far. And he's only leading now an Pierre now needs an 8.26 to overtake him. So Ian really stepping it up there, Manny.
Yeah, so Ian Campbell putting it down, and PLC now. Why are you smiling so bright?
I'm just stoked to see my friend. It's also nice, as stoked as I am to see him, having a good heat and moving on. It's nice to see Ian kind of, in the last couple of events and years, he's really stepped his riding up to a whole new level. Ian's been a competitive machine since I met him. When he was 13 years old, he's always been a regular standout on the South African local tours, and was always a great, complete rider. But what I've seen in the last couple of years, he's really started to step it up in terms of doing all the really high performance moves on a consistent basis, and adding his own flair to it. So I'm really happy to see him go and throw that move down in the heat, and he was rewarded for it, 8.75.
So PLC now waiting patiently with priority, I believe, in the red jersey. So 11 minutes, 40 seconds remaining out in this heat. PLC, no stranger to last-minute heroics. Backflips are maneuvers in his back pocket that he can throw down anytime. ARSs for sure. But again, it's a matter of those waves coming in. PLC taking a look, and he is going to go right on this one.
Yeah, PLC is opting to go right on this. So he's looking for a pretty big score. He's cruising down the line. He's going to do a really nice clean backflip. He's just so controlled doing those. He does them in his sleep. So a great move there from Pierre. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges award for that. I would say it will fall into his top 2 scores. However, I'm not sure it will be the score that he needs to move ahead of Ian Campbell.
Yeah, it'll get him closer to Ian Campbell, but Ian Campbell holding very strong with that 8.75 and 6.5. Again, 25-minute heats, top 2 waves are scored. Only one rider will advance on to the semifinals. And I'm looking at the draw on the quarterfinals, which you can also look at on apbtour.com/live. Just look under the live feed, and there you'll see the draws and results. And if you click on the men's quarterfinals, you'll also see that if Ian comes out of this, and in heat number 4, if Tristan can beat David Hubbard, we may have an all South African semifinal number 2. Totally possible. But first, out in the water, Ian Campbell.
Yeah, Ian Campbell doing a great job there, keeping Pierre off that one. Gets a nice barrel, threads it through, and rolls. He's going to find himself very close to the inside section there. I think that was more of a tactical move from Ian to just keep Pierre off that. He saw there was somewhat of a potential, and you can't leave the door open for a guy like Pierre. So great surfing there by Ian. And with 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, this heat is starting to heat up.
That last heat was tied till the very last few waves, and that was an exciting heat. And here's another look at PLC's last wave.
Yeah, so it's just comes with the bottom. He knows exactly what he's looking for down the line. He buys his time. Great projected backflip. Not the best landing that we've come to expect from Pierre, but just picture perfect backflip. Unfortunately, not in the caliber of what we just saw from Ian. There he is hopping along the rocks in the front. So that would explain the 6.9 score that he was awarded. Now that Ian's gone and opened up the can of beans, so to say, with that air reverse, Pierre's looking to do something similar in order to attain a similar score.
Wow, Ian Campbell catching that wave all the way to the shallows and deciding to get up onto the reef and run across and jump into this big old crevasse in the reef we call the keyhole. Really deep, and that is the way people get out. Look at this, a deep barrel on the right. PLC, oh my goodness, comes out of that. He's not done yet. And a backflip to end it. Can he pull it off? Yes, PLC with probably one of the most incredible waves today so far. Definitely, I'm throwing down a 10. For sure, but that's me. I'm not a judge.
Oh, Manny, I love your energy, man. It's definitely my ace. It brings such a rad vibe to it. That was an awesome ride from Pierre. Great control, great finesse there. Really milking the barrel to the last second without ruining it, because a lot of times guys seem to really try and stall their way through the barrel.
All right, scores are coming.
Yeah.
Scores are coming.
Sorry, guys. We just had to take a break and explain what I was trying to there to hear what the score was going to be, but we'll wait till that drops. It did come in at a 9-point ride, Manny, so you weren't far off, but the judges wanted a little bit more. But now that Pierre does have a 9-point ride, Ian now only needs a 7.26.
Oh, it's still within striking distance. Look at these waves coming in. And Ian Campbell looking to get into that position. He has priority. He's on the outside. And I can see why the judges didn't give it a perfect 10. That last maneuver, a little late. He did get projected, but it wasn't a super clean flip maneuver. But man, that was definitely an excellent range.
Yeah. No, excellent score through and through. I mean, like I said, he really maintained himself in the barrel up until the last functional second, and then the technicality of that backflip was through the roof. Unfortunately, the wave did come down around him, and he had to fight his way out the foam. But a huge commitment there from Pierre, and he was rewarded. 9-point ride is an excellent score. And if he can find a way to back up and improve on his 7-point ride now, he's going to have a commanding lead. However, Ian only needs a 7.26, which is more than attainable in these conditions. We've got another look at Pierre's one. So just beautiful line into that barrel. He's just slowing down right there, slowing down still again, right in that foam ball. And here he just flips out into the flat. So pretty heavy landing. You see how it all came down on top of him. It's really shallow there, and he fights his way out of it. So great ride from Pierre. Kind of exactly what we're expecting to see from him.
But Ian Campbell, because of that 8.75 ride he got earlier, he's within. He can totally pull off that 7.26, which he needs to get in that first place position from PLC. Again, only one rider advances on into the semifinal.
Yeah, and this is a pressureful heat. I dare say that Pierre would have more pressure on him right now than Ian does, though, because Pierre knows that what Ian's capable of, and to just need a 7.26 at Arica in these kind of conditions is really not that much to ask, And if he goes and gets another 8, well, then Pierre's going to be needing something similar. So here is Ian up and riding on a very good-looking wave. Unfortunately, just closed out too quick. He wasn't able to get what he needed off that. And this is interesting now, Manny, because it's going to be interesting to see what game Pierre decides to play here. With just over 5 minutes remaining, he could opt to play the priority game as it is slow, or he could go and try and improve on his scores. So,
well, I mean, if a big perfect wave comes in, both of them are out there. Even though PLC has priority, he knows that Ian Campbell could catch the wave if he doesn't opt to take it and give Ian that opportunity to get that 7.26.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, Pierre's style of surfing is kind of, he lets the surfing do the talking and relies on that. So I dare say that he's going to be keeping busy and trying to build on that 7-point ride, or possibly even build on his 9-point ride, who knows. But Ian needs to play it smart, and he needs to get himself in a position to get a wave that allows him to achieve that 7.26.
So now we know that PLC's strategy with the priority. What is Ian thinking?
Ian is, he's got things on his side right now. He's able to just take off on waves like this and just go and try and manufacture scores. So here he is racing down the line. He's probably going to do a backflip here.
Oh my goodness!
He does. Great clean backflip. I dare say he might come close to the score he needed. The judges have been liking single maneuver waves, especially something like that where you land it very cleanly, smoothly, with control. He needs to better 6.25. He was looking for 7.26. It's going to be close.
Look at this. So let's see how PLC is starting to get on the horse right there, starting to kicking to get in position for this. One of the biggest waves of the heat so far. And yes, he's going to take a look, and he's going to turn around going left.
Yeah, he is going left. He's getting a little bit hit there by that section. That is not what he was expecting to do on that ride, but he does throw down a nice flip and to rock rider combination.
Oh my.
So
just missing the rocks.
Very dangerous situation there for his kneecaps.
Yes.
Yeah, Ian Campbell did get a 7.40.
Oh my, so he has jumped into that first place spot, taking it away from PLC.
Yeah, with 3 minutes to go. Here we go. Ian, taking that wave under priority, racing down the line, and there he finds a great section to project him out really cleanly to perform that backflip. The judges liked that because it was powerful, it was a hard landing, and he rode out of it cleanly.
Oh my, so Ian Campbell now in that first place spot. PLC, we're waiting for that score to drop for his last wave. And, still a tight heat.
It's a tight heat, yeah. Pierre did not achieve the score he needed on that last ride. And now with just 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, with Ian having priority, Pierre needs a 7.15. So now the heat is completely back in Ian's hands. And
oh my
he's going
gosh.
to be wanting to keep Pierre off any sort of scoring potential here.
Oh, we're coming down to the last within a few minutes. And PLC, looking like he was going to turn around and go for this one. PLC is 7.15. You just saw Ian Campbell getting a pretty good score. Here's his last wave of PLC.
Yeah, PLC unfortunately getting capped there by that whitewash, and it sort of inhibited him from getting the kind of projection that he wanted off that section. He made the most of it though. He was only awarded a 6-point ride for that, so not what he was after. He was after 7.15 after Ian's last wave, and he's going to get 1 or 2 opportunities here, but Ian is in the driver's seat as I mentioned before. So Ian has to go on this pretty much if he wants to keep Pierre off. It looks like Ian's opting not to go, which is pretty interesting.
Oh,
it does look a little bit fat, but yeah, that's not gonna be it. That's not gonna be the 7.15 that he needs.
Oh my God, that's how PLC holding on, trying to make it happen right there. It was just a very forceful and very very strong landing, and he was trying to pull it off, but wow. Did Ian Campbell take out PLC in this quarterfinal number 3? PLC,
wow.
He has less than a minute to go to make things happen, a 7.15, but for Ian Campbell not going to fend off PLC, very lucky.
That was huge, big match temperament there from Ian. You know, he really had to. That comes down to really being a great judge of wave quality. You know, I must say that I think he did make the right decision.
That was a close call.
It was a close call, but after seeing Pierre get to the bottom of that wave, I thought, oh, he's going to have to do something pretty special to manufacture that score on this ride. But yeah, I mean, it could have easily gone the other way, and Pierre would have done what unthinkable, and Ian would have been sitting there with his pants down. But here he is here in the commanding position of being in priority with less than a minute to go, and Pierre still chasing a 7.15.
Oh my goodness, out in the water. Ian Campbell almost making a very horrible maneuver, a horrible decision of letting PLC go on that last wave, but PLC wasn't able to put it together. So lucky for Ian Campbell. Wait a second. This is it, Ian Campbell. He's going to fend off right now, and he knows. Oh.
Yeah, wow. So great job there from Ian. He surfed an awesome heat. Real smart surfing, and he has found himself into the semifinals of the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge.
How stoked is he right now?
He is going to be on cloud 9, Manny.
Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to come back with heat number 4. I promise you more crazy action with Tristan Roberts and Dave Hubbard out in the water. Call your friends. This one's going to be a good one. We'll be back right after this. I am excited. Jared Houston here in the hot seat, giving us an excellent commentary on what's going on out in the water. And going on out in the water right now, heat number 4, Tristan Roberts and Dave Hubbard.
Yeah, this one for me could be the heat of the day, so I'm standing by with bated breath to watch this one go down.
All right, let's get out in the water. Again, Tristan Roberts, he will be in the red jersey. Dave Hubbard in the yellow jersey. The waves seem to be starting to pick up just a little bit, and that's what we want to see out in the water with these two guys, the South African Tristan Roberts, and in yellow, this guy, David Hubbard. But first, Tristan Roberts.
Yeah, we got Tristan Roberts up on the right. It's definitely his strong point. He's going to go with a big, clean backflip. That's definitely the best backflip we've seen today. And he has just opened up his campaign very, very well. And that's just a sign of what this heat's going to be all about. You know, it's going to be, Tristan is somewhat of a freak. And but so is Dave. You know, that's exactly the same word I would use to describe Dave.
So we essentially have a freak show out in the water.
Yeah, we do essentially have a freak show, the Battle of the Freaks. Here we got Dave out the back by himself with a pretty nice looking set on the approach. Yeah, so we're still waiting for scores for first rider Tristan. And yeah, Manny, we have got the battle of the freaks on hand. You know, Tristan's a young guy from South Africa. He's only 19, and he just absolutely shreds. You know, there's just no other way to describe him. Whereas then we have Dave, you know, he's a pretty established rider. He's definitely got the stigma of being more of a drop knee rider. Here he is on prone, threading his line through that. Unfortunately, we just lost him there a little bit. But I'm sure that we will get another look at that wave at a later stage. But yeah, as I mentioned before, so Dave is more of an established rider. He has someone being labeled with the stigma of being a drop knee rider. I guess that comes with being 7 times world champion. However, in the last few years, he's been impressing me on another level with his prone riding. He's just an absolute wild card. You know, you just never quite know what he's going to do, which is something I find very exciting about his riding. And you know, I love to watch him surf.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the skills down. He knows how to barrel ride. You just saw a deep barrel from him right on your screen. And he's going for those big maneuvers. We saw him do an invert to reverse air a couple days ago. And that was pretty awesome to watch. Being creative out in the water, too. The judges love to see that.
Yeah.
And I mentioned it before, but Antonio Cardoso had a video posted. I don't know if he posted it or somebody, but he did a giant one out in Nazaré just recently too. So to be able to do these creative moves in competition is very exciting for the judges and for our viewers. And they are scoring pretty high as well. But consistency on the bigger moves is crucial. Let's take another look at Dave's last wave.
Yeah, here we go, Dave. That's where he just exited that barrel and throwing out a great ARS there. Yeah, really smoothly executed. Bigger wave. He has Tristan up again on another right hand. He's going to do something pretty big here, I dare say. Throws a nice air reverse and riding out that one cleanly. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's as good as Ian's reverse before. He didn't get as high above the lip, but he did go further out with a cleaner execution. So I think that Tristan's going to be kind of heading into the beginning of this heat now with 2 scores in the 8-point range.
Tristan Roberts, the 2014 APB Pro Junior World Champion, and he took off last year to finish school. So shout out to moms for I don't know if I'm sure she had something to do with that, but she knows that, you know, to have something.
He did complete school last year, and he's pretty focused when it comes to his bodyboarding too. You know, he knows what he wants. He knows where he wants to go, and it shows. You know, he's up here in the quarterfinals of the Arica Chilean Challenge, and he's looking pretty good to find himself in a semifinals berth as well.
Whew. Like I said, there is a possibility to have an all South African semifinal number 2 as Ian Campbell winning that last heat against PLC. So if Tristan can pull off a win in this quarterfinal, we will have
until his last heat where he really let loose and finished off his heat with that massive 9.25 for that large air reverse out of the bowl. And that just shows you what you can kind of, you have to expect the unexpected from Dave. You know, when he took off on that wave, I'm not sure anyone really thought that was what's going to be thrown down. And that's what I like about him. He's creative. He's creative with the surfing. He doesn't really adhere to any social codes when riding waves, and
when being social.
and it makes it interesting. You know, he adds a lot of flavor to every situation he's in.
And I think a lot of people are still getting used to his clean cut, clean shaven look, as opposed to his Fu Manchu beard that he wore for years.
Yeah.
And I think he's starting to get a following of the ladies.
Yeah, man. This Dave. He opened up an 8.25. He's now needing an 8.26. So he needs a wave just a little bit better than his last ride to get ahead of Tristan and move on to semifinals. It's still 19 minutes remaining, so heaps of time. And this heat has been exactly how I expected it to go down.
I'm looking down for the possibilities of a potential final. But first, let's take another look at Tristan's last wave.
Yeah, so he's racing. He knew exactly what he wanted to do in that wave. He did a nice clean reverse. You know, the section was a little bit weak. It definitely wasn't what he was hoping for, but he made the best of it. And he used his extreme knowledge of that maneuver to complete it cleanly. Like I said, Tristan knows every move in the book at such a young age, and he's really consistent at doing moves.
All right, looks like we do have some waves coming in out the back. If we don't have any takers, I believe we do have Begonia downstairs with the winner of the last heat. So let's stand by for a second to see if there's going to be any live action, as it is priority. And yes, we do have Tristan Roberts up and riding.
Yeah, Tristan Roberts, a nice looking wedgy right-hander. He's flying down the line. Let's see what I dare say he's going to maybe possibly do another reverse, but no, it is a big, clean, controlled backflip. So not a drop of water out of place there. I'm not sure if it's better than his first one, but let's see what the judge have to say about that.
All right, as Dave is waiting patiently on the outside for her set, let's visit Begonia with the winner of the last heat. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with Super Stoke, Ian Campbell. Oh my God, what a heat. What an impressive performance he put out there. What can you tell the people about that heat?
Oh man, it was pretty tough out there. I mean, Pierre's always going to come out with the big tricks and the big scores, and kind of at the end we were just going blow for blow, but really lucky to just get those two and just advance. I'm just so happy to be in the semis and into the podium finish, so really stoked, yeah.
Well, that was amazing, and we're sure you're going to do it again, amazing again out there in the same ice. So congratulations, and we're going to see you very soon. Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations to Ian Campbell for making it happen out in the water.
Yeah, Ian was real happy with that one. He's going to be loving that. He's now looking at a minimum of a 4th place in this year's event, which will be his best result to date here. You had another look at Tristan's last ride, so it was a pretty wedgy up the top, pushing across quite nice. He did net an 8.10, so he did improve in his first ride. It was just a beautiful backflip, perfect technique, perfect landing. Exactly what the guys want to see, and he has improved on his heat total. So Dave is now needing an 8.36 to move ahead of Tristan.
Waiting patiently on the outside, David Hubbard only has one wave, but as you mentioned, that 8.36 totally attainable. But look at this, under priority, Tristan could have taken that wave, but with a solid score of an 8.1 and 8.5, he's okay right there, sitting steady under priority of David Hubbard. With 15 minutes to go out of this 25-minute heat, totally tons of time to play it safe right now for Tristan Roberts.
Yeah, look at the consistency of Tristan's waves. He's had 3 rides so far in this heat. All of them are in the excellent range.
Oh my goodness. I don't think that hasn't been done yet in this entire event.
Yeah, so he's now throwing away an 8-point ride. So one of his rides, although excellent, has now been discarded. So
oh my goodness,
it's something you see that it's something that you don't see very often when guys throw away 8-point rides. And it's like I said before, this heat is turning out exactly the way I pictured it. Dave still looking for his second ride, 15 minutes to go, so still heaps of time on clock. And he's playing the waiting game. He's going to play to his strengths, and he's going to wait for something to line up that allows him to perform the kind of stuff he is looking to do.
Well, both of them waiting patiently out in the water. You can hear the buzzing from the drone camera heading out there right now to capture some more incredible footage that you've been seeing in the highlight reels. Again, shout out to Cristobal Scarafia, for putting together the incredible highlight reels and editing till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, even during his heats when he had heats during the event. But he had a crazy face-off in the earlier rounds. And unfortunately couldn't pass through.
Yeah, Jeff. He had pretty crazy heat with Jeff Hubbard in one of the earlier rounds, and Jeff, as I mentioned before, has been an absolute tear, and he was too much for Cristobal to handle. He got Tristan having a look at this right-hander, a bit of an insider, but he sees something that he likes, but it did not eventuate. Maybe he saw that seal.
Was that what that was?
I think it was a seal. It decided to cut out before he was attacked.
Are there penguins here?
I've never seen any penguins. I dare say there would be, but I haven't seen one personally. But something that's been the subject of much discussion amongst all the boys staying over at Casa Beltran this year is whether or not there is a presence of great white sharks in the area. Old Tanner went down to the harbour this year and announced that there were significantly fewer seals around. Which to me does point out the fact that the great whites have become aware of this smorgasbord on offer up here.
Oh no.
So who knows, man? Like the local people here seem convinced that there are no sharks. I'm a firm believer that there's sharks anywhere in the ocean. But yeah, let's hope that we get a couple more years without any encounters.
Yeah, we're all crossing our fingers, and I mean, there's sharks everywhere, but the matter of if the supply food chain is adequate enough, then we're essentially, I want to say, safe. And I think being here in this area where there's a giant, super deep canyon just offshore here, creating a nice rhythm of just a good food supply of fish here, I think we're pretty good.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. It's definitely some validity that we've got a rider in this heat who's no stranger to sharky waters. That's Tristan, hailing from Hermanus in South Africa. He's just an hour away from the cage diving capital of the world in Gansbaai. So yeah, he's seen his fair share of sharks, that's for sure. And dangles his sticks in some pretty sharky waters on occasion. Dave as well, hailing from Kauai. Kauai is definitely not a
you're right.
not a place for the faint-hearted either. So yeah, I guess these two guys are out there pretty happy to be away from the sharks for a while. And Dave's still looking for another ride in the 8-point range, 8.35, 12 minutes to go.
Wow, we've seen one heat during the event where time just disappeared. Even with that 10 minutes, I believe that there was no waves ridden in that last 10 minutes except for one, which wasn't enough. So time could escape away from David Hubbard if he's not careful. But Tristan Roberts keeping warm.
Yeah, we got Tristan on a nice thing left. He's looking for the bowl. Does a big backy, but that wave just finished underneath him. He kind of went a little bit off the back. Did do as best as he could to turn around quickly and show control, but the wave just petered out, and that will not fall into his top scores.
No, but still with priority, Dave still has that priority, which means he essentially has the choice of any wave that he wants as they come in, which means Tristan Roberts could not get in his way in any way, or Tristan will get an interference. But look at this, Dave taking a look at this one.
Yeah, this one looks like a pretty heavy insider. There's going to be a big bowl in it, but I think it will be very quick. Let's see if Dave can get to that.
Oh my!
Doing a massive roll
and
pulls it off. That was extremely committed, intense, heavy, and very close to the reef.
That was massive.
Definitely critical. However, the move itself was a fairly basic move. It was a roll. It's pretty much as good as a roll gets. But at this level of competition, I'm not sure that will be what he needs to advance.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, the roll is one of those conservative maneuvers where you just use pretty much the entire projection from the lip, going with the momentum of the wave, and it's fairly easy to pull off. But it depends on the situation too. Right there, that wave from Dave Hubbard, very meaty, very thick, and coming into the shallows. And he did the most radical roll you can do in that situation.
Yeah.
So David Hubbard with his second wave on that big roll. Tristan Roberts, 10 minutes to go with priority and looking very strong. Let's take another look at Dave's wave.
Yeah, we're going to look at it. I mean, with all that being said, man, it was, in my eyes, the most critical wave of the heat, if not of the morning. Is that albeit the move wasn't the most critical, it was a very committed wave. It was heavy, it was shallow.
Yes.
He did very well to get up there. I think the judge is going to reward him highly, but I'm not sure that it will be the score that he was looking for. But yeah, in that last replay, you could just see just how much power was behind that and how much power he had to come off the bottom and project out with the lip and get in front of it.
And the thing what he did too was he kept a high line. If he would have got any further down the face of the wave, he wouldn't have had that. He wouldn't have been able to get through the lip and do that maneuver properly. Tristan Roberts, whoa, very interesting how he decided to go on this one with priority.
Yeah, definitely a great move from Dave there to set him on that one. And Tristan did take the bait.
Let's talk about that. The priority system first. Give us the lowdown.
Yeah, so the priority system is basically just enables riders to take turns you know, in order of arriving at the peak. So it basically eliminates the hassling factor.
Yes.
Where guys just kind of paddling each other into oblivion and not really riding waves. So it's everyone's a big fan of it, and it still has some kind of cheat codes within its design that allows you to use it to your advantage. So there, Dave was at the disadvantage. He had second priority. He's chasing a score. Tristan was holding priority with 8 minutes to go. Dave decided that he would have a paddle on that, knowing that Tristan's preferred direction is right. So he had a paddle on that right. Tristan saw, ooh, Dave's going on this. Maybe I can, maybe it's a good wave. Let me have a go myself. And decided to use uppish priority. So because that wave didn't eventuate anything, I would say that Tristan did make an error there. I'm not sure yet whether it'll be critical or not.
Yep.
Dave is still chasing an 8.36. Here he is up and riding on this one. That is not going to eventuate to what he wants. So
yeah, it looked like Dave was looking for that barrel ride. He scooped in perfectly, but that wave wasn't hitting the reef properly.
Yeah.
And it shut down on him. So now, lucky for Tristan, he's got priority now in his pocket.
Exactly, yeah. That was one of those waves, Manny, that I was explaining to you before, that just don't hug the reef properly. That one sort of came in pretty, like, way too much from the south and just didn't kind of wedge across the reef. So, I mean, we've got 7 minutes to go. Dave did get a 7.80 for his last wave, which kind of was pretty in line with what I said, that it was the most critical wave, of the critical ride of the heat, but just not the maneuver itself was not of a high enough risk factor.
Yeah, and you nailed it right on the dot. 7.80 for that big extended roll on the heavy situation for Dub. Now David Hubbard, without priority, needing an 8.36 with 6 minutes 41 seconds remaining, and you can see right here Tristan Roberts with priority. He's not gonna even attempt to try to take this away from Dave without priority, and here he goes, David Hubbard.
Here he goes up and riding on this. He's going to go and do a nice flip there and rides out of it cleanly. It's just kind of more of the same, unfortunately. You know, it's with the quality of Tristan's two backflips that he performed on the ride earlier, Dave would have to be bettering those in order to get the scores that he is looking for. So I don't think that's going to factor into his top two rides. It's good on him for staying busy. You know, he didn't have priority. He had nothing to lose by going on that wave. I think that he might even have been trying to, in fact, sell Tristan on trying to take the one off him.
Yep.
And I think that's what Dave is going to be trying to play to now for the next few minutes, is just try and get Tristan out of priority and get himself one more scoring potential.
And the reason why Dave is here in this heat is his heat previous, he was able to sneak in that big inverse in the last few minutes of his heat. So he's going to be on. He's going to be on until the horn is rung. So here's another look
of the heat in order to move forward. He did get a 6.50. Here he is. He's going to paddle on this one. Let's see if he can get onto it. He does not. I dare say that he was trying to sell Tristan on that. See if he can get Tristan out of priority. But I think Tristan learned his lesson the last time.
Yeah.
And he knows that he should not give up priority for any reason again.
Especially with less than 5 minutes to go in this heat. His set waves do come in with a bit more time in between. So we do have a wave coming in, and I'm going to get to these shout-outs, but one that sticks out is Sarah Houston. I don't know if you know this lady.
Yeah, my sister.
Oh, of course. She says she loves hearing your voice, and she's watching.
Yeah, I guess she hasn't heard my voice in a while, so it's probably not tired of it yet. So yeah, good to know that Sarah's watching. Hopefully see you soon. We've got another look at the fans over here getting dealt out some posters. They know it's the final day, so everyone's getting down here to come and watch the action. There will be a new, there will definitely be a new champion crowned today, seeing as I am sitting here talking to you.
Yes.
And they are very excited to see who that will be. So am I. I am definitely pulling for my boys, Ian and Tristan. However, I will have to make a decision as to who to support after they potentially meet up in the next heat. Still 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Dave chasing an 8.36.
Look at this.
He is going to have a paddle on this. Tristan opting to let him go. I think definitely a good decision there by Tristan. Dave finding himself in the barrel.
Look at this thing forming
coming out. Oh, and doing a spin. So pretty interesting ride there. You know, he did have 2 sections to find his way through.
8.36. 8.36 is what Dub needed. 2 barrel rides, 2 clean barrel rides on that wave. Was that enough for Dave to come up with that 8.36? Less than 3 minutes to go. Coming down to the wire. You saw Tristan go for that one. He pulled out. And because he's still on the outside, he still has priority. And Tristan holding steady. I think he's gonna wait to hear the scores from Dave and then decide whether or not to stay on Dave or stay in that position where he can fend off Dave from catching another possible 8-point ride. But I think Tristan's at that level where he is going to use that strategy, and he is mature enough to realize exactly what's happening as far as the big picture is concerned.
Yeah, it was a great strategy from there from Tristan to get out of that quickly. You know, I think that at any other heat, Dave might have come close to that score. You know, that wave was pretty good for the conditions, but in this heat, with the way that Tristan's been riding, he has to do a little bit more to get that kind of score that he needs of an 8.36. You know, he's looking for a wave in between Tristan's second top scoring wave and his highest scoring wave. Here he is, so he gets a nice line into that barrel, gets covered up for only for about a second, free falls into that one. I think that if he had managed to throw a backflip out of that section, that he might have got the score that he needed.
You saw him pull up on his board as if he was going to bottom turn towards the lip, and guaranteed if he had that opportunity, he would have totally went into one of those maneuvers. But as he pulled up and realized there was no lip there, he decided to ride that thing out with a spin.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, 7.0 is what that double barrel ride came in for David Hubbard. Now he's still on the search for that 8.36, and we're about 1 minute away from seeing a possible all South African heat number 2 semifinal. Wow.
Yeah, it is coming down to the wire here, Manny. Just, less than a minute to go. Here we look like we have one last set approaching. Dave is going to try and go on this wave.
Tristan's got to
Tristan
do it.
holds him up. Tristan does hold him off, which is now going to give Dave the opportunity to look for a better ride behind it. However, Tristan did get a nice barrel there and trying to end off with a flip. So I don't think it's going to factor into his 2 top scores. Dave now has about 20 seconds left on the clock to see if he can get that 8.36. Here is his opportunity.
8.36. Oh, he's not in position. He
is one behind though, Manny. I don't think he's going to get there in time.
Oh, no.
He does not.
Wow. So Tristan Roberts using the strategy, using priority. He has come of age, Tristan Roberts. And look at DK action from the one and only 7-time DK master himself. David Hubbard coming in. But wow, what an exciting heat.
That was crazy. That really came down to the wire. You know, I kind of think Dave should have maybe gone on that first one. But, you know, that's in hindsight is perfect, you know. So great effort there from Tristan Roberts, and looking forward to watching the semifinals going down.
Wow, here's one last look of Tristan Roberts' last wave. A nice, clean, deep barrel on this right-hander. Really didn't affect the overall scores or situation in this heat, but that was crucial on fending off David Hubbard on that last wave. So any last words before you step out?
Just best of luck to Ian and Tristan in the next heat. May the best one win. And we're looking forward to seeing the rest of the day go down. So thanks everyone for watching, and we'll speak to you guys soon.
All right, so there you have it. We have a all South African semifinal number 2. PLC taken out by Ian Campbell in that heat 3, and now heat number 4, it was Tristan Roberts taking out the Hawaiian David Hubbard. So you're going to be seeing David Hubbard a lot more on the live feed, unfortunately. But you know what? Here we go. We're going to go to commercials. We'll be back.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos, un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, I'm back, baby.
Yes, we got Louis Finnegan. He's going to give us the live feed now for this first semifinal out in the water. It's going to be a good one as well. Amory Laverne and Jeff Hubbard.
Yeah, it's going to be insane.
So let's
Can't
get out
wait for
there.
this, yeah.
It's going to be a good one. Get out there. Let's get out there. So Jeff Hubbard. And
Straight into live action, Manny V.
Here we go.
We got
in yellow.
Hub on the right. Pulling into a nice barrel, looking for a finish and doing a huge backflip.
Goodness.
So, already straight into it with a big score from Jeff.
Oh my gosh, what a way to start your heat right there. Jeff Hubbard with an incredible wave. Amory Laverne now waiting patiently out the back with priority. But if you're going to start your heat, that's how you want to start your heat.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly how you want to start a heat. And he's probably going to be all smiles paddling back out back.
Yeah, I mean, if you can start off with your heat, that is definitely going to be more in the excellent range, 8, 9, and 10s possible. Thrown down for
dominating, so yeah, it's pretty hard out there, and they are definitely making the most of it. Here's a replay, Manny.
Yeah, as you can see, he just came out of the barrel right there, and he knew if he ended this with a nice big maneuver like that big old backflip right there, it was just only going to be able to increase his score immensely, and that right there is going to be clocked in from our judges. But again, big shout out to the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is presented by Erizos, the Arica Chilean Challenge, day number 9.
Boom.
Going
Day number
down.
9.
And if you follow us on, follow us on the Avert in red. So how things going so far, aside from your shocker of a session this morning?
Things are going great. I knew that I was penciled in to commentate for the semis, so I actually had a cup of coffee again this morning. And I'm pretty scared that I'm going to get addicted to feeling this good, Manny.
Oh, no.
The coffee monster's taken over, and my heart is struggling a bit, to say the least. It's beating at about 1 million miles per hour.
And that's only on 1 cup of coffee?
Yeah, 1 cup.
Oh, no. So don't get addicted, because that is an expensive habit to have.
Yeah.
But what is doable and what is a good habit to have is keep traveling the world. And we'll see you on the world tour. Are you going to be showing up at Nazare and as well as Fronton?
I will definitely be at the Fronton competition. Obviously, with the wave being one of the best waves for bodyboarding in the world, it will be hard not to show up there. Still undecided on what my plans are for Portugal, but I'm definitely keen for Nazare, as that's an amazing event, amazing town. So yeah, we'll just see what happens.
All right, check this out. We do have a little lull in the action, and we have Begonia with the winner of the last heat. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here super happy for the South Africans. Tristan Roberts just made it to the final, along to semis, along to Ian Campbell. That must be hard. I guess this is such a great moment for you, for your family, for all the South Africans. What can you tell us about everything?
It's really cool to have 2 South Africans on the podium for sure, and Ian and I spoke about it long ago, and now it's actually happening. So. Yeah.
And we wish you best of luck. The waves are looking great, and we're sure you're going to do it amazing. Congratulations once again.
Thanks so
Back
much.
to you guys.
Congratulations to the South African.
Yeah, big T-Rod. Well done, mate. Stoked for you, and can't wait to see the next semi between the 2 Saffers. It's going to be absolutely crazy.
That's coming up next. He's going to get ready. He's going to go out right after this. This is a 25-minute heat out in the water, and it looks like Ma's taking a look at that wave, but opting not to go. Amory Laverne in red, Jeff Hubbard in yellow. We have a total of 5 world titles out in the water, 2 for Amory Laverne and 3 for Jeffrey Hubbard.
Whoa.
So definitely some high stakes for grabs right now, especially with the hunt underway. If you want to take a look at the open live leaderboard on appworldtour.com or apptour.com, click on leaderboard, and that's where you're going to see where the hunt for the 2016 APB World Bodyboarding Tour title for the men's division is listed. So Both of these riders out in the water, both of them wanting another world title on their belt.
That's it. And Manny, I just want to say a quick shout out to my family back home because they're tuning in live. So good day, Mum and Dad, and Rob and Nikki, everyone watching back home. Hope you guys are going well. And here's a replay that we missed during the interview of Hub's second wave. It actually came in at an 8-point ride. Nice big backflip there.
You don't get anything better than that right there. Perfectly executed. The timing, this guy right here, Jeff Hubbard, his timing is the best in the world.
It is. It's pretty much impeccable on almost every wave he catches, so pretty inspiring to see. And pretty uncharacteristic of Moz to not have caught a wave yet. But, you know, he's a focused rider and he knows what he's doing, so he's in combo land now against Jeff's 9-point ride and 8-point ride. So
oh my goodness.
He's got a bit of work to do, a bit of an uphill battle, but you can never count Moz out of it. He's an absolute animal in heats.
You're right. In fact, it was Amaury Laverne in his last heat where he didn't catch a wave until I think it was minute 19, and he was still able to come out on top and advance on from that last heat. So I think it was with Eder Luciano, who actually did the same thing, had a few waves, 2 waves before Amaury's first wave, but they weren't as high scoring as Jeff Hubbard's waves as he has right here. So Jeff Hubbard on a good run right now. As far as the Arica Chilean Challenge final appearances, between these two riders, we had 4 from Jeff Hubbard and 3 from Amaury Laverne. And with 3 Arica Chilean Challenges wins out in the water, 2 for Hub and 1 for Amaury. So these guys very consistent in these later rounds.
They've both been here before, obviously, so they know what needs to be done towards the pointy end of competition.
The cool thing about these semifinals and these riders in the semifinals, we're going to see them again. The first place winners in these semifinals are going to go to the grand final. The second place, they're going to meet up in the podium final. So we get to see these riders again 2 more times.
And it's pretty much just as interesting seeing the people battle it out between 3rd and 4th position in the podium final. So it's going to be no lull in action between the semis and the grand final.
We talked about this reef here, the barnacle-covered reef that is laid out here at Flopos off on Scorpion Island. Is it dangerous or really dangerous, or you know what, be careful, you could get really hurt
Yeah,
here.
it is really dangerous, Manny. This morning, actually, during our free surf, me and Jared Houston were out there, and Jerry went for a backflip, and it was really low tide this morning, so he landed pretty much on dry reef, lost his board, and actually got urchins all on his feet.
Oh no!
So I didn't actually know there was urchins on this reef, but that's just another little bit of mayhem going on at this wave.
The cheese grater barnacle reef. Add a couple sea urchins for some spines in your feet. I mean, that's not a comfortable feeling either, because you need to get a scalpel or something
to get some tweezers into them at least.
What would happen if that stays in your skin?
I think it depends on what urchins actually stay in you, but some of them are pretty nasty. You can get pretty massive infections and can definitely get admitted to hospital because of those nasty little critters. So hopefully Jerry doesn't die on us today and gets to stay around for the grand final.
I think he'll be fine as long as he doesn't get that infection. I think he's got a few days for that thing to get infected, but I think he'll take care of it, and I think he'll be around for sure for the grand final. And if you're just tuning in, we are in possibly the last day. If these winds stay calm into the 1, 2, 3 o'clock hours, we are going to see the end in the finals for the women's, the pro juniors, and the men's divisions today. And so far so good, as we're coming up on, I believe, what time do you got? Yeah, we're coming up on 11 o'clock here.
11 o'clock.
In Arica. So far so good in Arica for you? You enjoying yourself?
Yeah, loving it. The last couple of days have been pretty wild weather with the dust storms and all of that. You can even see on screen now how hazy it is around here. We got so many locals walking around with face masks on because the dust in the air is just so thick. So a lot of room. I looked outside and the sky was red, and I was pretty tripping. I thought I was part of the Mad Max Fury Roadcast. With that inside one just draining.
So right now, you know what? Very interesting. Now we're going into minute 6 from the start before Omri Laverne has caught a wave.
That is crazy.
I mean, these 25-minute heats, they feel like a long time, but once we get into them, the time zips by, and this could be Omri Laverne's first wave.
So he's pulling in. He's looking to do something, and he does a nice backflip and a little spin to try and finish it off. I don't think that's exactly what he was looking for. It was a really great wave, but in these semi-finals, you really need to be scoring in the excellent range for both your scoring waves if you want to be making it. So he's going to paddle his bum off back out the back, and he's going to get back to the drawing board and try to get a bigger score.
And we've talked about where if you're not going to go 110%, the rider next to you is, and that's just showing you how much more they want this.
That's it. And Moz's last wave just came through at a 7-point ride, so he's still in combo land, needing a 17.01 total. So even if he gets a 10, he's going to need to better his 7 that he just scored. So it's... Oh, we got some action in the water. Got Hub taken off on a nice little left.
Oh, my goodness. Jeff Hubbard with another big move. And the lefts, there are barrels to be had. Those are rare. But if you're going to go, you're going to go big. You're going to come around the section with all the speed, and you're going to do exactly what Jeff Hubbard is doing, and that's just going for a big maneuver right off the bottom turn.
Yeah.
Perfectly timed again for Jeff Hubbard. He's paddling around circles, Moz, right now.
Just seems like he's perfectly in sync with the ocean today. Just things are going his way, and you know, some people call that luck, but I believe that there's something going on with all these top riders. You know, it can't be lucky every single day of every competition. You know,
there's got to be a connection.
Yeah, they spend a lot of time in the ocean, and they just know how it works. So they're obviously tapping into the energy of the ocean. And Jeff is reaping the rewards right now.
Looks like we may have something coming in out the back. I'm going to start hammering away at these shout-outs. But first, look at this. Probably the biggest wave of the heat. And yes, Omri has been waiting, and Omri is coming off the bottom, holding a nice speed line, finds a little cover-up. But look at this big backflip.
Oh.
Moz waiting, and it has paid off for Omri Laverne. Multiple world champion, but answering back, Jeff Hubbard.
Scooping on a wave just as big as Moz's, and a huge
Moz. Here I am with another giant maneuver. That was incredible.
That was a very, very incredible set.
That was exciting. So Omri Laverne coming in with a giant backflip, and then within the next wave, Jeff Hubbard with a amazing.
Incredible action for possibly the final day of competition here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
That was pretty, probably the most amazing wave exchange we've seen of the entire event. Back-to-back backflips and pretty good size waves.
Yeah,
and here's another look.
So Moz, you can see him eyeing off the section from the start and just going up, throwing the landing gear out and pulling off a pretty much perfect backflip. And then Jeff's answer back straight away, almost identical, but I think just getting a little bit more air, landing quicker, and claiming it.
Yeah, that was incredible. Both riders dropping down, guaranteed some big scores. Omri Laverne and Jeff Hubbard going head-to-head out in the water. These are going to be very high-scoring waves for sure. Even though they were one maneuver waves, they were performed, they were executed perfectly, and both of them were landed perfectly. So Omri Laverne, his waves are coming down, his scores are coming down, and Jeff Hubbard, our scores are coming down as well.
We do have live scores in. Amori's wave was a 9-point ride.
Yeah.
And Jeff's wave, believe it or not, I don't know if the claim helped him achieve this, but he got a perfect 10-point ride.
Oh my, so head-to-head, wave for wave, that was incredible.
Absolutely crazy, Manny.
That was a pretty good claim from Jeff Hubbard, adding a little bit more to the pot as far as the excitement is concerned. So
yeah, but geez, things are heating up in this first semi.
Woo! So now's a good time right now to run down our list for shout-outs. Manu Carvalho from Portugal. I'm not kidding you. This guy is one of our favorites because he's tuned in every minute, every day.
Manu.
So Manu, thank you for tuning in. Sonny Sisto, what up, brother? Good friend of mine, actually my art director when we ran the magazine, and let me tell you, that's some good times right there. So shout out to Sonny. Eggy is in Puerto Rico. Corey is in California. Francisco is tuned in from Portugal. Damian is all the way from South Africa. Pierre tuned in from France. Matthew is in North Carolina. Andrew, thank you for tuning in. He's on a canal boat in London. What?
Wow.
Corey, thank you for tuning in for the 805 boys, the Mayhem brothers up in the 805 area. Ren is tuned in from Australia. Bryce is in France. David, thank you for tuning in from Portugal. Gerard in Durban as well, going for the South Africans. Ian Campbell, Tristan Roberts coming up next, semifinal number 2.
That was a solid list of people from all over the world, so good on you everyone for watching. Hopefully you guys are as excited as we are here in the booth. It's pretty psycho action going down.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit up some more of those.
The list goes on.
Oh man, the list
You're melting my brain here.
We're gonna come back to that list once we get into heat number 2. But we can't thank you enough for tuning in all over the world. But we would appreciate it if you get the word out. We have action. Post, share, comment, call your friend. Do people call each other anymore?
I don't think so. I think it's all about Snapchat these days. So get Snapchatting and get your friends watching, because this is absolute mayhem.
apbtour.com/live. Send them over there and to get the live feed here from the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event presented by Erezos and Universidad de Tarapacá, Aguacielo 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. So
wow,
Moz and the Hertz truck.
Yeah,
he's packing them in there.
He is. Every morning when we try and get a lift home with Moz, it's pretty hot property. There's about 20 people trying to line up to cram into his ute.
So 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go in this heat.
5 minutes. So if it was anyone else besides Moz, I would say that they'd start to feel pretty defeated right now. And but Moz just is such a strong competitor. He knows what's possible and he knows he can do it. So I'm definitely not counting him out of the battle yet. And here we see him actually paddling. And he is going. So here is his answer back. A nice long barrel. Clean roll out. And he's going to finish it off with another roll. So
that was insane.
He is in combo land, so he's not going to go into the lead with that. But we're just going to have to wait and see what the judges say, see if it beats his 9-point ride.
Yeah, that was a solid deep barrel ride. And you know what he was doing to try to stay in that barrel as long as he could. He was dragging his legs, trying to cause a little bit of causing some braking inside of the wave to get as deep as he can, and comes out with a roll before actually coming out of the barrel. So a solid wave right there for Henri Laverne.
Yep. So a bit of a lull in the action here.
So again, well, you know what? Let's do a quick rundown of the next 5 up the list. We had Mitchell going for PLC when he was still in the event, but got knocked out by Ian Campbell. Troy is tuned in from Perth. Ryan, what up from Durban? And it looks like we do have some rides coming up.
Here's Moz up and riding again and just pulling off. So his last wave did come through at a 9.5 Manny. So he's out of combo land, believe it or not.
Here's another look at that deep barrel right here. He knows he can get deeper, so right there he's trying to drag his legs a little bit and knows the end of the road, the end of that barrel is coming, so he eyes up that section, and you saw him do it before he comes out and pulls a roll, comes out with another one, and kicks out of there. So 9.5 right there for Henri Laverne. So high scoring heat right here for both riders, Jeff Hubbard and Henri Laverne.
Absolutely incredible. I'm going to throw the call out there and say this might be one of the most exciting heats of the whole event. We've got a 10, a 9.5, 2 9s, we've got an 8. Such a high scoring affair, just boys.
Yeah, but you need to get something similar. Look at this, a little paddle. Omri Laverne, drop it in. Another solid score. Oh, another solid barrel. Time is running away from Omri Laverne, but you can see him splashing the water right there. He was frustrated right there because he wanted to do a big backflip or a big ARS on the exit.
He wanted the flip out there for sure. Knowing that he needs such a big score, you can't be missing any opportunities on the waves.
1 minute remaining in this heat, and you know what? That right there is going to leave Jeff Hubbard in a solid position with priority and first place.
Yeah.
Oh my, 9.51 is what Omri needs in this last minute. Here you can see the frustration as he gets into this awesome, perfect barrel, but right here, going for a lip maneuver, but knew the projection. There was no way he was going to pull off a maneuver unless he did a floppo and rolled over on his back, and that you will not see from these riders.
He had the right intention. I think it's just there's such a short little gap there to pull up into the lip, and he just mistimed it. So back to the drawing board. Time is ticking down, but you can never count Moz out of the equation. We see maybe a couple of lines coming. There's only 30 seconds left in the heat, so he's going to have one more roll of the dice possibly. And it is not this one because Hub's using his priority to pull into a nice barrel, come out into the dry reef.
9.5 is Omri. That's what he needs. And look at this out the back. Omri on his last chance. A 9.5. Can he do it?
The buzzer goes.
Oh my goodness! Did he do it?
Oh my God, Manny! Manny V! Oh my goodness! On the buzzer.
It was Omri Laverne.
Oh, he's claiming it. He threw down the claim.
In the very last seconds.
Manny V! Manny V and Ludog.
Oh my! Ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed probably one of the greatest comebacks in this event so far.
Oh my God,
The
Manny.
crowd is going crazy. We're going crazy.
The energy in this room right now is pretty out of control.
Yes, that was incredible. We're going to come back with the final results and a replay of that incredible maneuver. Omri Laverne, he knew the judges love the air reverses, the big air reverses, and can you believe it? Let's take another look right now.
We're missing the replay. You're killing us.
Don't tease us. But yeah, sorry we're getting out of control here, but we've just seen a pretty amazing comeback. A buzzer beater for sure, Steve Action Jackson. And let me tell you, I think the crowd is going crazy right now because the score did drop. And I want to make sure that we give you the official results. Oh my goodness. If that is what is in store for heat number 1, can you imagine what's in store for semifinal number 2?
So we see Moz there on the rocks.
It was a 10. It was a 10.
Have come through. It was a 10.
There's the two South Africans, and Omri Laverne, he did it in the last second, the last wave of the heat.
Oh my
Don't go
God.
anywhere. Moz, there he is. There he is.
Looks like he's close to tears.
Yeah, that was incredible. That was Jeff Denouille right there, a fellow Reunion Island Frenchman in the blue jersey. Just congratulate him. And he can't believe that. Look at PLC running across the reef, giving him a hug, and that was incredible. That was incredible. That's all I'm saying. That was unbelievable.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God.
Annie, that was just a crazy battle.
I'm still shaking. The caffeine is running.
The caffeine is coursing through the old veins, and as I said, you can never count Moz out of the battle. He's such a great competitor, and that was pretty motivational to see how he came back in a crazy combo situation and took it away from Jeff.
Are we going to see the replay?
And
yes.
here is
Look at
the
angle.
replay. So on the buzzer and just executing an absolutely perfect air reverse.
But you don't get anything. That is like the perfectly executed air reverse. And if you want to learn how to do a maneuver, that is the replay you want to watch day in and day out. This is, the timing is perfect. The rotation is perfect. He actually lands full. He does the complete rotation in the air.
Crazy.
And lands perfectly.
And to complete a maneuver that smoothly under that much pressure is just absolutely psycho.
So Louis Finnegan and Manny V giving you the live feed, getting crazy in here.
We've got another replay.
Why not? This is a perfect 10 that got him through semifinal number 1.
Just perfection. Absolute perfection from Amaury Laverne.
So Jeff Hubbard clocking a 10 of his own in that semifinal number 1. Semifinal number 2 out in the water right now, ready to rock. Actually, we have a little break right now.
Just to get the action,
Just to get the competitors out there. Ian Campbell in red and yellow. Tristan Roberts, the South African duel. And did the waves just automatically or suddenly just pick up?
Guess what, boys? We've got another replay.
So this is Amaury
You're pretty
Laverne's.
used to it by now, but watch it again. Perfection.
I mean, what could he have done different?
Nothing. It was perfection, Manny. With the wave that he got, I think couldn't have ridden it any better, and that's why he got a score that can't be beaten, a 10-point ride.
And Louis Finnegan and I in the last moments right there just getting crazy in the booth. Couldn't believe that just went down the way it did on the buzzer.
Maybe a couple of speakers were blown at people's homes. Bit of yelling in the booth here. We apologize if we did break your laptops, people of the world that are tuning in live on apbtour.com. But that was just absolutely crazy. Can't believe it.
All right, check it out. We have our commercials ready to rock. Don't go anywhere. Semifinal heat number 2 with the 2 South Africans. Woo, take a deep breath. Come back. We'll be back right after this.
We're back in the booth live, and it is crazy.
That was incredible. A 10-point ride from Amaury Laverne at the very last buzzer, so he advances on. So
yeah, this is out of control, ladies and gentlemen.
So if that was just a little glimpse of what to expect for heat number 2 of the semifinal, well, then we're going to get more crazy in the booth here. So let's get out there. The 2 South Africans are out in the water, and I think we're ready to rock. So the South Africans, let's go. Semifinal number 2 out in the water. We're going to see Tristan Roberts in the red jersey, and let me double check. No, sorry, Ian Campbell in the red jersey, and Tristan Roberts in the yellow. And look at already going. Ian Campbell in the red jersey. He looks like he's going to take off on this one, and yes, right off the bat.
He is off.
Wow, nice clean carve off the top and cuts out of there. But keeping warm, keeping ready, keeping moving. That is Ian Campbell in the red. But look at this,
we see
right off the bat.
On a better looking wave. And the cameraman needs a little bit of coffee because we don't know what happened.
I think we need to get him some coffee. Camera 2, we need coffee, camera 2. So, yeah, out in the water. Again, the 2 South Africans, Tristan Roberts and Ian Campbell fighting their way to the semifinal.
Yeah, so hopefully we can get a replay on Tristan's right then and see what the go is and if any scores have dropped so far. But that last heat, Manny, jeez.
Yeah, it was definitely a shocker to see that at the very last second. And Jeff Hubbard, he thought he was walking into the grand final. And unfortunately to him, he had to sit and watch Omri Laverne get that 10-point ride. So you're going to see Jeff Hubbard again, though. He's going to be in that podium final where Jeff Hubbard will face off the rider who ends up in second in this heat for the podium final. That's where you're going to get third and fourth place situated. But Omri Laverne, he is going straight to the grand final.
Straight to the final where he's been before. And but Manny, this second semi-final, neither of these South Africans have been in the grand final here before, so we're going to have a new contestant.
Yes, it's going to be very exciting. But first, let's get down to the man of the hour right now, Omri Laverne with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're super excited here. Oh my God, Amaury, that heat, that was so explosive. The whole heat was amazing. You guys were surfing great. It was such a battle. And then, what, man, I have no words. 8 seconds before it ended, you needed a 10 and you do this air reverse. Oh my God, man, how do you feel now? What can you tell the people back home?
Yeah, I don't know really how I'm feeling. It's just maybe one of the best hits I ever done. You know, it's not just about the wave. You know, it's all a strategy. And when Jeff started the heat with like an 8 and a 9 on the first 5 minutes, and I thought, oh, it's for him, you know. And then I had that 9 point coming back. I thought maybe, and he had a 10 point, and I'm like, oh, it's no way I can do this. And I was thinking, no, but maybe there was a little voice there saying, no, you can't do it, Emery, or at least you can do a good heat and get expression. And I don't know, at the last second I saw this wave count, I'm like, okay, this is my chance to make it. And I thought, okay, I need to do something big and just go for the air reverse. And in the air, I knew I'm going to make it because I knew I had a good timing with the leap, and I thought, this is done. I'm going to make it. And then, I don't know, I'm just super happy and super proud to beat Jeff because we had a hit in Tahiti a few weeks ago, and he beat me there at the last second. He catch a wave at the last second, and he beat me, and I just did the same right now. I'm so super stoked and super happy, and thanks to all you guys for the support, Canary Island, Réunion, France, and all over the world. Thank you.
Look, there you have it. Super stoked, Amaury Laverne. This was like a final for you, so congratulations from the bottom of my heart. You did amazing. And well, now the final. Wish you the best. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to Moz, Omri Laverne, for getting that 10-point ride at the very last minute of that semifinal number 1 against Jeff Hubbard.
Yeah, and you just can't help but smile to see how happy Moz is with his efforts, and yeah, really deserving to be in the final. He's been ripping all event, so yeah, really good on you, Moz, and see you in the final. And here we see Tristan up and riding.
Tristan is left.
Oh no, this is Ian, sorry.
Ian Campbell doing a nice carve. Well, it's easy to mix up these two South Africans as they're both at that level of riding where they're both going to, shred this wave to pieces. Here's another look at Moz's perfect 10 from a different angle.
Getting plenty of air time.
You couldn't get any better than that. So Moz's last look right there of the perfect ride.
Oh,
or, you know what?
You're wrong again.
So the production guys are loving it just as much as you are. So here's another look.
Just so stylish and so amazing that he was able to commit to that and nail it under so much pressure. On the buzzer, needing a 9.5 and getting a 10.
Manny V and Louis Finnegan here giving you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and presented by Erizos. Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. So, do you know the Player Brothers?
I do, yep. I know Toby and Ben Player from Bodyboard King. So if you're watching, good day guys. Hope all is well on the east coast of Australia. And yeah, thanks for sponsoring the event.
So aside from doing yoga with Andy, Yo-Yo's friend here in Arica, what else have you been doing?
The last few days, well, with this dust storm, I haven't really been able to get outdoors too much because the air's just full of dust. Can't really breathe properly, so just been staying indoors with the boys, playing a bit of cards, eating a lot of food. I actually didn't even have breakfast this morning because I ate so much yesterday. And yeah, just relaxing, having a good time. I'm actually off tomorrow back to Brazil for a couple days before I head home to Australia, so just packing my bags slowly and getting ready to get out of here. But it's going to be a shame to leave South America after 2 awesome events.
All right, we're currently on standby right now. So what you're seeing is Ian Campbell and Tristan Roberts out in the water. They are holding. We're on hold right now just to make sure all the systems are in place. We want to make sure everything is ready to rock when we do start this heat. So just sit tight with us.
The heat has not begun.
No, it has not. So hold steady as we get that situated. Now would be a perfect time to. You know what? I'm going to post something on our APB Tour Facebook page right now.
And if any of you out there are in Perth watching this, make sure you get onto the Facebook and get commenting, and we'll give you a shout out here all the way from Arica, because hopefully there are a few people from Perth watching. I'm sure it's pretty late at night, but you wouldn't want to be missing this action. And the boys are just out there having a good time. And we just missed seeing Ian do something big on the left there for a fun little free surf. And look at that, just an empty lineup with perfect waves coming through. 2 great friends in the water preparing for their first semi-final here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. So they're definitely going to be putting on a show for us, Manny. It's going to be pretty nuts.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in right this second, unfortunately you missed one of the coolest comebacks, one of the great comebacks from Omri Laverne when he faced off with Jeff Hubbard in that last heat. Omri Laverne was behind the 8 ball, needed a 10-point ride, actually needed an 8-point or 9.5 to get that first place spot away from Jeff Hubbard, who had a 10 and a 9 on his scorecard, and Omri Laverne was able to pull off a perfect 10 on a perfectly executed air reverse, and moves on into the grand final. You're going to see Jeff Hubbard again in the podium final, but it was all for the number one, the title for that one, for the win.
Yeah.
So we're going to show you this. I think this
reverse is just haunting us.
Yeah. So we're showing you the 10-point ride from Omri Laverne right there as we're standing by getting all the systems situated before we start the semifinal number 2. Holding steady right now, holding patiently as we get semifinal number 2. They're out in the water and they got the green light to keep warm as we're holding steady and making sure all the systems are ready to go. And so the guys get to ride Flopos all by themselves.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be complaining out there. And you know, technology is a great thing, Manny, but it's not always perfect. And we do have a little hiccup with the live scoring, I believe. So you know, just gotta wait for the technicians to fix the problem, and it'll be all good.
Oh, you know what? You know what we can do? You know what? Just so we give you something to chew on rather than our words from Louis Finnegan and myself. You know what? We're going to pull up the highlight reel from the last day's event, and that's very entertaining. So we're going to come back to you with the live feed right after this sick highlight reel. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hey, what's up, everybody? Manny V here, coming to you again for day number 7 here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Today, we saw tons of action with the men's, women's, and pro juniors going down, including this guy right here, the Canary Island local, Airam Cabrera. Take a look at some of the action.
So another solid day of action with big barrel.
What's up, everybody? Boom! We're back. This is the Arica Chilean Challenge, and we're just as anxious as you are to get semifinal number 2 underway. Louis Finnegan, he's very excited. The caffeine is running through his veins.
This is insane.
Minutes. For now, take a look at these highlights that we've seen throughout the event. So take a look.
More highlights, y'all.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Manny V here, coming to you again for day number 7 here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Today, we saw tons of action with the men's, women's, and pro juniors going down, including this guy right here, the Canary Island local, Airam Cabrera. Take a look at some of the action.
There we go.
Oh,
now let's do this. Let's get out in the water. Out in the water. The South Africans going head to head. So we apologize dearly for that delay in the game, but we are now live here with semifinal number 2.
Number dos. So Ian in the red and Tristan in the yellow. Both great friends from South Africa and both fellow squadrons, part of the squad. And it's going to be crazy to see who makes it through to the grand final, because it'll be a big battle again coming against Moz.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of this heat, they're going to go in, like you just said.
Yep.
They're going to face off with Jeff Hubbard.
No, with Moz, the
Sorry,
winner.
You're right. I'm not going to correct you or do anything. So you heard it from Louis Finnegan. That's where we are, just trying to get all the pieces together on my end too. But again, apologies for holding off for this heat. So you know what? Let's put it out there. We are now on semifinal number 2. Conditions are still good. They're still cranking.
Conditions are still pumping. There's still a lot of dust in the air, but we are underway after that slight technical difficulty and just firing through the rest of the men's division. And we are going to crown a champion today.
Yes, so we are now underway out in the water. 2 South Africans. They got a chance to go out there and surf Lopos for what? 15 minutes all by themselves.
They did, and they both actually got some pretty good waves while the heat was on hold. So
is that even possible on any other given day?
Oh, from what I've seen this time of year when the event's on, it is shockers with a big crowd and a lot of hungry people in the water wanting to prove themselves and get the best waves.
Yeah.
So yeah, they'd be frothing. They got to surf to themselves with no pressure.
All right, so here we go. We are underway.
So Tristan's actually caught a wave, I believe, but it was only a 1-point ride, so still completely open.
Again, apbtour.com/live is where you're going to get your live scores, your live stream, and draws and results from the very first heat of the event. This is a 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves are scored in semifinal number 2, and the top rider will go into the grand final, and the person in second will go into the podium final. Louis Finnegan and Manny V here. Louis, give us a quick update on what you got going on as far as soon as you get home.
As soon as I get home, I will be... Oh, hang on. We might have to come back to this, Manny, because we see a set coming. Boys paddling. And we see Tristan taking a look, but opting out. Probably a good call as that thing went a bit wide on the reef. So it looks like a bit of a lull. So yeah, Manny, when I get home, I'll be finishing off my Pilates teacher training, believe it or not. And we'll start teaching some Pilates at a studio called Yoga Tree Perth for anyone watching from Perth. If you want to get down and get sweaty in a Pilates class with me, then come along. Especially the ladies out there watching.
Well, there you go. Well, what's the percentage of ladies versus men in yoga?
Well, to be honest, I was quite surprised at how many men there actually are in the class. Here we see Red up and riding. Yarn on a nice looking right-hander. Iron off a section. Nice clean roll there, but, you know, this is a semi-final in a World Tour event, so he's going to want to get back out there quick and try to get some more waves in the excellent range like we saw Jeff and Moz just do. So yeah, a bit of a slow start, not quite like the previous semi-final, but I dare say we're going to see some crazy action in the next 20 minutes.
And if you haven't already done so, check out Ian Campbell's website. He's got a pretty cool website with his blog, galleries, and a bunch of other cool things he has going on. So ChasingRed.com is Ian Campbell's website. So go head over there, check it out, Facebook it, or bookmark it. And then he's got all his social media icons up in his corner. So ChasingRed.com, Ian Campbell. That's where you're going to find more info on Big Red.
Wow, pretty professional looking website, Ian. I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah, he's got it going on. So Ian Campbell, first wave clocking in
at a 6-point ride. So, you know, it's not a bad start, but I'm sure he's going to be hungry for some bigger scores than that. They've both the South Africans in this semi have just been dominating this event, and they've both been posting pretty much excellent scores every single heat, so they know what needs to be done, and I dare say they're both going to do it, and it's going to come down to wave selection. Here we see Tristan on a nice looking left, getting very deep in the barrel.
There's no way he's coming out of that one.
I don't know if that was him at the end of the barrel, or if it was... No, I don't think it was.
If he would have came out of that, I would have bought you 5 Pisco Sours.
Wow. And I probably would have drank all of them right now.
Pisco Sour is the local tasty cocktail here in Arica, northern Chile, and probably all of Chile. But very, very strong, and I'm staying way far away from those things.
I actually brought a bottle of Pisco home for my mum and dad last year, and they've already finished it, and they've been hitting me up to get more, so don't worry, mum and dad, if you're watching, I will get more Pisco. In the meantime, here's Ian up and riding on a really nice looking wave.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
If that was a ramp, that was a ramp. Ian Campbell had the luck of getting this perfectly ramped section. And when I say a ramp, it essentially means that there's a wave coming at you and it's in the shape of a U, and if you hit that thing perfectly, you're going to get skyward. He did not pull that off, but look at this.
Tristan pulling into a nice deep barrel, shooting out and just getting guillotined by the next section. But Manny, that air reverse, if he landed that straight up 10, I think.
If he landed that, he would have ended up on the rocks for sure here in the shallows of Flopos. You can see a little bit more water getting rushed up onto the reef. But, yeah, that was massive.
That was incredible. Perfectly executed, just getting swallowed on the landing. So It's hard to say what he would, what his emotions about that wave would be, because he did everything perfect, and just everything just came down on him on the landing. Hopefully we can get a replay of the wave, because that was really incredible technique there from Ian Campbell.
Yeah, that was perfectly executed. Unfortunately, he because of the way the wave was coming towards Ian, it actually launched him up towards the reef. So
yeah.
Here's another look.
The replay.
So talk super details.
You can look how shallow the wave is there, and he just hit it absolutely perfectly. Just not a single splash of water out of place, and live action, Ian pulling out of the barrel. Hopefully we can get a replay on that, because I think it may have been a good wave.
So another solid wave getting posted up right there, and Ian Campbell on the inside. Yellow, Tristan Roberts on the outside, waiting patiently. He has now priority in his hands. So a good matchup right here between these two riders.
Slowly but surely, things are heating up in this second semi.
And like a little bit of delay as well in our the video game version of the Arica Chilean Challenge in the Journey Riding the Journey video game. You're going to be able to compete at the Arica Chilean Challenge, and it's going to run from the 18th through the 27th. So that's where you're going to be able to pick up some live as well, and on the APB Tour website as well. So there you have it. Never stop riding.
Boom. Never stop riding. If the waves are flat, turn to your laptop and play U-riding. Or your phones.
And tablet.
I believe that on your phones and tablets and absolutely everything.
Name of the wave here on Scorpion Island. Have you seen any scorpions so far?
No scorpions, Manny. I've been looking out for them since the first time you told me about the scorpions and all the treasure on this island, but I haven't seen any treasure or any scorpions. So I don't know. Is it a myth, or is this really where they hid the treasure back in the day?
I would say, you know what, for sure there is a treasure being somewhere on this island.
Oh, I will get digging as soon as the final ends.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you all for tuning in to the Arica Chilean Challenge. Manny V here with Louis Finnegan.
Yep, in the booth. It's good to be back, and I think I lucked into my own pot of gold by coming into the booth for these semi-finals, because they're just incredible. Some of the best action of the event.
Yeah, that was watching the wave for wave action in semifinal number 1, and now seeing the wave for wave action right here between the two South Africans in semifinal number 2. Who do you got your money on so far?
In this semifinal, I honestly don't know, Manny. Can go either way. And here we see Ian up and riding and just pulling off, because it wasn't a very good looking wave, and he's just keeping busy under second priority. Here we see Tristan on a right-hander. He's been loving these rights lately, so we'll see what he does with this one. And,
oh my, nice backflip
very
right
nice
there.
Backflip. He's a bit of a backflip machine, the old Tristan Roberts. And I don't think I've ever seen him stack one.
Tristan grabbing his board, heading back out into out of the shallows of the reef. Look at the rock right on your foreground. That is what they are pretty much forgetting about, because they're going big on the inside section, which is, to me, I'd be looking at that reef the entire time if I were to even think about pulling in or going for a big maneuver.
When you actually lay your eyes upon this wave in person, you realize how crazy the inside actually is here at Floppos. We see some lines coming in out the back, no one in position.
But because of that reef is the reason why this wave is so perfect.
That's it.
Definitely one of the most perfect bodyboarding waves on the planet. Comes from the waves come from the deep water and hit the shallow reefs here at Flopos, and just create this perfect A-frame. A little wedging left, barreling, and then a nice barreling right with a ton of sections down the way. Depending on the swell direction, you can have everything from a perfect right-hand point break or just a heaving left-hand barreling wave.
That's it. It's just such a consistent wave as well. The wind's clean almost every day of the year in the morning. And here we see Ian using his priority, pulling up into
a barrel.
I was going to say barrel, but I don't know.
It was
if
more
that
of a
really
pocket
was
ride.
barrel. Yeah.
Well,
So-
the angle, I think, from this camera is looking a little bit into the barrel. But if we look at this angle, he was probably just behind the lip.
Yeah, that's it. So definitely not what he was looking for to progress through this semi.
So yeah, this is it. Out in the water, 25-minute semifinal. Louis Finnegan and myself giving you the live feed. But man, what an exciting
Exciting heat, Manny.
exciting event is what I was going to say, because we had everything from the women's. We still have them coming up. We're actually then going to go into the women's semifinals, and we're also going to finish off the pro juniors as well.
Wow.
If we can hold off the winds, the onshore winds here.
Got to pray to the ocean gods that they can hold back that onshore wind that is surely going to come. And here we see Tristan up and riding.
Oh, not enough
too
speed.
deep in that barrel.
So getting into these barrels behind the lip, you're going to have to get into the barrel with speed, and it looked like he didn't have enough speed there to drive through that barrel. Oh my gosh.
So for anyone who actually hasn't heard of Tristan Roberts before, he is only 19 years old, and I've recently been traveling with him quite a bit. We had a pride trip together in Tahiti this year, and mark my words, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm calling a future world champion Mr. Tristan Roberts. At 19 years old, he's one of the biggest and strongest comp machines I've ever laid my eyes on. And yeah, so good on you, Tristan, and I dare say you're going to make a big impression on the sport with many years to come. But let's not forget about good old Yanni, Ian Campbell. He's absolute machine too, so bit of a clash of the titans here.
Yeah, both of these riders very consistent, very strong, and I mean, I'm not going to be surprised if both of these guys can pull off tens of their own.
Yeah.
If the waves are drawn, if the waves are brought in from Mother Nature.
Yeah, that's it.
So you talked about being connected to the water and the ocean here. What exactly do you mean?
Well, it seems like the top riders here at Arica can sort of tap into the energy of the ocean and just always seem to be in the right spot at the right time, get on the best waves of every heat, and I think there's more to it than luck, Manny. Some people just seem to be in rhythm and in sync with the power of the ocean, and sometimes you wake up and it's your day and everything goes your way, and other times it's not quite like that. And as we can see with all these competitors, they're just all in really good form and all feeling the energy of the ocean. Here is Tristan on a wide left, scooping up. Nice backflip.
Both riders on that wave exchange. Woo, man, more action.
Yeah.
That was a perfect ridden wave right there for Ian Campbell.
Yeah, I dare say that'll get into the excellent range, that score.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, we've seen 210s already in semifinal number one, and the conditions were similar, but there were a couple bigger waves in that first semifinal. But here's another look at the wave exchange.
So Ian just pulling into a real nice barrel there and just executing a perfect backflip on the way out.
Nice.
Really clean landing, so I'm interested to see what the judges score that.
Yeah, we are too here waiting for the scores to drop for the riders out in the water. The South Africans, Ian Campbell in red, Tristan Roberts in yellow. So the conditions are still pumping.
Yeah, completely pumping. The wind is still pretty good. It's not perfectly offshore anymore like this morning, but beggars can't be choosers, and yeah, still plenty of action to go down today. And you can see on the screen just how dusty the air is. You can barely see the horizon here at Floppos, at Scorpion Island.
So, sounds like
we have scores dropping, Manny, and that last score of Ian has come in at a 9-point ride.
That was incredible. So yeah, that was a solid barrel. Here he goes again.
So Ian pulling into a nice looking right.
Are you kidding me?
Big backflip, and he's not done yet by the looks of things. Oh, maybe he is pulling off before the dry reef.
to be able to do a backflip on a left, turn around within minutes and do a backflip on a right just shows the versatility that this kid has.
Yeah, incredible rider. And as you said, you know, you couldn't even pick apart what if he's better on lefts or rights with those two backflips, both absolutely perfect. So he's a well-rounded bodyboarder.
Look at this thing coming in out the back, monster of a set wave.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest set we've seen so far in this heat. Not much there. It looks like the bigger ones are washing through, not offering up any big maneuvers to be had, but this one was big.
Yeah, this was amazing. So, as we said, just a perfect backflip there for Ian. Plain and simple. And we thought maybe he'd get a bonus section there, but pulling out before the dry reef.
All right, looks like we do have, pulling back on that one. So, again, couple solid rides right there. So, Ian Campbell getting an 8-point ride on the right. So, an 8 and a 9. Oh, my goodness. So, Ian Campbell is going to go into that first place spot. So, I think it sounds like a 9.01 is what Tristan needs to get into that first place spot.
And I have a feeling from deep within Manny that Tristan is going to go absolutely crazy to try and get this score. And we've seen in previous heats of him that he's easily capable of it. So we'll just have to wait and see if the waves cooperate. In the meantime, we see Ian looking at this one, but Lemmy with a 9 and an 8.
All right, so both riders waiting patiently now. Was the water still warm?
The water was really weird this morning, man. It was little patches of hot water and patches of freezing water, and there's a lot of dust on the surface of the water from the dust storm yesterday, so it's really weird weather and water down here at Floppers. As we see a bit of action on the water, and Tristan going on the right. Manny, what's going down?
Well, Tristan is going to go in and cut out of that one right there. And not much high scoring points right there for Tristan Roberts. So a 9.01 is what Tristan Robert needs, and that's what he wasn't able to get on that last wave, but with priority, look at these waves coming in.
So 9-point rides easily attainable with these conditions and with the ability of Tristan Roberts. So he's just going to be praying that he gets the opportunity.
We're coming down to the wire here in the second semifinal in the men's division.
Yep.
And I believe we may be going into the podium final right after this in the men's division. So, again, we have to play really flexible here on the second to last day in the contest window. And here's the scores on your screen of where we're situated right now. Tristan Roberts needing a 9.01 to get that first place spot. For first place goes into the grand final. Second place goes into the podium final. So you're going to see both of these riders at least one more time.
Lucky for us, as they're both amazing riders to watch. And you can see Tristan, how hungry he is just to try and get some opportunities to get that 9. He's paddling around a lot on the inside under second priority, which I think is a pretty good idea, because if a good set wave comes through, obviously Ian's going to catch it with first priority. So Tristan just trying to think outside the box and stay busy and hopefully find himself an opportunity that sneaks past Ian.
Do you think Ian should be a little closer to Tristan Roberts in this situation?
Well, they're both good friends, so I know they're not going to be hassling each other out there. I think they're both out there just having a good time and soaking up the epic atmosphere that they're both lucky enough to be a part of. And yeah, there you can see the scores on the screen. So Tristan does have an 8 under his belt already, so we know he's capable to overtake Ian with a 9.01.
We have about 30 seconds remaining in this heat, and yes, using that priority right there, it is Ian Campbell coming around the section, and yes, a giant backflip, but lands behind the wave. The question is there another wave for Tristan Roberts? No, it looks like the waves have decided to stop and making it to his first final appearance here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. It may be Ian Campbell. So Ian Campbell waiting for the time to come down. Yep, you can hear the horn in the background. How stoked are both of these guys to get where they are right now?
Look, you can see them paddling towards each other. They're both just so stoked and so happy for both of them, as they're both such good people.
Yeah.
So good on you guys. Both of you are legends, and you both deserve big things in this sport and in your lives.
All right, check it out. We have the next heats lined up for you. The podium final in the men's division. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
We've got such amazing action, Louis. Have you just been tripping out?
I've been losing my marbles in here with Manny V. It's been absolutely crazy.
So this has been an unreal opportunity. I hope there's a lot of you out there with big smiles on, wide eyes, and just really glued to the set, because podium final coming up next. Jeff Hubbard is paddling out. It looks like Tristan Roberts is going to keep his yellow jersey on, and he's going to be battling for third and fourth with Jeff Hubbard. So as soon as they get out there, we are going to get right into it.
Into the action.
How's your heart rate?
It's absolutely crazy, Dave.
What have been
stressing out here?
Yeah, what have been some of the highlights? So stressed out, you're almost chowing darts, I'm sure. But what are some of the highlights that you've had viewing? Like, what do you think some of the waves that have just blown your head apart?
The biggest highlights for me, I think, are both the reverses, the 10-point ride from Moz and the reverse attempt from Ian that he wasn't able to land. They were just super impressive and just bodyboarding at its best and amazing to see.
Yeah, bodyboarding at its best for sure. This is day number 9. We are super pumped up because it is turning out to be the finals day for the men's. After we do the podium final, then we're going to get into the men's final. So we know who's in there, and it's Moz and Ian.
Yeah.
How insane is that heat going to be?
It's going to be crazy. Can't wait to see it. And the energy down here at Floppos is just pretty crazy. You can just feel the energy in the air. A lot of people just cheering and having a good time.
The amount of support that Jeff Hubbard and Moz got when they came up out of their first semi was electric. The whole island was engulfed in applause and just supporting both of those riders.
Yeah.
And one moved on to the final, and one of them is moving on and actually paddling out right now into the podium final. And I'll tell you, from experience and just from being with Jeff just a few moments ago, he is so excited to get back out in the water. He had an amazing heat, and he didn't advance to the final. It was like the heat you could only dream of having, and it turned out to be just short of what was necessary to advance because Moz had the last wave of that heat. Perfect 10-point run.
Pretty crazy. With a 10 and a 9 under your belt, you'd think you're pretty safe to be making a heat, but you just got pipped at the post, but you know, it'd be hard to be disappointed when you've surfed so well in that heat.
Yeah, he has surfed so amazing. So we got about 40 seconds left. Manny's going to come back in here in the booth. We want to thank Louis Finnegan so much.
It's been good.
Straight out into the action in the water. This is going to be a full tilt commotion. So once again, we thank Louis Finnegan so much for coming on in here. And Manny V is going to come back in for the call. So big thanks to Louis. He was such a help, man. I hope you viewers at home really enjoyed that. And we are now into the podium final. Once again, I'll just touch on what the podium final is. It is the opportunity for the 2 semifinalists who did not make the final to battle it out one-on-one for third and fourth. There was a time where we used to give equal thirds.
Equal thirds.
Yeah, equal thirds for the riders who didn't advance from the semis. Those days are over, Manny. Because
see you later.
We're seeing the best competitors come just short of the final, but we don't want to finish with that. We want to see them go for it again. And this is the opportunity for you viewers at home, us here in the booth, because we're super excited. But even the riders out there, it's their opportunity to go at it one last time, put their best effort, and leave it all in the water. Jeff Hubbard in red, Tristan Roberts from South Africa in yellow. One will end up in third place, one will end up in fourth place. Points, money, prestige, on the line in this podium final.
So do you think because they didn't make the final, they're just going to lay back and not try as hard?
Quite the contrary. And even though it was a bit of a sarcastic question, yes, Manny, it is exactly their opportunity to go as big as they possibly can.
Well, we got the winner of the last heat with Begonia downstairs. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. The emotion here at the beach is unreal. We're here with Ian Campbell. Oh my God, Ian, that was, I don't know, you just say something to the crowd that it's watching right now.
Yeah, just serving with Tristan's something else. I mean, the kid rips. He's 19 years old and he just leaps and bounds above like most guys that are riding. And it's just so sick to see. And I said to him out there before the start, let's put on a show, and I guess we did. So yeah, I'm just very stoked to have kind of got into the final, and yeah, just the emotions are running through me, so it's just so sick.
Do you wanna send regards or thanks? This is a great moment to do that. So.
Yeah, just to my family and friends back home, the support's been unbelievable, and yeah, everyone, my girlfriend and her family, and just everyone watching at home, thanks so much, guys. It just means the world for us to come and perform for you guys, and yeah, let's see what happens in the final. Good luck to Tristan too, he's in this heat, so you.
Well, there you go then, two Safas and the podium. A lot of emotions here. Congratulations, and I'm sure you're going to do it excellent out there with the Maori. That's going to be one great hit to watch. Congratulations once again, and back to you guys with the action.
Awesome. Well, he is one super stoked South African right there. Ian Campbell making it to the final where he will face off
with Emery Laverne.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a good one. Both of them are very exciting to watch. That's going to be coming up soon. But right now, out in the water, the podium final in the men's division, we have Tristan Roberts and Jeff Hubbard, both exciting to watch as well. So the waves are still coming in, glassy conditions, which we are very, very, very happy to have. Although this place can turn on a dime, right now we are taking advantage of the conditions right now. Here at Flopos, the perfect A-frame wave that breaks on the south side. This beach is actually facing due south, which leaves it entirely exposed to the south hemisphere swells that come from the deep Antarctic systems and come here and hit it head on. Here's another look at what went down.
So it was a split peak scenario. Jeff Hubbard came around this section and put a little check turn there. He went for a barrel, and then he went even up and over that wave. He didn't see the opportunity for a massive number, so he got out of there, and now he's back out with priority. He's getting a 2.5 for that, and a 7.5 being awarded for the right-hander of Tristan Roberts. So if we get an opportunity to give you that replay, we'll do our best to do so. He was able to catch a right and do a flip. So Tristan Roberts, definitely his go-to maneuver has been flips thus far, and it's gotten him as far as the podium final. He is now battling for third and fourth place, and we saw a historic semifinal between Jeff Hubbard, and this heat take place over the next about 20 or so minutes. This is going to be a 25-minute podium final. And then we're going to extend it for the grand final. The grand final will be a battle for first and second between Moz and Jan, and that will be a 30-minute final.
And that's going to be coming up right after this podium final, taking full advantage of the conditions right now. And we're going to move in to the next divisions as well. The women's and the pro juniors will be had as well. So thank you all for tuning in all over the world. And we appreciate your patience and hanging in there with a small little hiccup that we had earlier today. But now we are rocking and rolling, moving forward out in the water. This is it for third and fourth place, the podium final. Up and riding, Tristan Roberts.
Jeff Hubbard on the inside with a nice flip at the end of that. It was a smaller ride, so Jeff Hubbard in the red jersey, taking off on that small and using his priority. He leaves Tristan Roberts in the yellow jersey out the back.
That's the second time I miscalled Jeff Hubbard. I don't know if he's cloning and switching jerseys on the takeoff, or my eyes are just, maybe I need more coffee.
Well, either way, man, you've been making a terrific call throughout the day, and I don't think you've had a break yet, so definitely don't put yourself down, because making the call for hours and hours straight. Not easy, especially when we've had such high octane heats. I'm sure your energy levels were just expanded because the amp was way, way up in those semis, wasn't it?
That was pretty exciting to watch, yeah. So thanks a lot, Dub and Manny V, bringing you the live feed here from the Arica Chilean Challenge. Again, a shout out to the sponsors, the Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is presented by Rizos, Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. And please make sure you follow us on all our social media outlets as well as YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. And apbtour.com is where you're going to get all the detailed information. And while you're at it, go ahead and add you riding games on that list as well. And if you haven't heard, you riding games, Arica Chilean Challenge is going to be going down soon as possible. So head over to youriding.com as well. So out in the water, Jeff Hubbard in red, Tristan Roberts in yellow. This is, again, the podium final. Very exciting to watch these guys battle it out for 3rd and 4th place,
respectively. So we will find out who is making that 3rd position on the podium, getting those super precious points, as well as a little bit more prize money than that 4th place position. And here we see a paddle. It's Jeff Hubbard under priority, having a look. No takers on this. So Jeff Hubbard's job in 2nd priority is to fish around on the inside and be active and maybe even lure Tristan Roberts into a ride so that he can move up into priority. So a very interesting heat that's beginning to unfold before your very eyes. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody across the world. This is an incredible day number 9 at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
Yes. Been so far a very exciting event, and man, some big names are toppling over while others are making a run for the final. And we do have a pretty awesome semifinal for the juniors lined up, and as well the quarterfinals for the ladies. That first semifinal, the Portuguese battle between Teresa Almeida and Joanna Schenker. And then we move on through those heats, quarterfinals of the women's division we're going to see next as well. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled here on the live stream, taking a look. And yes, it looks like Jeff Hubbard is going to paddle into this one.
And he's up and riding on this right-hander. He was hoping for it to shape up, and the way he approached that wave, you could tell he was patiently waiting for something to form up, and he just kept his options open as far as to even take off and explore that ride just for a short while. Leaves Tristan out there with the lead as well as 1st priority. So just a terrific battle we have on our hands. Tristan Roberts has been surfing super well throughout this entire event. Obviously, he's made his way all the way into this podium final. And besides a few other tricks, it's been on the strength of his backflip. And he's been relentless at his approach. And the judges have loved it, obviously, if he's getting massive scores every time he performs the maneuver. They're not getting tired of it. They're actually stoked to keep seeing it over and over and over again. I'm sure you are too at home. But Jeff Hubbard hoping to produce a variety of maneuvers to overcome the South African Tristan Roberts.
So this is the last heat for both of these competitors out in the water. And again, we're standing by for that final. You're going to see Amaury Laverne, the Reunion Island multiple world champion, go against first time to his World Tour final. It is Ian Campbell. So it's going to be pretty fun to watch, the veteran versus the young gun.
Yeah, this should be a really great battle because we've been seeing the momentum rising for Ian Campbell. He's surfing so consistent. Just another quick look from both riders, checking out that inside wave. Even though there is not a ton of waves out there. The riders are being patient. And there we see Moz with Hennerade, and he ain't down with that because he's about to paddle out. But thank you to Hennerade, thank you to Aguacielo, thank you to 360 Energy Drink. And there we see multi-hat wearer Alex Leon now as staff photographer, taking a photo of the Reunion Islander representing Reunion Island, Emily Laverne. I'm sure there is so many of you tuning in from Reunion Island. So Park Sa, what's up down there? And just not only Moz but myself sending out saludos and just aloha to everybody down there. Natufsa. So we'll catch you later, but stay tuned because Emily Laverne coming up next in the grand final of the Arica Chilean Challenge.
Yes, and he's going to be out there with Ian Campbell. But currently out in the water, we do have Jeff Hubbard and Tristan Roberts. Looks like there could be a wave to be had right here. Tristan Roberts in the yellow jersey, digging hard and dropping in.
He's going to get barreled, and he gets pinched on the exit. Incomplete ride for Tristan Roberts. Now Jeff sitting in priority. He has a look at this right-hander, and he's up and riding. He's taking a slow bottom turn, taking now a lot of speed up to this section, and a massive GIF-com, Jeff's favorite cutout maneuver, is exactly that, where he inverts himself and does a tweaked rotation. And he has landed that once on the face, but that's his signature cutout maneuver. So JFCOM, Jeff's favorite cutout maneuver, the GIF-com. Incomplete though, of course. So they're going to both be paddling back out and battling for the priority position, and they're still going to be battling for the lead in this heat. There's our grand final matchup. Look at those two.
That is in yellow. You're going to see Ian Campbell holding in his smile. You know he is super stoked right now. Omri Laverne, really focused. There they are. There's the smiles. But look at Omri. He gets in this zone where it's just like, okay, before even touching the water, he gets into this zone where he's focused and very. He's just in a different world, and he has the opportunity right now, coming up shortly, to take. He made it into his fourth Arica final here, 2016. But now he has the opportunity to make it his second win. But out on the water, here we go.
Yellow's up and riding on this right-hander. He's got a lot of speed, and he's going for an air reverse. Technical maneuver, incomplete ride. So that was really awesome to see Tristan going for the second of the maneuvers he's been doing in the Arica Chilean Challenge, the air reverse. So wonderful variety there from the South African Tristan Roberts. Jeff Hubbard now going to be patient and selective. He has priority again. He knows the scores are big on these rights, so he's going to continue to eye them down, as well as keep his eye on those lefts as well. So see him moving around. We're going to expect to see him continue to scout out the opportunities that come in. His job right now, Manny, is to find the best wave of the heat. He'll also need to back that score up. And looks like we have a left here coming in. Let's see if Jeff takes it. Looks like a bit of a closeout. So good call from Jeff Hubbard not to go on that one. Does look like we have a lost board for Tristan Roberts. And he's not even using the leash from his sponsors because he's been breaking too many of them. And now he's broken one of his friends' leashes. So I'm wondering who's going to board caddy for him. I'm wondering who's going to adhere another leash to his board. And it'll be just a kind donation because he could break the next leash. So if one of his friends can help him out and get a leash to him, I'm sure he'd be stoked, as we see the board just battering those rocks on the inside. And Tristan, hopefully he's fine and swimming his way to the rocks to chase that board down.
Well, that's just to show how powerful these waves are here at Flopos. the name given to this wave out in the water. And look at this, Jeff Hubbard coming around the section, waiting for a lip to line up, and there it is, a nice ARS from Jeff Hubbard. Air roll spin, ARS is what we call it, and not a bad way for Jeff Hubbard to actually get something out of that wave as it started to get into that zone where there's no barrel, there's no lip maneuvers to be had, but he was able to pull it off before it got there. So Jeff Hubbard now in a better situation than before. So Tristan is, I believe, paddling towards the right.
Now he's going to get a ride from the jet ski, and the jet ski is going to be able to bring him to shore. This is going to be a time-consuming exercise for Tristan as we see him getting onto the jet ski. And again, hopefully one of his pals, possibly a squad member, is grabbing his board and bringing it to a place where he'll then be able to paddle out with it, and also potentially replacing the broken leash for another. And we're waiting for Red's last wave, and it is a 6-2-5. So we have a heat on our hands. It's a super close one, and now Jeff is... Yeah, we're going to be just waiting to give you the exact right situation. We do see that Tristan got a 3 for his incomplete maneuver, and it does look like we just have about 6.5 minutes remaining. So we will have to wait and see when Tristan can get back out and what Jeff does in the meantime.
So my question is, does the water temperature as well as the power of the wave have something to do with the type of equipment? Of course it does, but what are you looking for as far as a leash? Do you want a softer type of plastic, or do you want a harder plastic? I mean, obviously...
I'd say softer. The cold water may make the hard plastic a little brittle, and, you know, without throwing anybody under the bus, we won't mention what kind of leash that was. Maybe Tristan will tell us in a interview, but we know it wasn't one of his sponsors' leashes. I talked to him the other day and asked him why he was using a leash not from his sponsor, and he said he didn't have any. Broke them all. Waiting for more. So here we got Jeff Hubbard out the back. He's alone in the lineup, so he has all the priority that you could have. He's going to be patient. He's going to select the wave he needs to secure a third place position. He's got about 5 minutes remaining, and he needs a score. Here he goes on this left-hander. He's in the tube, and he comes out, finds a section, and throws a beautiful invert. That was a very complete ride, and he completes the maneuver, and he has to get out of there, man. You saw how critical it was for him.
Damn.
And now his friend Ian Campbell is getting into the lineup. That's not Tristan, that's Ian. So
okay.
Jeff is safely able to make it into that little keyhole that we talk so much about, that little crevice. Ian Campbell also using that little keyhole to paddle out. Jeff Hubbard is able to safely navigate that very precarious situation. There's Tristan Roberts. He's able to get his board, and the ski brought him back out, not all the way into the lineup, but into a place where he could approach the lineup upon his own power.
I want to know if there's a leash replaced on his board, or is he out there without a leash on his board? But
I'd love to know that too. And Manny, I'd say if there wasn't a leash replaced for him, he would grab his board and go straight back out. You know, he's not going to dilly-dally on the inside. 8-point ride for last of Jeff Hubbard puts him into the lead. Now, Tristan in second priority and in second position. Let's take a look. He stalls, he gets a little cover up, then he's eyeing that section, takes a lot of speed up, beautiful, clean invert, and he's able to land it. It's so critical there, Manny, but he was able to pull that maneuver off. The score he needed to advance into the lead was obtained. Now, the pressure, and you know, a lot more is on the line for Tristan because he just had to run in with breaking a leash. He had to ride on the jet ski. He's feeling missed opportunities have occurred. He's paddled back out. He's probably near exhaustion due to the energy used during that troublesome situation. And we only have about 3 and 10 seconds remaining.
So yes, now 6.76. 6.76 is what Tristan Roberts needs, and here he goes up and riding. I don't know. Yeah, I was going to say that wave did not look like it was going to shape up for him, so he kicks out, given priority for the last 3 minutes to Jeff Hubbard, who is in that first place position. So that might have been the last chance Tristan Roberts may have had, unless Jeff Hubbard catches a wave and leaves the door open for Tristan Roberts. But again, that is 2.5 minutes away.
2.5 minutes away, Manny, and Jeff Hubbard has, some people would call it a mistake, and I would just say it's the strategy he chose in his semifinal was to take what he thought was the last wave of the heat to keep his opponent off of a scoring ride.
Yep.
And it's likely that we'll see Jeff Hubbard use that strategy again here. He's got a lot of speed. He's going up to this section.
Oh my
Nice
goodness.
invert, and that's clean. He'll want to replace that 6.25. I think he can do it. This will put more pressure on the rider in yellow, young South African Tristan Roberts, who's sitting out the back with about 85 seconds left on the clock. It's getting into crunch time, and by this point, Tristan might need like a 7 or so. We'll see. There's some squad members taking a peek, as well as some of the ladies, and we have a super exuberant crew there, and they are
last wave possibly for Tristan Roberts, going down the line and going for a reverse, not as clean as the ones he's been doing throughout the event, and he's going to ride that all the way in. Oh, right in front of the rocks. Are you kidding me? So it looks like there is a leash on his board, but you can see him right there just jumping off the shallows and now heading back out. Look how deep it is right there. It's just surging off of the water, and Tristan making his way back out into the water. But that was his last-ditch effort to get that 7.76, and it looks like Jeff Hubbard will make the podium.
So scores coming in 7-5 for Jeff's ride. Let's see a replay of Jeff's invert. So he was wise to take this wave. It was offering him more points, and he got up and did a nice clean invert. And the heat is now over, and Tristan gets a small score. We're gonna wait and see before we can give you the official results. But the heat has counted down. The heat is over, and we're going to be ready to get into the grand final. It is not enough, the score from Tristan and Jeff Hubbard. 3rd place at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Good job to Tristan. 4th place.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with the grand final in the men's division right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Arica Chilean Challenge. This is it, the grand final in the men's division. Manny V with Dave Hubbard, and we're going straight to the live action. Let's get in there. It is Ian Campbell and Omri Laverne. Ian Campbell in the yellow, and Omri Laverne will be in the red jersey. So without any delay, let's get right into it. Ian Campbell, he's hungry, drawing first blood out in the water with that first wave in the grand final. So from what you've seen so far, David Hubbard, advantages, disadvantages, and Who do we see holding that trophy up at the end of the day?
Boy, it's a tough call, Manny, especially because we've seen both of these riders increasing their momentum, and we do have Moz up and riding. Smooth entry into this one. Very smooth flip, and he wants something else. Pushes a big roll. That's going to be a huge score.
What a great way to start off his campaign here in the final. Omri Laverne is now tied with four final appearances here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, along with Jeff Hubbard, Guilherme Temega, and Dave Winchester. These 4 riders are only the 4 to make 4 final appearances in the Arica Chilean Challenge. So I want to give a quick shout out to everybody tuning in from all over the world. Craig Haddon and Steve Action Jackson for the stats and the background on all the events that have been had here, and the riders themselves. And without the help of our sponsors, the Ilustre, Municipalidad de Arica, and Tomate Surf Shop. And this event is presented by Erizos.
Also, thank you to Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana, Hotel, FMOK, Hertz Bodyboard King. But check this out. It is a solid flip, and then he comes down and even gets a nice roll off that section. It was critical. 7.75 score coming in. One of the first big scores of this grand final of the Arica Chilean Challenge 2016.
For the men's division, this is it. This is for all the marbles here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. And we are going to go into the women's and the pro juniors right after this. So make sure you stay tuned to see some of the action from the new generation and the international female contingent coming up after the grand final. Right now, at this time, we have a 30-minute heat. Top 2 waves are scored, and the rider who has the sum of their top 2 scores being highest will be your new 2016 Arica Chilean champion.
So we do have priority in the water. Again, what that means is that the rider who's been waiting the longest has priority, first choice of the next ride that comes in. And if they paddle for a wave, that will be deemed a use of priority. And if the opponent, the other rider, is in the lineup, the priority will then switch, and that rider will then have priority. So you use priority by paddling for a wave, and whether or not you end up catching that wave, just a paddle is deemed use of priority. Check this out, man. We've got a nice little wave coming in. No takers, though. Very strategic is wave selection in these kinds of super intense heats. Well, it's important in all heats, but even more so as the stakes continue to climb and get higher. And wow, we've got a terrific grand final. This is day number 9. We are into the grand final of the men's. We're going to decide whether Moz or Jan is going to be first or second. And we already know Tristan really well, and he will likely maintain his spot on that open live leaderboard. But we'll have to wait for the dust to settle from this grand final in the event in the water right now before those points are calculated.
Ian Campbell from Durban, South Africa. This is his 3rd year on the World Tour, and so far his best result will be today, as his last best result was 3rd place at Antofagasta back in 2015. Omri Laverne up and riding, slides under the pocket, gets into the barrel. And he does pop out of there, giving a little look to the crowd as he punches through that whitewash. So a barrel ride for Omri Laverne, he'll take that for sure.
I'll tell you, I counted him out for a moment because it did look like the wave kind of bent it away, but he was able to find the perfect place in the barrel to continue the momentum. Very impressive on that smaller sized wave. We'll have to wait to see what the judges deem it, but we will know that Ian Campbell, as his birth name suggests, is going to be in second spot with a bit more pressure. His friends call him either Jan or Monster Calves, and he will be using those calves as much as he can to progress into the next. I mean, not to progress, but sorry, to be either second or first in this event.
Look at this. We do have a ton of waves to be had. And here we go, turning around, taking a look at this right-hander. With priority, it is Ian Campbell who decides to take off and comes around the section with a big backflip of his own and makes it around that section, coming into the shallows. He's not caring about how shallow it is.
In a great spot to access that right-hander. He took a lot of speed up to the lip and a very clean flip from Ian Monster Calves Campbell. So he wants to reposition himself and kind of reassert his position in this heat so he can fight for that champion spot.
All right, looks like we do have Begonia ready for the interview of with Jeff Hubbard downstairs. Want to wait until see if
Makes you first on the ranking right now. Very good points for you here. Beautiful performance out there. The previous heat was amazing. And I guess now you feel very good after that, right? What can you tell the people?
Yeah, after that heat with Amori, 19 points, and he has, 19.5. I mean, that's one of those amazing heats, best heats of, my life, and yet I still make a mistake and lose. So, hey, I was excited to get back out there and try win. At third place feels like I won. I'm not the champion here in Arica, but I still leading the tour, and yeah, it feels amazing. Winning here, getting a third place is freaking awesome. And the guys are surfing so good. Tristan and I had a good battle. He was ripped. He had all these waves in the beginning, and I had like nothing, and I was so slow to get started, just trying to get my engine going. And then I just like, okay, I can do this. I know I can get some good 8s and out here. And so then, hey, wave came. I was like, got a good one, and got an 8. Then the last wave, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna. It was good right. He was looking at it. I was like, I know I gotta go. I still need to score. I can't, yeah, it was good. I was stoked to get third, and hats off to Tristan on an exciting final. And man, what a cool day for everybody. And the sport really won. I think the sport was the winner today because the level is so high, and the beach, everyone's just so excited seeing good bodyboarding. And yeah, I'm happy.
So there you go, people back home. Super stoked, Jeff Hubbard. Still got it. 40 years old, leading the tour. Oh my God, congratulations. And we're sure you're gonna keep doing amazing on the rest of the tour. So back to you guys with the final in men category. Woohoo!
He is still stoked. He's happy with that third place overall finish. Jeff Hubbard, again, a beautiful showing.
Beautiful showing. As we see the replay of that deep barrel from Moz, it came through at a 6.5, and he's able to climb out there. So where he pulled in was nice, round, and critical, and from there the wave just shifted kind of over. It stopped barreling as hard, but he had a nice deep ride, 6.5 for that wave.
Well, we got a little bit of Lola in the action, a quick run up. Keegan is tuned in. We got Torin in the UK and Reese in the Netherlands. Here's another look at that last wave.
So here, Ian Campbell eyeing up this section, gets a beautiful backflip and completes it so smooth. He was hoping for even something else. It was probably a good call that he didn't end up getting anything else. And we do have Moz up on a right-hander, but not much offer there. It does leave Ian Campbell out the back. So that last wave that we saw the replay of, 8.5, highest score of either of the finals. And what's important is that it's the highest score so far of this grand final.
Again, this is a 30-minute grand final, 18 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this heat. So tons of time to make things happen. Mother Nature has been delivering the goods for this heat and the last semifinals as well. And it looks like the wind is staying back pretty well, and we're going to be of a finger as we saw yesterday when the sandstorm came out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere indeed, but it stayed somewhere, and that was on top of the city of Arica for several hours. And as we spoke about it, the town just shut down, basically going into emergency mode. By the afternoon, it kind of cleared up. So let's see this paddle, though, man.
Here we go.
We got a great situation here. Ian Campbell tucking in under on this left-hander, sitting in the barrel, and there he goes for that huge flip maneuver to complete it. He's feeling it, and he's such a humble guy. Most people would have claimed that wave, but he just dove out. Here we see Maz behind. He wants to be a part of this exchange, and he gets up and out for a nice flip too. Smaller wave, and so it'll be interesting to see the exchange here. We do expect big numbers being dropped for both of them.
And to be able to finish off a wave, they've been going back to back at least 2 or 3 heats today, so to see them going 110% at this level, at this stage of the event, is incredible.
Exactly, man. You have to be such a great athlete for it.
Henri Laverne sliding under the pit right there, perfectly executed barrel riding, goes into a spin and then kicks out and looks over the wave and sees this thing breathing down. Yes, Ian Campbell. No way. Here he is dropping in.
Huge through the lip backflip. This move was massive, but it's an incomplete ride for Ian Campbell. We're waiting for scores of the last exchange, and also this exchange will also play into the effect. We have a beautiful wave go unridden, third wave of the set. So now Maz is going to regain positioning, and let's take a look. He scoops under it, change. Maz will be sitting with priority. Ian Campbell in second priority, hoping that one of his last efforts was enough to move him into first position.
All right, so incredible wave exchange right there going down at the halfway point of this 30-minute final, the grand final. This is for all the marbles. This is who will walk away with that very prestigious Arica Chilean Challenge win. Is it Ian Campbell? Here's another look at Ian Campbell. Just a big backflip, punching through the lip with a ton of projection, and lands out in the face of the wave, but wasn't able to re-engage his rail and turn that around and pull it off. So a massive move, but it is an incomplete move for Ian Campbell.
Yeah, he just got a bit bucked on the landing because he landed so solid because of the height that he got. Also, kind of the section of the wave he landed on made it just even that much more tricky. There was a little bit of whitewater from the previous ride. We got a wave behind, and let's see who's going to attack it. Short paddle, but second position holding on.
Waves are still rolling in.
So we do have an 8.25 for Maz, and I do believe I heard an 8.4 for Ian Campbell. So Maz is in second, and he needs an 8.65.
Now, and pretty much repeat what he did last heat. He will go back into that first place spot, but Ian Campbell feeling very confident out there.
He is, and he should be. He's been surfing great. I feel the momentum is on the side of Ian Campbell. He's been stepping up his momentum, performing better and better each heat, and for Maz to have just come off one of the best heats in the history of bodyboarding with that last semifinal battle against Jeff Hubbard. The bar was set so high, it's super unlikely that he's going to be at this event, but possibly of the APB World Tour this year. And so to come off one of his best heats of his life and then go into the grand final, big ask for sure.
Henri Laverne out there in the red jerseys in second place. Ian Campbell in yellow. So Ian Campbell showing that he has the calm and cool nerves as he's in his first ever World Tour final out against somebody who's no stranger to the finals, let alone the Arica Chilean Challenge finals. So Henri Laverne, a veteran, being at this late stage of the game. And Ian Campbell showing that he's ready. He's ready to be here.
He certainly is. He's shown that all event, and he's surfed so.
With
the women.
The women's division, I believe we're going to start off with the quarterfinals of the women's division. So coming up next, we're going to see the Portuguese battle between Teresa Almeida and Joanna Schenker coming up heat number 1 in that first quarterfinal. And then we're going to see Isabella Sosa face off with Yelena Gonzalez. Heat number 3, you're going to see Alexander Rinder, your current world champion, against Luz Marie Grand. And in heat number 4 of the quarterfinals, Sario Hara versus Neymara Carvalho, the veteran, multiple world champion. Neymara would love to have another win here, or another win on her portfolio, especially here.
Of the Arica Chilean Challenge is in the water. This will have huge implications on the world title race, as we saw Jeff Hubbard getting his third place out of the first 8,000 point events. Itacoatiara and here, both 4-star events. And whoever wins this is going to have a shot at going for the world title. And even second place will also be still in the title hunt.
And if you want to see where we currently are in the leader and on the leaderboard, go to Open Live leaderboard. And hold on, I'll get you the web address. Right, look at Ian Campbell coming off of this right bottom turn, ton of speed, looking for a lip maneuver. Oh, and he kicks out, decides not to go for it. Probably because it wasn't there. He saw the wave forming, and look at him getting back out there as soon as he can to get that priority. And we can see probably Maz peeping in on the right soon, but Ian Campbell going all in to get back out to the lineup. With 10 minutes to go in this heat, he's got to get back out there to get that priority. And Isabella Sosa, she's looking intently with her back out there. That guy is a paddling machine.
And that's why Louis Finnegan calls him Monster Calves Campbell, and he is a swim instructor. I heard he was able to give you a few tips on your stroke, Manny. So not only Mrs. Campbell, Ian's mother, but Ian, both working to help the youth and help even adults swim better. And his mother's, he coaches, and he does a few other things. Gets coffee for photo shoots, but let's see who is going to be up and riding. It looks like Ian Campbell. He's deep on this left. He's getting a shack of a lifetime. Sounds like he came out. We'll try to get you the replay, but right behind him, Moz. This wave could be a massive number. He did an air reverse earlier. Will he go for another one?
Oh, my goodness.
And he does. He lands on the top of the wave, unable to complete that, but the better the exchange, going to the South African, who's sitting in first place in this heat right now. We'll see if he's able to extend that lead over Moz, but look at him paddle. He's a machine, and he's going to regain first priority.
Ian Campbell heading back out. A nice wave exchange between the two riders. Omri Laverne in the red jersey and Ian Campbell in yellow. Ian Campbell putting everything on the line, trying to get not only his is he in his first ever World Tour final, but he can probably pull off a double whammy by winning this event and having it be his first World Tour win. So total possible for the South African Ian Campbell, who I was fortunate enough to hang out with last year. But here's another look at what happened on that left for Omri Laverne.
Boy, he was deep, and he keeps going. And had he came out clean, we would have seen a huge score. But it looks like he came just short on that one. And it does look like we are getting a massive score dropping for Ian Campbell. Could you confirm it for me, Manny?
Yes, it is a 9.5. A 9.5 for Ian Campbell on his last wave, which was absolutely amazing. So Ian Campbell on a good run right now. Is this going to be his first World Tour win?
It's starting to look that way, Manny, and with 6 minutes remaining, let's see what's bringing him closer and closer to that dream. Nice, long, deep barrel.
Oh,
and
my
he's
goodness.
able to get spit out of it, throws the car for good measure. So even though that wave was way on the inside, that barrel was a spectacular one. The judges loved it. 9.5 for Ian Campbell.
That was incredible. Woo! So Ian Campbell with a 9.5. That wave was just perfect. That is the Flopos we've all grown to love on a smaller scale. So Ian Campbell currently looking really good right now with
5 minutes remaining now, Manny. This heat of 30 minutes in duration is getting into its final 5 minutes. Moz is still possible to attack that lead held by Ian Campbell. He needs a massive number to do it. He needs a 9.75, I believe, to attack the lead held by Ian Campbell. And Ian sitting in a nice spot. I'm not sure. I kind of think he has priority, but he definitely has a strong lead in this heat. But he knows after seeing that semifinal with Jeff and Moz that he is not safe by any means. He's going to do his very best to surf super strong. There's some of the competitors tripping
Portuguese.
out, loving life.
The Portuguese and Alex Odanga's right there with the gray hoodie from the Basque Country. We saw Maxime Castillo down in that peanut gallery as well from France. So very giving hope to those young guns who are fighting their way here on the world stage and showing that what is possible.
Yeah, he certainly is. Ian Campbell on his second full-time year on tour, and he is pulling off a career highlight. This is going to be a heat he will remember for the rest of his life. This is going to be a heat that his loved ones, his friends, also remember for the rest of their lives. And this is the culmination of years of training. And to make it to the world stage with a wave like this now to continue his hopes, either way, good call for him to go.
Campbell's hands right there. And he knew that wave could have shaped up to be a high-scoring wave. Right now, Amaury needs a 9.75, and which is a very high score and totally doable for Amaury Laverne. And to avoid Amaury having that opportunity on that wave, Ian Campbell with priority decided to take off. Even though he didn't make it out of that, it was still a strategy that he used.
Certainly, Manny. Great point there, because that was an important part of this heat. As the time winds down, Ian Campbell making sure he doesn't ineffectively hand the win over to Moz. You know, since he had priority, had he let Moz go and Moz got the number, boy, Ian would have been thinking, why didn't I just go? And so Ian Campbell, like you said, even though he didn't make the wave, that scoring opportunity did not go ahead for Moz.
Wow, 1 minute and 30 seconds for Ian Campbell to have his first win of his World Tour career, and only being on the tour for 3 years. That's a huge feat for the South African Ian Campbell. I can tell you right now, all of South Africa, all the bodyboarders in South Africa, from one end to another of the coastline, they're just holding their breath right now for the next 60 seconds. Will South Africa bring home another Arica Chilean Challenge title?
Well, it is the first time for Ian Campbell to make it into a APB Men's World Tour final, and this could be the first time that Ian Campbell makes it as a World Tour champion.
Amaury Laverne has made it to the final in the last 3 years, including this year. Last year, he faced off with another South African, Jared Houston, and last year, Amaury Laverne succumbed to that South African as well, as Jared Houston winning last year. Will Moz lose again or succumb to the South African? 20 seconds. Ian Campbell could be walking away with his first win as a World Tour competitor.
This looks like it'll be the last opportunity.
Oh, wait a second. We did this last time. Is Amaury Laverne looking for a 9.75 deep barrel? Comes out and a backflip right there. Not as clean. It's going to be tough. I don't think that was a 9.75. Dub, what do you got?
I don't think so either, but we'll leave that up to the judges, because that was a very well executed maneuver.
Oh my God, that was amazing.
And that maneuver, that could have been the victory lap from Ian Campbell going for a no-handed backflip. It was a very impressive maneuver. He didn't land it. It was behind the, behind the heat. Oh gosh, we're just waiting for scores. We are rattled.
Wow, that was...
We are going to give you the score when we hear it. Judges deliberating. Both riders just wondering what to do next. It is unsure to either of them who has won, so you can see their approach. They're going to congratulate each other. Ian Campbell wins his first ever World Tour event, and he is your 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge champion.
Wow. Ian Campbell coming onto the scenes 3 years ago on the World Tour, and it took 3 years. And in these pretty good conditions here in the Arica Chilean Champion, we need to change that name. Sorry, guys. Let's change that name from Amaury to Ian Campbell. We need to change that name to Ian Campbell, the South African, who wins here at the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge. He is stoked.
That's amazing. Everybody's cheering. Everybody's loving it. Great grand final all the way down to the final moments. Great effort from Maz on that last one. Here he's getting some cheers. He is still just stoked to have made the grand final. And he was close, but it was the momentum on the side of Ian Campbell. And we see both of them making their way back into the keyhole. And both of them will be... Oh, there it is. That's the right graphic.
Oh, nice.
That is your Arica Chilean Challenge champion, Ian Monster Calves Campbell. Everybody is stoked. And we do have a couple South Africans. They're ready to congratulate their friend. And I'm worried if they're going to start cheering him up from there because the rocks are slippery and they're dusty. But there's an embrace. And this is a terrific moment for those three riders.
Look at that.
Jared Houston, the current world champion, sharing the moment with Ian Campbell, Tristan Roberts. There's Louis Finnegan. There's PLC. There's Tanner McDaniel. There's even Jacob Romero. They're all queuing up to get hugs and embraces. And we even have some other riders just trying to get a part of it. There is terrific sensation, terrific energy.
Wow.
And a well-deserved win to a really amazing bodyboarder, but also just a great guy. These South Africans, I don't know how you guys breed them down there, but they're just great people.
Yeah, there's something in the water for sure down in South Africa. And, yeah, Ian Campbell introduced to me by a very good friend of mine, Billy Thiel, and he saw something in Ian Campbell and always wanted the best for Ian. And he just patted him on the back as he left Theo Board Company and progressed on to GT boards. And GT is super stoked, I'm sure. But Billy Thiel saw something in Ian Campbell, and here he is, coming to light here at the 2016 Chilean Challenge. Your champion in the men's division, Ian Campbell.
What a special moment for Ian. Everybody is super stoked. I'm glad the fellas are waiting until he gets to solid ground, and then I'm sure they'll cheer him up once he gets to a little bit firmer position. And there we see the cheering starting to take place. They're lifting him up. That's your moment. There it is. The Arica Chilean Challenge champion, Ian Campbell. He's getting chaired up now. Hopefully ankle strength is with the riders who are making it over a very
I know they're on the reef.
Very rocky area. And Ian Campbell coming on up. Not only up from the water, but he's making his way up into history right now. He's going to be chaired onto that stage. He is going to be crowned the Chilean Challenge champion. He is pumped. Everybody's pumped for him. History in the making, and a bright shining star from South Africa. Third year on tour, gets that tour victory he's been waiting for. And there is some of the intense action now making its way onto the shore. We've been seeing it in the water all day. Now it's getting to the stage. Just a mob of people progressing Ian up onto that stage. And I'm sure Begonia's going to have a few words with our champion here in Arica. Wow, what a moment. And I'm sure Sharon Roberts is super stoked. I wouldn't be surprised if there's tears being shed on Sharon's beautiful rosy cheeks. And there he is. He's getting a moment to take a breath, kind of realize what happened. There's our fourth place, Tristan Roberts, giving him a pat on the back. And Ian Campbell is in a euphoric state of mind right now. It's sinking in. He's trying to figure out, is this real? And Manny, this moment will be remembered forever. Now we have both of our grand finalists. Maz is super stoked. He's a great sportsman. He's stoked to have made it into that grand final, and he's super stoked that Ian surfed such a great heat. I'd say that there's nobody on the beach that's not stoked for this rider right here, Ian Monster Calves Campbell.
Whew, so Ian Campbell has been putting in years of the competition, 10 years in the making, going through the South African ranks, and here he is, 3 years on the tour, and finally making it to the final for the first time, and taking it to his first win on the World Tour.
Such an amazing moment. Congratulations to all of South Africa. Congratulations to all of Ian's family, all of Ian's friends, all of Ian's sponsors. And obviously a huge congratulations to that man in yellow, also the man in red, but Ian Campbell, he is your 2016 Arica Challenge Chilean champion.
All right, don't go anywhere. We're jumping right into the quarterfinals with the women's right after this. Man, that was insane. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and it's been an exciting day so far.
But it's not over.
But it's not over. We have the quarterfinals of the women's currently out in the water. We're going to roll through those semifinals and finals of the women's. Plus, we have the pro juniors as well.
Yeah, we got semifinals of pro juniors and the finals of them, as you mentioned. And looks clear out there. Looks great. We want to run as much as we can. We've gotten clearance that as long as the wind holds up, we can push through and bring this final day home for you. So I know you're super excited about that men's champion, Ian Campbell, but we have yet to decide the other two Arica Chilean champions because we have two divisions yet to finish. We're going to be bringing you that action. So let's get right out into the water. In the water now is the two Portuguese, Joanna Schenker, as well as Teresa Almeida. And they are battling for a spot in the semi-finals.
Quarterfinal, heat number 1. You're going to see Teresa Almeida in red and in yellow. Joanna Schenker in the yellow jersey. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are still rocking and rolling. Quarterfinals of the women's second heat coming up next. You're going to see Isabela Sosa and Yolanda Gonzalez from Venezuela. And we have waves and up and riding, drawing first blood right now. It is yellow. Joanna Schenker getting a nice clean barrel, comes out to the open section and kicks out of there. So nice clean barrel ride for Joanna on her first wave. So the two Portuguese ladies, guaranteed one will make it to the semifinals. So that's a good thing for Portugal.
That's an amazing thing because what that means is there will be one Portuguese in one of the finals, whether it's the grand final or the podium final. So we'll decide who it'll be in the next 20 or so minutes. Teresa Almeida, she's up, staying close to the board.
Nice.
While she finds a bottom turn and puts it up into a nice completed Rolo maneuver. So both of these ladies drawing their first strikes against each other in the form of wave scores. And we are excited, super excited.
All right, guess what? We're actually going to go down and talk to the winner of the men's division here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. And he's down there right now with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. I can't start to describe the feelings that we can sense here at the beach. We have a new champion, a new face. It's amazing the message that it's sending this to the youth, to the young people that it's starting bodyboarding, and it's incredible. I will have to give you the word now because you need to tell the world how do you feel at the moment.
Man, I can't even describe it. It's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, surfing against Mars to start off with. He's an amazing competitor and he's always on top form, and again in this contest, like, you can't doubt him, and he just killed it. And yeah, it was a really tough heat, but just happy to get 2 good ones and get my scores in, and then kind of sit back and kind of wait for the time to count down, which seemed like forever. But yeah, I'm so stoked. I mean, I'm sure my family and everyone else is watching. I'm sure my dad's crying and my mom. So yeah, just big ups to you guys. Thanks so much for everything. And yeah, I can't actually describe it. Thank you so much.
Unreal performance. You totally deserve it. Congratulations, Ian. It's amazing to see you winning the title, the competition. Amaury, your performance on the previous heat was outstanding. Also here, you surfed really good. You were this close to do the same thing as the semifinals. You almost changed with your last wave. How do you feel right now?
Oh yeah, I feel really stoked, really happy on this contest, and just such a good battle today. I knew it, it's such a physical contest too, because we did 3 heats. It was really intense, been like 30 minutes heats, and Jan is such an athlete, and it's also about like the physical resistance, to be there and fighting and again and again. And yeah, I'm super stoked on my performance and super stoked for Jan, I have a new guys coming there winning that title. Yeah, and after the hit I did on the semi-final, I think I was a bit too high, and I'm tired actually. But yeah, super happy for him, super happy for me, and yeah, thanks to all you guys for the support. We're here fighting for passion for the sport, and try to bring you the best of bodyboarding. So I hope you guys love the show, and yeah, thanks so much.
There you have it. Amazing moments right here at the beach, and I don't even know what to say. So back to you guys in the booth. Keep it with the girls. Thank you very much.
I think Ian's still in shock.
He is, for sure. It'll take probably a few days, maybe weeks, maybe months for this to really sink in. The gravity of this situation has changed his career, and it's going to take time for him to be able to see the new shape of his career. He is now going to be jumping up a few spots on the Open Life leaderboard. He is going to be now more valuable to those people who are sponsoring him, but also he is now going to be somebody to get on your team, because you saw the bottom of this board, maybe just a couple of logos. So I'm sure he's going to be approached by a number of companies, because who wouldn't want Ian Campbell to represent their company? I mean, such a great guy. One of the most honest professionals. There we see, look at this mellow guy. He's just chilling. He's doing his job. He's still working. A lot of other riders would just be going berserk and screaming and making a big scene. Ian Campbell, still working.
So he's going to get a lot of that up until a week or so from now, especially when he gets back home to South Africa. Definitely face will be scattered all over the newspapers and possibly the magazines of South Africa and all the magazines and online media in the bodyboarding world. Ian Campbell. If you haven't already bookmarked his website, check out chasingred.com, and that's where you're going to get the inside scoops from his words alone. So chasingred.com, Ian Campbell, head on over there, bookmark it, and see what he has to say about his win. So here we go, up and riding, taking a look at this one. Oh no, Teresa Almeida in the red jersey, pulling back on that one. Teresa Almeida, go ahead.
I was just going to bring the viewers up to speed since we've taken a little shift of the attention. It is Teresa Almeida with a 5.75, and it's Joanna Schenker with the 2. So we didn't neglect the riders on the water. There's just one wave ridden, and I'm sure we've showed you them. So while we show these guys, don't worry, we're going to be showing you live action as soon as it happens. And here we see Moz signing autographs, a bunch of support around him. And
can I say I love Moz? Am I allowed to say that?
Totally.
Yeah, I love that guy. He's very professional, and you can see his passion for the sport and passion for fellow bodyboarders during his speech there. So he's definitely one of my favorite people on the planet. I mean, he's definitely one I'd love to have as a friend. So, Moz, good job, brother.
Good job to both of our grand finalists, and great job to both of our podium finalists. And all the competitors throughout the event have done spectacularly. So all the participants, in all the divisions. Great job to everybody. Thank you for being here. And we do see a wave coming in. The girls let it go because this one's surging way on the inside, and it's just going to shelf out. And we got one out the back.
Looks like Joanna Schenker in the yellow jersey, who has priority, is paddling into this one. All right, looking for that section to go for a maneuver, and it just comes up too quick on that shallow reef, and she decides to bail and pull through that one. This is a quarterfinal number 1. The Portuguese are out in the water right now, holding steady in that first place spot. Is Teresa Almeida, 24 years old, from Nazaré. 2010 national sub-18 champion. So she's been competing for a while now, especially from winning the sub-18 championship. And here's more action on the scaffolding stage downstairs.
Ian Campbell's still working. He's talking to Las Últimas Noticias, a beautiful Chilean newspaper. And then we've got some other folks around too, but he's still working it. And look how calm and collected he is as he gives his very, I'm sure, appropriate interview. And hopefully he's expressing the emotion of being stoked, because he's so professional that, we only saw a few glimpses of it since he's won. I'm sure we'll see more of that on the podium. But Joanna Schenker going on this right-hander. She's found a nice line up to the lip. Oh, but she avoids it. Does an interesting faceplant rotation, and let's hope she's able to get out of that, because the dive out was a little sketch. So Joanna Schenker surfing under priority, hoping for a score there. Teresa Almeida, she's out the back. She gets the signal there's sets, and she starts paddling further out.
Joanna Schenker, she needs to press the reset button and remember where she's at right now. This is a semifinal. She has to get out of this to get into, the quarterfinals to get into that semifinals. And that's where you get to actually ride. If you make it past this heat, you're going to ride 2 more times, whether it's in the grand final or podium final. Teresa digging hard.
She scoops into this one, bottom turns up, and she's looking for a nice big roll. Smooth, complete, one of the best waves of this quarterfinal. Teresa Almeida now with a strong lead over Joanna Schenker. But Joanna's going to get back out there, get the priority, and with 8 minutes left, she's still going to have a shot at making that semifinal.
Wow, Teresa Almeida is now starting to pull away from Joanna Schenker. Again, only about less than 8 minutes remaining for Joanna to get those 2 scores that she needs to get into. Coming up on a 1:30 p.m. here on a Saturday afternoon in the northern parts of Chile, Arica.
So a beautiful day, and a beautiful day to bring you at least the men's finals. And as Manny said, we're going to do our best to just keep on going. If the conditions stay nice, we might be able to bring you all the finals. Teresa Almeida on this right-hander. See her stall at that takeoff. Now she takes all that speed and bottom turns, finds that section, clean roll.
Perfect landing.
Super perfect landing. Terrific opportunity for more points. 8-point ride for Teresa Almeida. Does put Joanna in a combination situation for the time being. And Teresa looking strong.
Teresa Almeida, 24 years old. Actually, 2013 Portuguese national vice champ in snowboarding. So an all-around athlete. This Portuguese winning this heat so far, Teresa Almeida from Nazaré.
Yeah, she is an incredible rider, not only of water, but of frozen water, snow. And so she's able to snowboard and just perform terrifically. Looks like we got a really special treat here. We are bringing Ian Campbell into the hot seat. He's going to sit with Manny and give you a few words.
All right, we still have some action out the back, but we're going to have Ian Campbell's get in the middle here. There we go, brother. But first we want to make sure we don't break into any of the live action. And be careful where you step, just in case you don't get electrocuted. And we don't want our first place winner of the event to get out of here in an ambulance. But you didn't hit the reef either. But first thing, how stoked are you?
Oh man, words can't even describe. I mean, yeah, just the most epic scene on the beach. Jerry, Louis, Jacob and all the boys are down there. I mean, Tristan came and gave me a massive hug, and it's just like, it's just something else, really. I can't really describe it, but first tour win, and just, yeah, thanks to everyone back home. I mean, there's been some crazy support, and
Well, they're right there looking at you in the camera.
thanks, guys.
Yeah, so
Look, thank you so much. I mean, mom, dad, my brother, you guys have been amazing, and everyone else back home, family, friends, my girlfriend Rosie, thank you so much for everything. You're the biggest motivation out there, and yeah, just everyone. It's been a crazy journey, and I've finally done it. So yeah, really stoked.
Awesome. Well, you know what? You said pretty much everything you had to say right there. What in a nutshell? But how difficult was that?
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, Moz is the kind of guy that can come back from anything. I mean, we've seen him in the past year. I mean, we saw him in the semis just smash a 10-point reversal on his last wave, and those are the kind of things you got to stress about the entire heat, because you never know when those are going to come through. So, yeah, but I'm just really happy with my riding at the moment. I think I put it on the line a couple times, and sometimes it didn't pay off. There was a flip in the final that didn't pay off, but the rest of the time, I mean, the surfing was good, and I'm really stoked with where I am at the moment.
Yeah, you've been surfing really well, so you had terrific momentum going through the whole event. One thing to wave selection, just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to the start, really, where I've grown up, and the guys that have really pushed me to start riding. I mean, everyone from Billy Thiel, who first introduced me into bodyboarding, all the way through to the Central Natal team and all the way to the SA team. I mean, everyone along that way has pushed me into this journey that I've taken, and now it's all paying off. I mean, yeah, big ups to everyone. I mean, I literally cannot just name it like a certain person, because it's just been that whole federation and the whole surf team back home that's just really come together and pushed me and kept supporting me over the years, and the results are showing finally.
They certainly are. So something's happening in South Africa. They're doing it right. The sport is progressing. Amazing elite athletes up to the world stage. We have our event champion here from South Africa, and what I was just mentioning and what we've noticed is they're really smart competitors, they're really powerful competitors, and they perform at a super high level. Out on the rocks, we did see our current world champion, along with the 4th place from this event, congratulating our Arica Chilean Challenge. All 3 of those guys, South Africans, who have come up through the same system that Ian just mentioned. So he wants to send those thanks out, and he's done it well. One thing we've also noticed is ever since you got to the stage, you've been working still. You're just a professional. You've been doing interviews. Now you're doing an interview up here with us. So we want to give you some time to let it sink in, and we know that's going to take time over the next several days, even weeks, as we've mentioned that, you know, there's a new horizon on your professional career, and you've achieved a milestone that not many have, becoming the 2016 Arica Chilean champion.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Just a huge shout out to my sponsors, GT Boards and Reflex Wetsuits. I mean, the guys have really come up this year and really backed me, so thanks so much, guys. This one's kind of for you, and also to Red Bull South Africa. I mean, over the past 5 years, they've really been backing me through everything, and it's just, I mean, this is a result of that all. So without you guys, I could never have done this, so thanks very much for all the support.
Yeah, and somebody who definitely deserves it. It'd be crazy not to support this guy, so good job to everybody who is backing this guy, because he is riding amazing, and he just has become a part of history, and he's going to be now pushing on through the rest of the 2016 APB World Tour with a victory in his back pocket, and we can only expect bigger and better for Ian Campbell. So thank you so much for joining us, and a big congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, Ian Campbell, your 2016 Arica Chilean champion men's division winner. Get down there. I'll get you a round of beer tonight to celebrate.
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
Wonderful to have Ian Campbell take a moment of that special time Wonderful to have Ian Campbell come up here, Manny. And even though we may have gotten our polos just a little wet,
oh, is that what that is?
We are super stoked that Ian Campbell made it up here. But quarterfinal, heat number 1 coming to an end, and it does look like Teresa Almeida will be moving on into the semifinals. We'll give you the official results, because that is unofficial, as soon as we come back from potential commercial break.
Yeah, you know what? We're going to give you a couple more replays if we got those ready. But more of that and more of the quarterfinals of the women's division right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, giving you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge. And we just had the end of heat number 1 of the quarterfinals. It was the Portuguese, well, they were both Portuguese. Teresa Almeida, though, taking out Joanna Schenker in that first quarterfinal. Now out in the water, heat number 2 of the quarterfinals, Isabella Sosa, multiple world champion, going head-to-head with the Venezuelan,
Yulene Gonzalez.
Yes,
so
let's get out there in the water.
Terrific battle we have on our hands between these two. You can see that it is Isabella Sousa in the red jersey, and Yule Gonzalez in yellow. So the action continues. The vibe is electric. We are bringing you incredible action here on day number 9.
And we just saw the men's division winner being crowned. Actually, the trophy ceremony will be coming up after we finish off the women's final and the pro junior finals, which are coming up as heat number 2 are the quarterfinals of the women's out in the water right now. So Isabella, a ton of speed, and you don't know what she's going to do until she gets up to the top of the wave. So Isabella Sosa, 2010 and 2012 world champion from Brazil, going head-to-head with Yulene Gonzalez, who's currently living in San Francisco, giving surf lessons. So yeah, she's not, calling San Francisco home for the meantime, as she's up in California enjoying life.
That's so wonderful, and she's representing a beautiful country, Venezuela. So I'm sure the Venezuelans are rooting for Yule in this one, and she is a very talented rider. And, being in California, based out of at this point, has given her a lot of access to terrific waves. We've seen her on the North Shore. We've seen her throughout these events thus far over in Brazil, of course, starting off the women's portion of the APB World Tour. Podium or the grand final, depending on how she does in the semis.
Look at this.
Standing in her way is a massive, massive roadblock in the form of Isabella Sousa. Yule has priority, and she uses it.
Ooh, looks like she paddled for that wave and decided not to go. So now priority switched over to red. Isabella Sosa, who has priority. Leonard taking a look at this one and going for a right-hand wave and drops in.
She's had success on these right-handers, and she goes up and punches a nice big roll, completes it smooth. Nice start for Yule. And bringing you some of the best action bodyboarding has to offer.
From Scorpion Island, and there she is, the lovely Puerto Rican Luz Marigran, sending kisses from Puerto Rico to you wherever you're tuning in from. And now's the perfect opportunity to see where you are tuning in from. Send over your shout outs, or for a shout out. I'm going to post something on our APB Tour Facebook page and get a shout out to those first 10 or so comments that come in. So I'm going to post something right now. Where you at? On our Facebook page. 3, 2, 1. Boom. It's on there. So give me the country and the time where you are tuning in from, and we'll get some shout outs going out to those that are tuning in from all over the world. And I have the opportunity right now to say thank you to the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop and the event presented by Erizos. Without their support, this event probably wouldn't be happening, but we have more. Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo 360 energy drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. And be sure to follow us on apbtour.com. That's where you're going to get all the info and all the goods about every rider, the events, and everything else. APB Tour YouTube channel, that's where you can get all the latest highlight videos and the recorded scenes, or the recorded days of competition. Whoa, I'm sorry, distraction. But yes, YouTube, make sure you subscribe once you get to the APB Tour YouTube channel. So Manny V and David Hubbard holding it down here in the hot seat. So shout out to those that came in and helped as well.
We had a terrific cast of riders who've come in throughout this event. Women like Isabella Sousa and Alexandra Linde. We did have juniors like Tanner McDaniel. We had Jeff Hubbard, Jerry Houston, both world champions. We also had Louis Finnegan. Did we have Ian Campbell come up here? I'm sure.
Yes, we did.
Well, he definitely just came up here, but I think he helped with a few heats as well. Early days, maybe day 1 or 2. And so we are
0.25, and she's going to get scored accordingly for that ARS she just pulled off. And man, she's still not wearing a full suit. I'm getting cold just looking at her. Teresa Almeida giving a congratulations handshake to Ian Campbell, who makes his way out of here. What do you think? Where do you think he's going?
He's going to probably try to get home and stash his gear safely and then come back down for the awards. So that's probably his game plan right now. So he wants to make sure that he can get just a moment of quiet time, let it sink in, probably phone a friend, phone a family member, just enjoy the moment, but then come back down. So let's take a look at this. Super critical, through the lip, totally committed, pulls it clean. Wow, that was a clutch performance from Yule, and she needs it going up against one of the world's best, Isabella Sousa.
Well, with 12 minutes to go, it seems like a lot of time for us, but for Isabella Sousa, who has to time, it can just slip through her fingers if she doesn't get moving. Isabella Sousa can easily get a solid 6.25 on one wave. So it's just a matter of that wave coming in for her.
7.75 coming in for last of Yule, a very high score. Isabella now in a combination situation. She needs at least a 4. 2 waves now required, and we're still in the first half of this heat, so a lot can take place. We do see Yule with second priority now approaching the rider in red, who has first priority, former world champion Isabella Sousa.
So look at this, out the back. Oh, airdropping into that barrel. It was Yulena Gonzalez on the right and Isabella Sousa on the left. So it looks like Isabella, there's no priority right now because both of them caught waves, but it seems like Isabella on the left will get out a little quicker as Yulena has to duck under some of these waves to get out into the lineup.
Exactly. Re-enter the lineup and hold on to that lead as we enter into the second half of this heat. Isabella Sousa still needs 2 scores.
All right, looks like we do have a little slight lull in the action. We do have Begonia downstairs with the winner of that first heat. Begonia, take it away.
Hace quinto y ahora consigue hacer mejor. Thank you very much, guys. We're here with super happy Teresa Almeida. By home, how are you feeling right now?
Estoy muy feliz porque están muy buenas olas. Yo quería hacer un buen resultado porque En Brasil eu consegui un quinto, ahora yo quería ser un poco mejor. Como te dice, es mi primera vez que estoy en semifinal de aquí de APB. Y entonces muy muy feliz por poder estar ahí men on men con muy buenas olas. Y es eso, es enjoy las olas y conseguí pasar, soy muy feliz.
Well, she can't say much. She only says that she's extremely happy to be for the first time in an IPV event on the semi-final. That after Aitaquachara, she ended up 5th, and she focused herself on improving that result right here at Arica. And she's too happy to be out there surfing these great waves by herself. So, parabéns para você, congratulations. You want to send out a shout out to someone right now?
Sim, beijinhos para Portugal, espero que estejam a ver. Foi um bom hit com a Joana, foi pena não dar para passar as duas, como é óbvio. Se tivesse sido isto numa final era melhor, mas acho que estivemos muito bem aqui. A Joana também teve, sim, passou muitas rounds até chegar aqui, teve bem. E é bom estarmos aqui mais portugueses. E agora o circuito vai para Portugal, por isso é ótimo. Beijinhos para todos.
Well, there you have it then. Teresa Almeida, extremely happy. Congratulations, parabéns para você. And back to you guys to the action with the girls.
We're having fun down there. We need to get down there and have a good time too. But first, no, we got to get through the quarterfinals and semifinals, and then we have the junior semifinals and finals. We still have action here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, and we thank Mother Nature for keeping the winds down here at Flopos on Scorpion Island.
Praise Jah for sure. Like you mentioned, we got juniors too. We're going to crown an Arica Chilean junior champion today too.
Coming up next, Alexander Rinder, your current world champion, two-time world champion, back-to-back. The youngest ever bodyboarding world champion at 16. That's Alexander Rinder. Blowing everybody a kiss back at home. Canary Islands is what she calls home. But parents, both German. She's German, but grew up in the Canary Islands. But big shout out to the family who have I've had the pleasure of meeting, and very, you know what? There's not enough good words to say about that family who have been pretty awesome to me every time I see them. So hello to the Rinder family. I'm sure everybody's tuning in. She's coming up in the next quarterfinal, heat number 3. But we're still winding down with 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining out in the water. Leonard Gonzalez maybe causing an upset here, taking out multiple world champion.
Left, hasn't found what she wanted. And even if she's sitting in priority, she is behind the 8 ball, so to speak. She is now feeling the pressure, even though as experienced as she is. Having a competitor like Yule put her in a combination situation would give up again on this right-hander. Isabella lets her go. Yule stalls, finds a section. Huge ALS.
My goodness.
This is going to put Isabella Sousa farther in combination. And I'll tell you something, Manny. Having let Yule go on that wave, and the score that Isabella's going to hear is going to be wild. But Isabella goes for a flip of her own and gets herself a one-way ticket out of combo land. So we've got a battle on our hands. Now it's a battle for priority. With 5 minutes remaining, we are super thrilled to see what will happen next.
Well, going for priority, a paddle battle will probably ensue. You can see on your left, that is Yuleni in the yellow, and you'll probably see right on your right screen. Oh, look at this, sets rolling in. We have non-stop waves coming in. The most consistent wave I have ever seen on the tour or ever. Right here in Flop. Oh, she's got to go under that one. But again, the ladies at this level, very fit and capable of handling a beat down like you, Leonard, did just now, going under that big set, but going still.
Alexandra's perfect 10-point ride she had in her round 2 heat, and just an amazing performance being put on by Yule right now. And even though Isabella did leave the combination situation, she needs an 8.51. Let's check the replay, Manny, because Isabella let her go on this, and this was the better of the exchange. She stalls, she bottom turns, she gets a clean rotation, super critical, beautiful execution, well-deserving of that 9.25. And there we see what happened after that set. Yule was trying to get back out, and she was getting handled by the inside. Here's the left. Isabella Sosa's waited for this most of the heat, finds a section, gets an ARS. The maneuver's clean, even though the wave wasn't, and she's able to get herself out of combo land.
Yeah, combo land is where you don't want to be. It's the situation where the rider has to get 2 whole new complete scores, which means 2 whole new complete rides, and up and riding. Isabella Sosa coming fast off the bottom. Nice fine section, and oh my goodness, that was incredible. She is stoked. Finally at a combination land, and not only that, may have taken over that first place spot from Ulander. She is stoked, and Alexander Rinder saying, let's go, come on, let's do this. We have 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. That was incredible. So again, very explosive. Isabella Sosa waiting for that score to drop. She
10-point ride, man.
Oh my!
A perfect 10-point ride from Isabella Sosa. So Yule Gonzalez dropping one of the highest scores of the event, but Isabella Sosa dropping the highest score of the event, tied with Alexandra Linder. Let's take another look because this was amazing. Set wave, beautiful bottom turn, finds the section. Up and around, execution is flawless, plenty of airtime, whips it around. There's one claim, there's another. Board smack. But that was a board smack of joy. Sometimes competitors strike their equipment through frustration, and that was a strike of celebration.
Yes, that was an incredible maneuver right there from Isabella Sosa. And yes, with that 10-point ride, she moves straight into that first place slot. Now with an 8-point ride, 8.5 on the 10-point. Let's take another look at what her timing was all about. It was perfect. And almost completing that rotation before landing. And she is stoked again with a double boom, bam, beam.
Exactly.
I can't think
and
of
that
anything
was
for you.
super radical. And that was what she needed. She needed to get out of a hectic situation. But you know what? Yule can still catch her. There's a minute left, and she's gotten a 9.5 on her score line. If she can get a 901, she'll take the win in the last minute. Yule, totally capable of doing it. She's now sitting in second priority. She had a difficult return to the lineup after her 9.5. She ended up getting caught inside and paddling out the left. So she's a little winded. She's a little probably intimidated by that massive maneuver because it was right in her face. And with the heat of her life, Yule is unable to advance.
Oh my goodness.
And with one of the comebacks of her life, Isabella Sosa moves on into the first semifinal.
Wow, incredible showing from you, Leonard, only to be shut down in the last couple minutes by Isabella Sosa with a perfect 10-point ride. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with heat number 3 of the quarterfinals. We'll be back right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos, un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. This is another fun one. Definitely some big moves to be had. And we're going straight into the action. Coming off the bottom, that is Alexander Rinder, your current world champion from the Canary Islands. And a nice clean maneuver right off the bat with less than a minute that has been gone by here in this 20-minute course. And now we're all going to see how they fare in these 6 to 8 foot face waves, occasional 10-foot face waves rolling through. So it's totally doable for both of these riders to get out of here. Only one rider will go into the semifinals. The other rider will call it the end of the road for the event.
Boy.
Luz Marie Grand and Alexander Rinder out in the water.
So a great exchange opening for both riders. 6 points for Luz Marie and a 5-2-5 for Rinder. So a tight battle for the third spot into that semifinal. It'll be the first spot into the second semifinal.
Of that heat to get her out of combo land and to get her into that first place spot, knocking out the Venezuelan Yulena Gonzalez. And a quick note, also, this is her second back-to-back event where she clocked in another 10-point ride as she did in the Itucochara Pro just a couple weeks ago. Here we go, taking a look. Yes, it is Luz Marie Gran, the Puerto Rican.
She bottom turns on this left-hander. She's hoping to find something and gets an aerial cutout, but that won't score super high, so she's going to get out the back. And, yeah, Isabella, terrific performance, not only at Itacochara, but pushing through here. She wants to keep the campaign alive, and she is moving on in to the finals. First, she'll be in the semifinals to decide whether it's Teresa Almeida or Isabella Sousa.
In Arica, but showed up for her second heat and unfortunately didn't come through. Just probably feeling exhausted fighting off that sickness, but he's here till the 19th, so it's going to be fun to see some photos coming out from Arica. But look at this, Tanner McDaniel. You can see him being focused right now. And we're going to totally just on the two girls, Joanna Schenker and Begonia in the background. But Tanner, he's going to be coming up in the juniors semifinals, which will be coming up shortly.
Yes, it will, and we are super excited, but we need to set the stage for the semifinals, which is going to be coming up. But here's in yellow, Luz Marie Gran. She pulls into a solid barrel. Wow, if she was able to make it out of that, we would have seen possibly another excellent score. But just getting caught just a little behind it was Luz Marie Gran. Just a terrific effort, though, and leaves Alexander Rinder out the back to catch a wave like this. Look at this left, Manny. Talk us through it. Just
pulling back on that one was Alexander Rinder. But look, she's still in position right now with priority. This thing is looking like it could shape up into something.
So she's going to just reposition, kind of reassess. She's going to have priority, and she is getting out there. We got some super cheery faces there in the competitor area.
I actually have to get some autographs on this Arica Chilean Challenge official T-shirt. We're giving that away as one of the prizes for the You Riding the Journey Arica Chilean Challenge event, which is actually has been postponed. It will go down, but it is going to be available the 18th through the 27th. So make sure you download the game if you haven't already done so. But You Riding the Journey bodyboard game, look for it in the Google Play Store or in the Apple App Store.
And compete to win a very special prize as well as You Riding virtual goodies.
Yes, indeed. So there you have it. Make sure you download that. We have Susanna, who is in Sintra. It's perfect sangria time, 6:40 p.m. Sky is tuned in from South Africa, and it's 7:40 p.m. as well down in South Africa. So definitely have a beer for your fellow South African Ian Campbell, who took the men's division here. Anthony is in Puerto Rico. Sarah Houston is frothing right now for seeing Ian Campbell winning the men's division. Sess is in Gladstone, Australia, which is 3:45 a.m. Woo! Stoked to have you watching at such an early morning. That's awesome. Neil's in South Africa, super stoked. Maggie is in Colorado, USA, almost coming up on midnight. So Maggie, good to see you. And we got Angus in China. Yuri is in Rio. Dean is proud to be a South African right now, who is tuning from South Africa, Dermot. And to finish off, we got Diego in Peru, Lima, Peru, and John in Plymouth, England. So thank you all for tuning in. Sadi Ohara getting ready for her quarterfinal against Neymar Carvalho. You can see Neymar in the background right there. Neymar, unbelievable rider. Sadi, very technical, very sharp. So Neymar will be coming up. She is a 5-time world.
And it was, Isabella Sousa doing exactly what she's capable of to overcome that underdog in that last heat who had a strong lead through the entire duration and had huge scores. So Loli, even though she may be the underdog.
Out there at first, Yulainer did a great job. She did 2 crazy RSs. And then I bet you were like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I have to just go for everything. And then that backflip, 10-point backflip. How do you feel right now?
I'm feeling really, really good. I can't now, okay? Like this heat, I was like a little bit scary because the last 5 minutes I didn't have like nothing of waves, nothing of points. So I was like a little bit like don't give me pressure. So I think I did well. So I make my heat, and then to the next heat I do the same, like try to be focused in heat per heat.
Excellent, parabéns pra você.
Pode. Quero mandar beijão pra galera do Brasil que tá torcendo. Eu tenho certeza que essa bateria aí.
Those 2 spots in semifinal number 2 in the women's division. We'll find out after these next 2 heats. It'll be Alexandra Rinder or Luz Marie Grand. We're going to find out in about 9 minutes for that one. And then Sario Hara or Neymar Calma 7-6. And Luz Marie Grand trying to better a 2-point ride, the lower of her 2 high-scoring waves. Check this out. We may have some action out the back. Nope. Both riders opting to back off on this one.
So Loli's going to be in first priority. She's currently sitting in first spot. She wants to replace a 2 and put more pressure on the world champion, Alexandra Linder. We've got about 8 minutes remaining. There we see our competitors in the final quarterfinal, the 4th quarterfinal. Neymar Carvalho getting
torch. So it's been a pretty awesome run right now for Neymar Carvalho.
Terrific run for bodyboarders in general, and for us to be able to hold on to that torch and run it closer to its destination for the Olympics, one of the premier sporting events, bringing all sports together, happening in Brazil later on this summer. But we think this is the greatest sports spectacle on the planet, and that wave was amazing. Easy 10-point rides could have been handled had Loli been in position on that. So a bit of a missed opportunity, but she's still holding priority. So if she's able to get a beautiful score on her next ride and keep Alexandra from 1, she will be 1 step closer to making it in to the semifinals.
All right, taking a look at this one. Yes, up and riding on a medium-sized wave. Alexander coming around the section, going for a roll, but it wasn't much of a projected outs. I didn't think Manu was going to be there, but he is still tuned in from Sintra in Portugal. So out in the water, coming down to the 5-minute mark. Craig Haddon, big shout out. Steve Action Jackson, thank you for throwing down some stats and some info bits regarding the Arica Chilean Challenge and the professional riders here in Arica. Look at this. We have some paddling out the back.
This looks like a nice wave. Loli paddles but doesn't go. She'll probably lose priority for that. And she does. Priority now will be with Alexandra Linder.
It's been a very action-packed event, to say the least. Everything from just crazy 10-point rides and people landing on the shallow reefs right here. Luckily, nobody got seriously hurt. And sandstorms, oh man, the list goes on. Coming around the bottom right there, not much there. Luz Marie Grand. We still have some waves coming in, so it's very interesting how these competitors are faring out there as far as either keeping busy or waiting for the big waves. The period here for this swell is kind of long, which means they take a little bit longer for the bigger waves to come in. And you can see everybody looking on intently right there. It's a little chilly. The wind picked up just a little bit.
It did, but it's not blazing on shore. So the conditions are actually still really nice out in the water. But she can't get distracted by the small score she needs right now of a 4.0. She needs to go and attack the peak. She needs to get a medium-sized wave at least and to get a solid maneuver off of it.
And it is possible for her to do that, but time is winding down. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining for both riders. We're going to jump right into the next heat. Sadio Hadi.
let that wave go. She's got to be thinking something's better out the back. Hopefully she can get it because her campaign moving on in the Arica Chilean Challenge counts on it at this point.
1 minute, 10 seconds remaining for this heat, and then we're going to go into the next heat, heat number 4. But Luz Marie, she is only on the hunt for a 4.25, even though...
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Even though that is a low-scoring wave, it is still very difficult if it does not come through. Here's another look at Alexandra Dinda's last wave.
So she gets a nice flip through this section. It wasn't super critical, but she pulls it. I'm having a hard time believing that was only awarded a 5-point ride. But it could have been, and with just a few seconds remaining, Loli needs one of these next waves that's coming in, possibly this very next ride. Paddle battle on her hands. Loli asserting her position, and she's going on this right-hander. Bottom turns up, gets a smooth roll there. She's continuing and gets closed out there.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, giving you the live feed from the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge. Out in the water, the quarterfinals of the women's division, quarterfinal number 4 out in the water.
It's out in the water. Sari Ohara and Neymara Carvalho. This is going to be an action-packed heat, and it's the final quarterfinal of the whole event, because after this, we're into the semis of not only the women's, but the juniors. So, without any further ado, let's go right into the action.
Ohio gozaimasu. So from Japan, we have Sari Ohara, and from Brazil, Neymara Carvalho.
And these two riders have a bit of history because Sari Ohara grew up under the tutelage of Aoi Ki, just a tremendous Japanese female bodyboarder, one of the most powerful ones, and for sure training videos were of Neymara Carvalho. They've also had heats together. I believe they competed in Itacoatiara, potentially at other events on the World Tour, but Sari, the young blood, just turned 21. She's making a campaign for pulling off one of the first ever Japanese world titles, and she wants to make that done this year in 2016. We do hear that the start of the heat has just counted down behind us, and we will be seeing these two very powerful riders battle it out for that final slot in the semifinals. So a very exciting heat we have on our hands, and we have sets approaching. We are very excited to see both of these riders charge it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're both focusing on the right-hander. Here we have up and riding. Ooh, no, short paddle for Sari Ohara, and a very interesting paddle to start us off. And we from scratch. That will be happening in about 20 minutes from now, because we do have a 20-minute quarterfinal that has just begun. A classic matchup between Sari Ohara, one of the new generation Japanese, and Neymara Carvalho. And it's Sari up on this first one. Big bottom turn, 360 around the section, and she cuts out. So by the time this heat winds down, she's hoping not to count that into her score line, because each female will be counting 2 rides. Their top 2 rides at that will be counted, totaled up, and will be deciding who will move on. The highest total moves into the semis. The semis then will decide what 2 females go into the grand final and what 2 females go into the podium final. We've seen this play out earlier today. And the podium final is a battle between 3rd and 4th. The grand final is a battle between 1st and 2nd. This is how we get our one-on-one matchups to trickle down and give us our top 4 placings in order. Let's take a look at the replay. We've got Sadi, beautiful bottom turn, but gets around the section a little too late to hit a lip and goes for a 360 spin as she cuts out 3.0 on her first ride. Paddle now for this split peak scenario, but it's Neymata on the right-hander. Big bottom turn. She throws a 360 spin. You see her stalling at the end of the 360 just to reposition, hoping to get herself a lip maneuver, but is unable to. She'll be looking at a really similar score to what Sadi opened up with. So, very close start for both of these female competitors. We will be seeing the first semifinal of the juniors coming up next. Tanner McDaniel, Joaquin Soto, Matias Bermal, and Matias Bastos. Then we're going to see semifinal number 2, Nacho Flores, Hamid Cofre, Marcelo Fondes, the giant killer of this Arica Chilean Challenge, going up against the current Pro Junior World Tour champion Socrates Santana. That'll be semifinal number 2. What we do know so far about the women's semifinals is the first semifinal will be a battle between Teresa and Isabella. Teresa Almeida and Isabella Sosa in the semifinal number 1. But look at this, Sadi Ohata up and riding on this right-hander. She bottom turns around and punches a huge roll, and she gets around to throw a 360 before digging her tail. So, as we noticed on that one, Manny, Sadi Ohata going big to push ahead of Neymata Carvalho. Before that wave, it was a very close battle, but this will now give Sadi Ohata the edge for the moment. We do see a little bit of wind texture on the surface. Doesn't look too bad, though. We'll probably continue running, but we'll play it by ear. We'll give you the in-depth details as we receive them here in the booth. But so far, with just about 5 minutes into this this heat, Sadi Ohata in the lead.
Alexander Rinder getting some photo ops as she comes back to the scaffolding, the staging area to return her jersey. But a great run right there for Alexander Rinder. She is the first one to get that one of the 2 slots in heat number 2, the semifinals. And I love it here. I mean, this is pretty much bodyboard country down in Chile. A lot of the riders coming up from up and down the coast to be here to compete for Chile. But coming down to the wire, it is Sadi Ohata. Nice extended roll and lands smoothly and rides out with a spin and gets out of that wave. So Sadi Ohata dropping a 7.5 on that wave right there. So Neymata, I think she's a veteran. She's going to keep cool, calm, and just wait for those bigger, better waves instead of going for anything that comes her way.
I think you're totally right, Manny, with that one, because we've seen one of the most committed maneuvers ever attempted here at Flopos, whether it's in competition, whether it's in free surf, whether it's men's, women's, or pro juniors, performed by that lady in yellow, Neymata Carvalho. She went for an absolutely massive invert, and it was the year, I believe it was 2013, the year Ben Player won. Yep. And it was so huge. I would say it was almost the maneuver of the event that year, and it was just a specialty event for the women at that point, but it's made its way here onto the APB World Tour.
Sadio Hara, no stranger as well as being a regular top 5 competitor on the Women's World Tour. And she's got a lot of traveling under her belt to seeing the likes of Australia, Venezuela, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Chile, and Portugal. So no stranger to the travels and the competitive arena. So facing off with a multiple world champion named Mara Carvalho is actually probably getting her blood pumping being out there with 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Yes, indeed.
We do have Begonia with the winner of the last heat. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with Alexander Rinder, the usual suspect, once again, making it all the way through the semifinals. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked because it wasn't the easiest heat. Couldn't manage to get a really good wave, so I was just struggling a bit down there. Really happy to get through, to get at least one with a little backflip RES. Well, I got a 6.75, so that, like, I was so nervous. I was just waiting that the heat ended because I didn't want that a set came and Luz gets a good wave. And she got one at the end, and they were taking ages for the score, so you can imagine I was feeling down there on the rocks. But yeah, just trying to get concentrated to the next heat and do it a little bit better. Catching better waves and, I don't know, just doing better stuff.
Would you say that girls surfing, bodyboarding, has changed nowadays? That we're seeing more radical maneuvers on the heats. What can you say about that?
Yeah, well, you saw the heat before mine with Isabella and Julainer. That could have been easy final, really good scores, just doing RES and backflip like it's no deal. And it's just amazing to see, it's crazy to go out there and just see a 10, an 8, a 9. It's just crazy and amazing. So I hope it keeps going like that so we can show you guys and girls that we can surf and just that it's interesting to watch too. It's cool to improve ourselves and make better moves and more radical moves. So I think it's a good show what the girls are doing here. So just keep on tuned in the live webcast and here at the beach because it's going to be pretty nice, the semifinals.
There you have it then, Alexander Rinder moving and sending a very cool message to all the girls out there, all your fans and all the rest of bodyboarders. Congratulations, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to see you back here real soon.
I hope so.
Back to you guys with the action.
All right. Terrific interview. Congratulations to Alexandra Rinder. She's going to be moving on into the semifinals. Semifinal number 2 to be exact, and she's going to be battling one of these beautiful ladies who's out in the water now. It is Sadio Hara with a 7.5 and a 3. She's sitting in the lead, and Neymara Carvalho needs to get a 7.01 on the board. Alexandra gets a little Photoshop before taking that jersey off. Can be a little tricky sometimes. And she's going to be preparing for her semifinal. But before that, we got the junior pro semi. It's coming up right after this, Manny. We're going to be seeing those riders hitting the water soon because we are now into the second half of this matchup split peak scenario. It's Neymara on the right-hander. She's going up for a solid roll. And we had Sadio Hara on the left. But whoa, a chunky reverse there from Neymara Carvalho. Lots of power as she transitions from kind of one part of the right-hander to, almost like a secondary swell that was happening on the same wave. So terrific exchange, I feel, from both those riders. We'll see if that's enough to move Neymara into the lead. But
Mark, so, 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Sadio Hara holding steady right now. So, Dave Hubbard is starting to get a little antsy up here as we coming down to the wire of the event, the entire event. And we can't thank you enough for tuning in. We love bringing you the live feed of the Arica Chilean Challenge here from Scorpion Island. And here we go. We got the juniors, pro juniors semifinals coming up. Tanner McDaniel grabbing his jersey, looking out, and he's definitely one to watch here at this this event, not only in the Pro Juniors, but he put on a great performance in the men's division. So he still has a shot to walk away with a win.
Certainly does. Check, this was the left-hander for Sadio Hata. She scoops under there, gets a quick pocket ride before being detonated on by that left-hander, and she gets out. So we did get a 6.5 score come in for yellow. It's not quite enough. Now with 8 minutes remaining, Sadio Hata still trying to ditch that 3 to extend her lead over Neymara Carvalho. But Neymara, at this point, only needing a 4:01. And we've got some marine life in the water now, besides our quarterfinalists. It is Sadio Hata who's back on the lineup first. She's going to be holding priority, and she is going to be searching for a small score to replace that 3.
We got more fans. Actually, we got some autographs getting written out right now. I think that is Matias Bastos, the Brazilian, giving out some autographs before heading out to the first semifinals of the Pro Juniors, and some photos too. Look at that smile. He is stoked. Oh, and a kiss. What? Oh my goodness. How does that happen? It's not over yet. Ladies, I think he has a semifinal coming up. Actually, you know what? I don't think he minds. All right, that is the Brazilian, Matias Bastos. The Brazilians are pretty stoked. They're like, I want to be there. I want to be that guy. So Pro Juniors coming up, semifinal number 1. And that will start in about 6 minutes and 20 seconds. It looks like it could be into a rematch of last year's final if Alexander Rinder and Isabella Sosa make it out of those semifinals. They matched up last year, and it was Alexander Rinder taking the win here last year. So it's going to be fun to watch how this winds up. But first, Teresa Almeida, Isabella Sosa in that first semi. Alexander Rinder will face off the winner of the current heat out in the water for semifinal number 2. But grabbing his jersey, putting it on, getting ready, that is Matias Bernal, the Chilean. Getting ready for Pro Juniors semis number 1. And let me tell you, there's not going to be any shortage of action in that semifinal. I guarantee you 100%. All these riders are going to put it all on the line. And I hold my breath every time these guys take off, because they're going to take it all the way to the inside. They're going to do maneuvers in the shallowest parts of the reef. And they essentially check off and leave fear on land once they hit the water. So very exciting heats coming up. Semifinals 1 and 2 in the Pro Juniors in about 5 minutes, which is the amount of time remaining in this heat. Sadio Hata looking very comfortable with a 3 and a 7.5. And Neymara taking a look. Nope, pulling back. Neymara needs a 4.01 to advance on. Totally attainable for Neymara.
Indeed, indeed, and we see these competitors kind of just making their way around the lineup. It is so important to be in the right place at the right time, Manny. And with priority, it does allow them to be really freed up as far as where they want to sit. So, if they want to sit wide, if they want to sit deep, it's totally up to them, and it doesn't really matter what the other competitor is doing. If the one has priority, they just have to, the rider without priority has to yield. And the rider with priority, they can do what they want. They can sit where they want, and they can access the wave from where they want and pick a direction. As Manny has mentioned, we got rights and lefts, we got barrels, we got ramps, so we got everything needed for these ladies to put on a terrific show. And Sadio Hata is looking at this one, Manny. Is she going to go for it?
It looks like she is. Looks like a perfectly shaped right-hander. Nice little fade on the takeoff, just in time to pull off a big roll right there, coming off the bottom. She knew it was going to be a one-maneuver wave, so she did a nice fade on the drop and then was able to keep that speed and come up and over with that maneuver. So that is going to be definitely better than a 3.0, which is her lower of her 2 top scoring waves. Quarterfinal number 4 out in the water. Sadio Hata holding steady against Neymara Carvalho, but she still has 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. With this set rolling in, is Neymara in position? Is she going to be able to grab this wave? And there she is. She spots it.
And she is starting to position now. She has first priority. She can wait for this if she wants to. She's needing a bigger score now that Saudi has ditched her 3. Tons of speed. She's got a beautiful bottom turn. Speed lines around this section and has to dive out. Missed opportunity for Neymara Carvalho as Saudi O'Hara extends her leads 5.75 and a 7.5. Let's check the replay of her 5.75. She faded the takeoff, big bottom turn. Now she's climbing straight up. Does well to rotate cleanly as the lip throws her around for that El Rolo maneuver. Lands it smooth, and now pressure on Carvalho, needing a 6.76 with just 2.5 minutes remaining.
And priority is with Saudi O'Hara out in the water, and it's going to be fun to see how she uses that in priority. Is she going to use it as a strategy to keep Neymara off any of the big waves that roll through? Because Neymara only needs now a 6.76. Saudi O'Hara has priority, and Saudi, if she gets the word, she may head on over and sit closer next to Neymara. Hey, ladies. And everybody is feeling good, feeling happy. We're in Chile, even though it's a little chilly in Chile. They're still having a good time. Oh, it's heating up down there.
It's heating up. They're drinking their Hennerade. They are getting their 360 energy drink. And it is the punchline from them. Tú tienes el control. You have the control with 360 energy drink. Thank you to all of our terrific sponsors. But take a look at this. It is using priority. Saudi O'Hara up and around. Big lip maneuver there. And wow, is she able to complete? She's still washing around. No, incomplete, but Neymara out the back.
Oh, look at this thing coming in. Unfortunately, the riders aren't in position. Look at Saudi O'Hara trying to make sure she's able to get under this thing. She is in the shallow parts of the reef right there, but sitting by herself, big wave out the back. That is Neymara Carvalho sitting, waiting. She needs a 6.76. 40 seconds remaining. Neymara, can she do it? 6.76, and a wave is coming in out the back. Is it going to hit the reef?
Set.
Is it going to hit the reef good, or is it going to wash through?
Looks
she's
like
paddling.
She's
getting in position. She's
going to be able to give for it, and she opts not to go. One more wave behind, Manny. Will it come in time?
20 seconds. That's all she has, and she has to go right now, or that is the end of the road for Neymara. A 6.76. She's got to go. No! That was probably the heat winner, and she couldn't get out of that. She couldn't get into that as it spit more. Oh, my gosh. That was her last chance right there to advance on. So Saudi O'Hara looking very strong, and she goes into semifinal number 2. Don't go anywhere as we come back with the Pro Juniors semifinal number 1.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Woo, welcome back. The breeze came up a little bit. I had to put on the jacket, and you had to take yours off. Man, this thing is so warm. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge. And yes, we are in the semifinals of the Pro Juniors. Definitely going to be exciting to watch. And Matias Bastos in blue. And up and riding, yep, Joaquim Soto, nice clean roll. This kid has been on fire. He has been looking very strong. Once the waves do come in, there's there was a couple of heats where I saw that he sat for the longest time, didn't catch a wave until later in the heats, and was able to move forward, move on through the heat. But here could be a change of a good change, actually, getting a solid wave right off the bat. Joaquin Soto in the white jersey. So Tanner McDaniel drawing first blood, originally from Santa Cruz, California, but has been living in Kauai for most of his 17 years. And, quote, he likes to eat, sleep, and bodyboard. Up and riding, we have Mateus Bastos.
Stalling on that huge
goodness.
bowl and flips it around. He's able to complete that maneuver. It'll be an excellent score because he's even doing a Rolo at the end of it, even a 360. Massive score. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 10-point ride for this junior in the water, but we'll leave that to the judges.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because he did land on the second wave behind the main wave that he was on, but you know what? It was still a solid projected backflip right there from Matias Bastos, and the Brazilians are up in the second level that are still here up top, just whistling and clapping and supporting their fellow Brazilian out in the water, Matias Bastos. He will be in the dark. We have blue on our screen. You have it on your screen too, but it looks black, so he will be out there in the dark blue jersey. And all the riders now pretty much have one wave under their scorecard except for Bernal, who is in yellow.
So we'll give you the situation as scores start to drop for our riders in the water. 9-5, so a near perfect ride for Matias Bastos. Terrific way to start his campaign. 4-2-5 for Joaquin Soto. Tanner McDaniel with a 1-point ride for the dry hair trim. And Matias Bernal yet to put a score on the board.
Up and riding.
Staying busy on the inside, finds a left, and he's able to get to the end of it, punch a flip, pulls it clean. So with a strong lead really early in this heat, Matias Bastos from Brazil, maybe taking that mojo that the young ladies were sharing with him into the water for this heat.
Matias Bastos, also known as Matisinho, I think I'm pronouncing that right. But he comes from Rio de Janeiro, I believe, and has gone through the same bodyboard school in Copacabana at Posto Cinco. And Steve Action Jackson knows very well all the Groms coming up through that program at Posto Cinco, which is right down the road from his house. So it's great to have representation from Rio. Look at this thing shaping up, and comes around the section. Oh, gets out of there just in time, but that thing looked like it was shaping up to be a launch ramp. Houston, here we come, but nope, nothing there for our rider in white, Joaquin Soto.
Yeah, he was flying, and that was a split peak scenario, so we'll let you know if we get a replay of Matias Bernal on his first ride. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel waiting for this wave out the back. He's sitting in priority, and let's see if he strikes, because this one looks like it could be a banger. Tanner paddling, and he's in on this one. Tons of speed. He's flying around the section. Doesn't see what he wants and goes for the air swipe.
Yep, the horizontal swipe that Tanner pulled right there. Just a sign of frustration. He had a ton of speed. Was hoping for a lip section, but when he came around that corner, there was nothing there for Tanner McDaniel.
The horizontal swipe has been a standout of this event in particular, and just an interesting shift because in Itacoatiara we saw a lot of board punches, and now we're seeing a lot of horizontal swipes. So at least the competitors are being a little more kind to their equipment.
Yeah, I think it's either going to be a swipe or a punch of joy. But in that situation, a little bit of frustration coming out of Tanner McDaniel. We've had some pretty incredible wave riding today throughout the day, the last day here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Wow, Tanner McDaniel back out and back for more action and in and out. So even though there is a little bit of texture on the water right here, it's still, waves are still pulling through.
See the replay for the 925 Matias Bastos. Gets a huge flip there. Wiggles it in the air. Gets a crossover and he continues, finds a roll and a spin as well. Beautiful score, one of the highest yet in the Pro Junior division. 10-point ride for Joaquin Soto in his previous heat that landed him into this semi-final. And this is a solid battle because we've been having big performances from all these riders. And it is, no one's in a safe or sure spot to move on through because these Pro Juniors really bring it.
We are in semifinal number 1. Top 2 riders will go into the final of the Pro Juniors. And in semifinal number 2, you're going to see Nelson Flores, Hamad Cofre, Marcelo Faldes, and Socrates Santana coming up in about 12 minutes and 20 seconds. So top 2 riders out of these 2 semifinals will go into the 4-man final in the Pro Juniors. We still got to get into the semifinals and the podium final and the grand final of the women's as well. So still a ton of action to be had. Look at this. Taking a look. Tanner McDaniel. Nope. It is Matias Bastos. Look at this line. Nice ton of speed. Pulls into the barrel. Can he punch out of there? Oh.
Well, at least he was able to swim out because that section got really shallow.
Look at this. Tanner McDaniel.
He's up and riding. He wants a big flip section. He finds a
nice
kind of a air reversing maneuver, and he pulls it off and get out of there, Tanner.
Oh, my goodness.
He actually rode that very well to make it into that keyhole, and that was super treacherous. But Tanner McDaniel now will be in second spot, the advancing position, to join Matias Bastos. And we'll see if red and blue can hold their lead against white and yellow, who will be chasing them. We do have another score coming in for Matias Bastos, 4.75. And we'll wait for scores to drop of Tanner McDaniel.
You can see the live scores for yourself as well as the live feed and the results and heat draws from the very first heats of the event. But first, here's a look at Tanner McDaniel.
Ton of speed, finds the section, and he gets up and around, gets some air off that reverse. Beautiful, beautiful maneuver, and it's so shallow.
So moving up, guaranteed Tanner McDaniel out of that 3rd place spot. And Matias Bastos holding steady with that 9.25 and 4.75. Matias, the Brazilian, another student, another protege from Guilherme Temega, multiple world champion from Rio de Janeiro. Now currently living in Hawaii with his beautiful family. Putting in his time as one of the North Shore's lifeguards on the island of Oahu. Check this out. We do have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. With Sari Ohara, another semi-finalist. How do you feel right now that you are in the semi-final?
I'm just talking because I know Neymar is really good rider, and then she got a world champion many times, and then but I'm so happy to win. I'm so happy to go to the semi-finals.
Well, are you ready for that?
Yeah, I'm ready.
That was very strong. Do you want to send regards in Japanese?
すごい今日多分ファイナルデーらしくてこのままファイナルまで行くので寝不足だと思うんですけど応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you for supporting, guys. Please keep support me. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sari, and I'm sure we're going to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys to the action.
All right, looks like we're back to the action. Tanner McDaniel on that side. Look how shallow it is right there. And he still goes for a big little pop reverse right there on the Y wash. But look where he ends up. Pretty much right on the reef, but he knows he's near the keyhole, so he's going to drop into the surge and get right into the keyhole. That's some confidence right there. Look at this out the back. It is Matthias Bernal, his first wave of the heat, and it's not what he wanted. In and out of that one on a pretty good size wave, but he just went too far down to the bottom of the wave and didn't have enough time to get back up to the top of the wave to do a maneuver. So Matthias Bernal, he's getting shook up right here in this heat with this first wave being ridden 12 minutes into the heat, and now has to be at the bottom of the priority list unless Tanner McDaniel is behind him. So Matias Bastos, Joaquin Soto, Tanner McDaniel. Looking really good. Matthias Bernal, he has to get things rolling right here as time is winding down. Oh my. Oh no. Oh, Joaquin Soto driving off the bottom, going for maneuver. Wanted a maneuver, but it absolutely dies out on him. So it is Joaquin Soto. Not much there for Joaquin.
Some information coming in from our event director. And there's Arturo Soto. He's filming the filmer.
Arturo Soto.
Filmer. Getting the shot. Later he can edit that back with what he captures off of the...
You're right. 7 minutes remaining. 7 minutes remaining. Out in the last... the first heat of the semifinals of the Pro Juniors. Scores are dropping right now. We're still waiting for our scores to drop over here on our end. But Tanner McDaniel's scores from the his last wave or two are still waiting to come down. But you know what? We can't thank you enough. We can't thank our sponsors enough. Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is presented by Erizos, Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. Make sure you follow us on the apbtour.com, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Those are going to be fun. And make sure you subscribe onto our YouTube channel. On our YouTube channel is where you're going to find the full replays of all the action that has gone down, plus the incredible highlight reels from Cristobal.
Amazing highlight reels. Here
Scarafia.
we see Socrates Santana getting ready. He's got a beautiful smile. It is Dr. Sinu. And so some of that there's Nacho Flores. He's saying, give me that red jersey. You know it's mine. And then he's saying, go for it, buddy. You get out there. I'm going to put my jersey on. So we did have some information coming in from Tomate, proprietor of Tomate Surf Shop, and he's super keen on everybody coming to his party. Who wouldn't want to be promoting their party on the World Wide Web? And Tomate exercising his right as event promoter to dabble into the World Wide Web and invite everybody around the world to come to his party, but it's only located here in Arica, so if you're nearby, come. And for riders, it's free.
Finding a right-hander, ton of speed, going for the lip maneuver, goes inverted. And he pulls off a nice invert.
That was awesome.
It was going to be in that higher point range for sure. Ton of speed, executed properly, landed smooth, and rode it out. So a nice, clean maneuver for the Chilean Joaquin Soto.
Terrific, terrific. And that will be putting pressure on the rest of the field. Up until that point, Matias Bastos sitting comfortably in first position. We're waiting to see if Tanner McDaniel or Joaquin Soto, now with a big score, will be able to attack that first place position, or maybe even just stick themselves into that advancement position.
I heard a 8.5 from the beach commentator, who is sitting right next to the judges, getting that first look at what the scores are being dropped. And our computer systems will be dropping those scores on the live feed as well. So 8.5 for Joaquin Soto. Well, that big invert on a pretty good size wave and perfectly executed. So Joaquin Soto, 8.5.
Let's take another look. Ton of speed. This kid can trim. He's buzzing around, finds the section, hits it really clean, flicks an invert, and gets a beautiful airdrop, clean landing to finish. Wonderful way to claw his way back into this heat. He's now in second position, and Red now needs a 6.26 to advance. Pressure on Tanner, pressure on Bemal, and it's Joaquin Soto, Matias Bastos currently in those first two positions.
Downstairs, and let me tell you, this guy is a workhorse.
This guy coming in clutch, just really putting on such a solid webcast production for us. Even had a unfortunate car accident, and came to work in a neck brace,
that was
ready
incredible.
to work all day. He's been wearing neck braces since probably about day 4, and he works super long hours. He's in pain because of the accident, but he is working so hard. We can't thank him enough, as well as the rest of Factor 15.
If Eddie is watching right now, the local empanada seller, if we can get him to deliver an empanada to Pancho, we will thank him dearly. Now, back to the action with some waves coming in on the outside. You can see the dark lines coming in. We call that corduroy when the wave starts stacking up back to back. It looks like a corduroy jeans if you're looking at from a bird's eye view. And it looks like we may have some sets rolling in. As you can see, the competitors are paddling, getting in position, getting situated, trying to find that perfect spot to take off. And yes, Tanner McDaniel on this right.
Situation critical. He needs this score. He's got a lot of speed. He's waiting for a section there. He's zooming ahead. He finds a section near the end of the wave where he hits a nice clean invert. That was probably the score he needed, because he needed something like a 6.76 to get ahead of Joaquin, and that could do it. So a terrific last-ditch effort by the grommet, but we do have more exchanges out the back. Bemal bottom turning, getting a late roll. Joaquin getting a nice right-hander. We'll give you the replay when we get it. And this is the last wave going to be ridden of this semifinal. Our current heat leader, Matias Bastos, with a big
Oh my
flip.
goodness, is he going to pull that off?
So critical right there, Manny. Manny's cringing.
Oh no.
We're all alarmed.
He's on the reef.
We hope he's okay, but he's using all 4 limbs to
gosh.
re-access the channel. We are going to let the dust settle from those final exchanges. All 4 riders had a score come in the final moments. We'll get you the official results right after this commercial break.
All right, check it out. Looks like we are, there it is. It looks like we are ready for semifinal number 2, but we're going to get that started or get back right into the action right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and we're getting to the main heats of the day with the Pro Juniors finals coming up. But right now, heat number 2 of the Pro Juniors semifinals out in the water. But congratulations to the 2 riders advancing on from semifinal number 1.
Joaquin Soto and Tanner McDaniel with that final exchange. The whole script got flipped, and Matias Bastos, who was dominating that heat from start up until a moment before the finish, does not move on into the final. So Joaquin, Tanner into the final. Let's check it out. This was the 8-point ride from Tanner McDaniel that got him that first place advancing position. Nice invert there. and he was able to turn his board upside down on the air. Whoa, hey, it's us. But let's get back out to the action. The second semifinal has just begun of the Pro Juniors. There we go. And in the water is Nelson Flores on this one. He's up and riding on his first ride. Lots of speed. You can see in a very advanced bottom turning from Nelson
All right,
Flores.
that's who's out in the water right there on your screen. We have Nelson Flores from Chile in red. In white, Hamed Cofre. And in yellow, Marcelo.
And it is live out in the water now.
So what an action-packed event. Look at this, out in the water in the white jersey coming off the bottom. Nice clean roll.
Hamed Cofre going for a reverse 360 after the roll. Competitors are paddling back out. I do believe this will leave our rider, Marcelo Fondes, in the priority sequence. Here we have Socrates Santana getting a barrel, coming out late but punching a high roll, completes it, and that'll be a nice score.
So currently in this 25-minute, McDaniel.
Maybe. We'll see. Joaquin came close. I think Joaquin was able to move into advancement position, but maybe he won it. We'll see. They're going to get ready, and they're going to get us the legit results.
Here and David Hubbard bringing you the live feed. Big shout out to those that have made it happen. Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica. Tomate Surf Shop and presented by Erizos. And look at this out the back. Drop it in. Coming around the section with a ton of speed. Hamed Cofre. What's he going to do once he comes around that section? And that right-hander, if it's not shaping up to be good right off the takeoff, it's probably going to fizzle out at the end once you get closer to that inside reef section.
Yeah, so he had a lot of speed, but wasn't able to utilize any sections. And we see Nelson do a maneuver afterwards. We'll get you all the details of his ride a little later, but I'll assure you it wasn't uber spectacular.
20-minute heats out in the water, semifinals. Top two riders will advance on, and top two scores will be had, and that's it. Top two riders will advance on and join Tanner and Joaquin into the Pro Junior Finals.
Terrific battle in that first semi-final. I don't expect anything different for this one.
All right, looks like Begonia is now ready with the interview from...
Kind of calm down in my next seat for the final. So
Is it fun out there?
yeah, it's still really fun out there.
Do you want to say hi or thanks to anyone?
Yeah, just hi to everyone back home watching, my mom and dad, and just all my friends watching, and everyone supporting me.
There you have it then, Tyler McDaniel here.
Along with Joaquin Soto. So who will take those two other spots in the final? That is all going to be determined in the next 15 minutes. Will it be one of these? It's going to be two of these riders out in the water. So, again, thank you all for tuning in here to the Arica Chilean Challenge. 9 days straight of action with the exception of, actually, we started a couple heats yesterday. Well, we started the heat, but the sandstorm came in, and look at this. It is a solid left coming in. A barrel roll inside of the barrel, and then comes out and uses the...
Down, but guaranteed one Chilean will make it out. And so we'll have at least two Chileans in the final of the Pro Juniors. We could have as many as three Chileans into the Pro Final of the Juniors. So the Pro Juniors are definitely representing Chile super well.
And steady, but it is Marcelo Fondes coming around on that inside smaller wave. And he's going to probably, I was waiting when he was going to do that because he was starting to get into the crazy section. Marcelo Fondes in third, Hamed Cofre in second, but Socrates Santana sitting on two solid scores, 6.5 and a 6.75. And the Brazilians gathering, giving some inside tips, talking about what to do, expect. Isabella Sosa, multiple world champion, giving some tips as well. But there we go. We have about 12 minutes remaining in this heat. And now it is Nelson Flores who's in that fourth place spot, needing a 6.25 to get into the second place spot. Marcelo Fonda's last wave coming in, and now needs a 4.76 for that second place spot. Hamed in second.
Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, Bodyboard King. Thank you all so very much to all our sponsors, and we are super stoked to continue on.
Another look at the apbtour.com and also our social media handles. Again, if you go to YouTube, make sure you subscribe. And if you're in the area or you want to just show off some of your photos from APB Tour events or anything else, just make sure you hashtag APB Tour. And that may come in handy later, as we may have some kind of contest or whatever with the hashtag apbtour.com or APB Tour. So we are coming down to the 10-minute mark, I believe, 10-minute mark in this 20-minute heat. And it looks like Isabella Sosa getting ready for her heat. She'll be in the yellow jersey against Teresa Almeida, multiple world champion and always smiling. She has a pretty awesome gig right now back in Brazil where she has a TV show and they just pretty much follow her with a camera. And she goes around Brazil competing, talking bodyboarding and culture. So it's pretty cool.
Super cool. And, she's got the support from one of the best bodyboarders. He made it here, got equal fifth, Eder Luciano. Let's see, Socrates Santana up and riding. Gets out of that one. But like I was saying, Isabella, Eder, definitely help each other out, give each other tips. Eder, not only one of the best competitors, but I feel that he is so smart as far as how to approach the water, how to judge waves, his interpretation of lineups, of rides, of maneuvers. He's pretty much on point, and so he's somebody amazing to have in your corner. Let's see this ride from our rider Marcelo Fondes. He gets out.
Marcelo is also from Iquique and rides for Found Boards South America. So he's definitely got some talent, and pretty awesome to have the Pro Juniors through the Latin America leg, seeing some of the up-and-coming bodyboarders here in Latin America. We saw a super awesome contingent show up in Brazil, and here in Chile, same thing. Marcelo made his way through the entire event here to the semifinals. Question is, can he keep that pace going and get into the final? Four-man semifinal out in the water, and only two will advance on into the final of the Pro Juniors. Socrates Santana looking very solid. Socrates actually came through the ranks in the Bodyboarding School Social Project in Copacabana, Rio de Janeiro, and he's part of the Favela Storm. Look at this, out in the outside, coming around the section. Nelson Flores, clean bottom turn, but just the wave did not shape up for him. So Nelson Flores making himself, or heading back out to the lineup. Nelson Flores from Valparaiso, Chile. Former sub-14 national champion and finished 6th on the Pro Junior Tour in 2015. So he is definitely going to increase that if he gets into the final, if he makes it out of the semifinal.
Let's see this ride from Marcelo Fondes, and he's got a lot of speed, pulls a smooth roll, tons of rotation and air, continues in to do a nice clean spin. So terrific ride for Marcelo. Up behind him, Hamed Kofre, he wants a big move. He wants to be a part of this exchange with a nice clean roll as well. Leaves Santana out the back, and Nelson also returning to the lineup.
All right, looks like the heat is starting to, the water's starting to heat up with these riders getting some waves finally coming in. You can see Socrates Santana all by himself on the peak outside. And it looks like we may have some sets rolling in, and he's looking really good right now with priority and with that first place lead. 6.5 and a 6.75 for Socrates Santana, also known as Dr. Zeno, the little doctor.
That's Nelson Flores up and riding on this left-hander, pulls in underneath the tube, comes out with a little bit of friction, then is able to throw a roll on that treacherous section, and he gets shut out. Really tough run for that one. Nelson Flores in that 4th place spot, needing a 7.95. Marcelo, he's in 3rd, needing a 6.45. Hamed Kofre in 2nd spot, but needing a 7.01 to get into the 1st place position. Socrates Santana in the lead with priority, being patient, 5 minutes remaining.
All right, coming down to the wire here in the 20-minute final. 20-minute semifinal number 2. Right, we're going to jump into the semifinals of the women's. Teresa Almeida, the Portuguese, going head-to-head with Isabela Souza from Brazil. And we're also going to see semifinal number 2 in the women's. Alexander Rinder, your current world champion, going head-to-head with the Japanese rider, Sari Ohara. That's going to be fun to watch. But all the riders are going to be pulling out all the stops. And I think they're going to leave the fear of that reef on the land and just get out there and go all in. But first, we got to get this heat out in the water completed. And now we're going to bring you up to speed on the scores. And you can also follow the live scores on apbtour.com/live. Socrates Santana still in that 1st place spot. Hamed Kofred in 2nd. Marcelo Fondes, if he wants to get past this heat, he needs to find it.
And potentially we may have some news.
Yes, we got about 2 minutes remaining in this heat. Socrates Santana in the blue jersey, leading the charge.
All right, so we wanted to bring you that information to the viewers since it's not on screen. I apologize. Thank you, Manny. And the birds, they're flying again. It's a relief to us all, as we mentioned this morning, because they certainly weren't flying around anywhere yesterday.
You seen them bolt out of here yesterday. It was pretty crazy before the sandstorm. But right now, Nelson Flores dropping in, coming around that section. Ton of speed. Oh, looked like he was going for an invert and just got catapulted. Oh, my God, he's getting dragged on the reef. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him. Lifeguards, keep an eye on him. He's just got ragdolled on top of the reef. Oh, it looks like he may have hit the reef a little bit harder. At least he ended up in the keyhole. He's going to think about whether to paddle back out or come in and get first aid from the You know what? These are the pro juniors. He says, screw it, I'm going back out. You know he hit the reef, whether with his hand.
And one of his fins is disconnected from his foot. Hopefully it's dragging so he can re-put it back on in the next about minute and a half. But he is an animal. He just got steamrolled after that wicked invert, and that's how much he wants a spot in the final, Manny.
Well, I mean, he's looking for 7.95 or a set of 2 new scores, which is totally doable. 1 minute remaining out in the water. But, wow, Nacho, as what his friends know him as, from Valparaiso, Chile, riding up onto the reefs, taking a body check and says, you know what, I'm getting back out there. I may have a chance to get out there and get another wave. And he's in that 4th place spot. Everybody else guaranteed would have said, I'm out of here. That I didn't need to go through that ragdoll across the reef, but put his head down and start pedaling back out.
What a machine. 25 seconds now stand between the advancement mark of our riders in red and yellow, still on the hunt, but it's Hamed Kofre and Socrates Santana in those junior.
That is the end of semifinal number 2 in the Pro Juniors. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna go to commercial, and when we get back, we're going into the semifinals 1 and 2 in the women's division. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, the magician. Yes, we're bringing you the live feed here from the Arica Chilean Challenge here on Scorpion Island, just outside of Arica. Now we are going into the semifinals of the women's division. You can hear the start right there. 20-minute heats. Here we go. Semifinal number 1 out in the water.
Just checked on it, Manny, and we are pushing through. We're really aiming to bring this home. And so we've got some semifinals, then we've got finals. So out in the water right now, Teresa Almeida from Portugal, Isabela Sousa from Brazil.
All right, well, we know about Teresa Almeida punching through that last quarterfinal against Joanna Schenker from Portugal. Now here she is situated in semifinal number 1 of 2 in the women's division. But if she wants to get to the final, she has to keep calm, keep steady, because she is facing off with multiple world champion Isabela Sousa from Brazil.
Teresa in her round 4 heat got a 9, so she is a high-scoring machine. La Nazarena from Praia del Norte, Teresa Almeida, going against multi-world champion Isabela Sousa.
The first place finisher will go into the grand final. Second place will go into
the podium final.
So there you have it. You're going to see these riders once again, whether it's in the grand final or the podium final, but they will ride again. Now, waiting patiently. Looks like we may have something brewing for Teresa Almeida in red. Yep, looking at
There, I know it was a hard heat. What can you tell the world in Brazil about your heat?
I'm very happy to be first in my heat. The waves not good, but I am 2 good waves, and I think I would like thank who are in Brazil and my sponsor.
Você pode falar português, cara. Fala.
Obrigado, galera. Obrigado pela força.
Just a quick update on the schedule. I know all of you tuning in are super fascinated. Our last, it is gonna be 2 semifinals of women's. I'll tell you the schedule after this one. Big barrel from Isabela Sousa. She gets out in time for a big hacking reverse maneuver. Terrific ride for Isabela Sousa.
an awesome, incredible ride right there for Isabela Sousa for her first wave. Actually, sorry, that was her third wave. She had 2 sticks before that, but Teresa Almeida now has an uphill battle.
Back to the schedule, Manny. It is going to be these 2 women's semifinals. Then we're going to go straight in to the podium final. Semis and podium final, 20-minute heats. Then we're into the Pro Junior final, another 20-minute heat. Then we're going to finish off the day. We're going to bring it home with the grand final of the women's.
Oh, my. That was a solid, wide-open barrel for Isabela Sousa. Wow. Teresa Almeida now has to come up big to match that wave right there from Isabela Sousa. So Isabela Sousa, Teresa Almeida. Isabela in yellow, Teresa in red out in the water. And that was a very solid wave right there. Haven't seen a clean barrel like that for a while, but Isabela was able to find it.
So a terrific start for Isabela. And Teresa Almeida, just a little bit of a slow start, but she is hoping for a little something more.
Isabela made it to the final last year, 2015, as she defeated Neymar Carvalho in the semifinals. And now here she is trying to beat Teresa Almeida in the semifinals to get into the final at the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge. Manny V here with David Hubbard. A big shout out to all the competitors and guest speakers that came in to the hot seat to help us out with the commentating, and it was great to have your current world champion, Jared Houston, in here as well, giving a spectacular commentating.
Comrades.
So again, thank you for tuning in, and if you didn't hear, if you're just tuning in last minute, we do have 20-minute semifinals out in the water right now. And then we're going to go straight into the podium final in the women's division. That's going to be 20 minutes long. We're going to do the Pro Junior finals for 20 minutes and then the grand final in the women's division for 25 minutes. So thank you, Mother Nature, for giving us the goods today on the final day of the Arica Chilean Challenge. Up and riding. Nope, pulling back. Teresa Almeida.
We're likely to have a situation of priority switching. If it was with Teresa before that, it will be with Isabella now. 7-point ride for her. Terrific barrel ride to carving reverse 360, and a terrific start for her. The Portuguese needs to get the ball rolling if she wants to be a part of the grand final. Otherwise, she'll be coming right up soon in the podium final.
So Isabella Sosa coming off a solid quarterfinal, scoring a 10-point ride against Yulina Gonzalez, who had that first place spot in that quarterfinal pretty much the entire heat, and then Isabella Sosa with a solid run. Coming around this section right here, a little spin for Teresa, but out the back, firing back. Look at that, nice clean bottom turn, clean roll right there. Isabella Sosa on fire.
The amount of projection she got off that bottom turn, Manny, was alarming. Again, seemingly like there's jet engines on her craft.
Oh my gosh, she's just surging back into the keyhole right there, sliding off the reef into the deep section of the keyhole. But yeah, ton of speed off that bottom turn, definitely hitting a G on that bottom turn, and that was very awesome to see how much speed she got off of that turn.
Projected right up into a crafty El Rolo. She'll be getting a nice score and putting further pressure on.
Miss Almeida, now she needs to start work right now.
Yeah, if she didn't start work yet, she needs to start working, because we're into the second half of this heat, and it is going to become more and more critical as the time continues to tick.
Three-time world champion holding steady right now, Isabella Sosa in the yellow jersey. The Brazilian winning titles in 2010, 12, 13, and on the hunt for one, number 4 here in 2016.
Here we see Tamate explaining to our competitor in the second semifinal, Sadio Hara, "Don't forget my party tonight. Girls get in free." I'm sure those were his exact words, because he is so adamant about having a party that he made us talk about it on the webcast.
So Sadio Hara, actually very calm and cool, decided to stop and pet a dog before she heads out into her semifinal. And she's just having a good time. I love seeing her here anywhere on in the world. She's always smiling, happy, and very awesome to be around. Sadio Hara getting ready to go head-to-head with Alexander Rinder from the Canary Islands.
Wow, event staff of Factor 15 pumping it up. There, he and Ayaka both rooting for Japanese. Oh, look at this.
Oh, my goodness. Pull that around. Pull that around. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pull it around with a giant ARS attempt. That was Isabella Sosa. I'm telling you.
So we are winding this one down. Only 8 minutes remaining, and it has been utter domination from Isabella Sosa.
Ayaka Suzuki keeping warm with the Japanese flag. Ayaka always having a good time. Tanner McDaniel in the background giving us a little wink.
Little smirky wink.
Yes. Oh, look at this, though. Out on the outside, Teresa Almeida. Oh, just a little bit to the right of this thing, but it is breaking a little bit on the inside. Definitely would end up on the reef if she went for that and a maneuver on the inside section. Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop, and presented by Erizos.
Thank you also to Universidad de Tarapacá, Aguacielo, 360 Energy Drink, Hertz, Panamericana Hotel, FM OK, and Bodyboard King. We got a left ride.
Like Isabella Sosa is on all gears right there, getting out there as soon as possible and holding on to that priority. Teresa Almeida now in second priority. So here's another look at Isabella Sosa's last wave.
So nothing much there, but we wanted to show it so you could trust us that not a big score coming in for Isabella Sosa, but she's leading this heat on the strength of a 7 and a 5.5. So Teresa Almeida precariously close to combo land. She needs a 10-point ride to tie Isabella. If she got a 10, she would win on a countback. So nearing the immigration line for combo land, and just 5.51 from Isabella Sosa would stamp her passport, and she'd be officially in combo. 5 minutes remaining, Manny.
5 minutes remaining, and Teresa Almeida, she is has her work cut out for her. 2010 a national sub-18 champion, and 2013, believe it or not, vice champion in snowboarding in Portugal. So definitely a well-rounded athlete, and able to come up and show up here and make it to the semifinals in the Arica Chilean Challenge. So she knows what she's doing on liquid water and on solid water.
Mother Nature providing us three physical forms of water on this planet. It can come in a gas known as vapor. It can come in the form of solid matter, whether it's snow or ice. And it can come as a liquid, which we just call water. And so the water she's in right now, it's salt water. And the snowboarding she gets done on that solid water, it's frozen fresh water. So Teresa Almeida definitely just really mixing it up with Mother Nature, and that's why she's a very complete rider, not only as a bodyboarder, but here she is up and riding now, and she's hoping to get something. She actually wanted to get involved with water vapor in the form of spit coming out of the barrel, because those two forms can happen in the ocean.
So there's your biology class for today on water. But Teresa Almeida with less than 3 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go in this heat. The question is, can she get those two solid scores to get back into the hunt? It was Isabella Sosa. She's running away right now with this first place, and will end up into the grand final unless Teresa Almeida comes out and just pulls out a 10 out of nowhere, which is totally possible with these conditions.
We still do have fantastic conditions, still in the 5 to 7 foot range. Sets now closer to 9 feet on the wave face than they were earlier. There was some 10-foot wave faces in the morning, but we are looking at just beautiful.
This is probably the biggest waves of the day so far, and it looks like Isabella Sosa is turning around, taking a look at this one, and dropping in.
Big drop, comes around the section, slides the leg out, and gets out of that one. So that won't increase her scoreline. Teresa Almeida still precariously close on the border of Comboland, who's now sitting in priority. And on the inside, Isabella Sosa. Oh, I think it was Teresa Almeida. And she gets a spin at the end of that one. We got a bit of a paddle battle, Manny. We got a bit of a paddle battle.
It looks like...
those are the two competitors in the next heat.
Oh, I see.
Further out,
Yep.
and Isabella's on the inside. Yellow. Yellow is going to get out before Teresa. So, with just about a minute remaining, Manny.
All right, a minute to go for the end of that first semifinal in the women's division. As you saw, paddling up in the next heat, Alexander Rinder, you're going to see in the red jersey, and Sadio Hara will be in the yellow jersey. They're coming up next, and it looks like perfect mornings with either glassy or slight offshore conditions. And there's one day where we saw float bowls really come to life with 15-foot faces. And you can see the highlight reels and the actual day of action on the APB Tour YouTube channel. And coming down the wire here in semifinal number 1 has been completed, and it is Isabella Sosa going to the grand final. So her second showing in the final here in Arica in a row. Last year made it here, and you know what? We're going to go straight into semifinal number 2 of the women's division when we come back right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard from Arica on Scorpion Island, just outside of Arica. And guess what? We are in semifinal number 2 in the women's division.
We certainly are, and we've got a terrific battle on our hands. It is going to be Sadio Hara and Alexandra Rinder.
Alexander Rinder, your current world champion and actually 2-time world champion, going head-to-head with Sadio Hara. Let's get out into the water. You're going to see Alexander Rinder in red, Sadio Hara in the yellow jersey, and here we go. First wave, Sadio Hara, nice clean bottom turn, ton of speed, and decides to kick out of that one and start her campaign by giving priority to Alexander Rinder. So Alexander will be in red from the Canary Islands, Sadio Hara in yellow from Japan, and 20-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored. One rider will advance on to the grand final, and one rider in second will advance to the podium final. Jeff Hubbard catching up on his Snapchat and Instagrams as Louis Finnegan looking on to the water. Everybody's gathering down below to relax a little bit and watch the action as some of their favorites are still yet to come up.
And we will see this heat really start to take shape as we move in a few more minutes, because so far just one ride ridden, wasn't a big score, and now it is. Sadio Hara sitting in second priority, but in the lead just on the strength of a single point. Alexandra Rinder, she is an experienced competitor. Obviously, if she is the current world champion, she has won here before. She wants that feeling again. She's right now in the semifinal. She's guaranteed a spot into one of the 2 finals. It will be up to Sadio Hara, as well as the performance of Alexandra Rinder, if it will be the podium final, a battle for 3rd and 4th, or if it will be the grand final, a battle between 1st and 2nd. That will start to shape up, and we are super excited to bring you the final day Day number 9, action out in the water. We do have a paddle battle. It is going to be a split peak scenario. Alexandra dropping in late into the barrel and landing it. Critical section there, as you see that she avoided those rocks, made it to the keyhole. Sadio Hara went right on that wave. We heard some applause. It seemed like she was able to get a Rolo, and we'll get you the replay when we can. This was a good exchange for both riders. I expect out the back first, it does seem like Alexandra is going to be winning that paddle battle. And she'll get out the back and hopefully be able to get some more scores on the board, because we want to show you some of the best action on the planet, and we are bringing you live action 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge Women Semifinal. Heat number 2 is in the water. We are looking at finishing this event within the next about hour and 15, because one of these riders, Manny, is going to be staying out in the water. The podium final will be heading out right after this. 6.5 for Sadio Hara on her first ride. And still waiting for scores from Alexandra Rinder. Here she is, taking off on this one. Beautiful left-hander, flies up, smooth roll. And looks like it's completed. She even tries to ride it out to the keyhole. Super treacherous, super treacherous. Hopefully she's safe and sound as she paddles into the keyhole. Here's the split peak. Sadio Hara with a nice roll on the outside there. So, let's wait and see.
Wow, look at this one. So we still have some waves coming in. Sadio Hara, Alexandra Rinder go, but the action is still amazing. I mean, we've had glassy conditions pretty much all day, the day we needed to have glassy conditions. So thank you, Mother Nature, for pulling through today after giving us the unexpected and crazy sandstorm. One of my first experience ever with a sandstorm, which was kind of exciting in a fun and weird way. But
you were in your element, Manny.
It was pretty cool to see that. But man, when we showed up today, everything was just covered in dust. It was crazy. But here we go. We do have about 13 minutes remaining.
Looks like scores for Alexandra's last ride, 4.75. And that puts her into the lead for right now. And Sadio Hara just looks like she wants to increase on that 1-point ride. If she's able to, she could regain that advancing position in first place.
So thanks again to everybody that made it happen here today. Of course, Factor 15, the production crew, Craig Haddon and Steve Action Jackson for supplying the stats. And look at this, Alexandra Rinder coming off the bottom. Oh, going for an ARS. Oh, let's go, and bails as she was about to turn it around. So Alexandra Rinder not completing that maneuver and paddles back out. So Alexandra Rinder and Sadio Hara keeping it close right here in semifinal number 2. Check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Isabella Souza once again. You are already in the final. How do you feel, man? I can't ask you any more about the waves because we have seen the heat, and I think everybody wants to know how you're feeling.
I'm feeling really happy because it's my second final here, so I want to just have fun in the final, and then I'm really happy because I came with a winner. I won in Brazil, so I'm with like a good energy to do a good final in here.
How are the waves out there?
The waves is fun, but now looks that have like a lot of water on the rocks, and then sometimes it's like difficult to know what is the rocks is, and but it's still fun. And then I hope I get summer ones in my final.
Well, congratulations, parabéns para você, and the best of lucks in the final. Back to you guys.
Multiple world champion, 3-time world champion, Isabella super stoked, all smiles, heading into the grand final in the women's division. Currently out in the water with just close to the 10-minute mark, halfway point, Alexander Rinder and Sadio Hara. Sadio Hara scores, as you can see, dropping on your live scores, 5.5 and a 6.5, so she is now in the lead. Alexander Rinder looking for a 7.0, and look at this wave shaping up for Alexander.
She's up on this left-hander, scoops in, finds the line up for a very clean ARS. That'll be a beautiful score. She's smiling through that. She's going to paddle out and try to get back into the priority position. Sadi might have a slight edge there, but now sitting in first place, Alexandra Rinder.
Alexander Rinder making it look very easy out there, but multiple world champion makes pretty much everything look easy out in the waters, especially in the heavy conditions, and she's been very, very favorable on the left and pretty much not even looking right out in the water here at Flopos. Here's another look at Alexandra.
Nice bottom turn, and she gets up there, clean flip. So that was a terrific ride for Alexandra Rinder, 8 points.
Wow, that is definitely going to help her get into that first place spot. She only needed a 7-point ride on that wave, and with an 8-point ride, she will definitely take Sadio Hara out of that first place position. Now Sadio Hara will be looking for a 6.51 to get back into that first place spot. So a back and forth seesaw battle right here for that first place spot. The spot what you want to get into the grand final.
And the rider who is unable to get into the grand final will stay out in the water and compete in the very next heat of the day, the podium final, the battle for third and fourth, Manny.
That's right, and that is definitely a heat that you can't sit out. I mean, you don't want to go into it lighthearted because somebody wants that third place spot. You got points and cash money up for grabs, so nobody's going to take it lightly. And everybody's just chilling, having a good time. Jeff Hubbard and Louis Finnegan on the foreground, Mike Stewart and Joanna Schenker talking about, I don't know, what's that, maybe the reefs, as we saw a couple people getting worked on the reef, but I wouldn't be laughing about that. So maybe they're not talking about the reef carnage that has gone down today and throughout the event.
We are very fortunate that so far no major injuries, and we're hoping that same trend continues. Sadio Hara up and riding on this left-hander. She's deep. She's getting pitted.
Oh, my.
She got a rad barrel and was able to escape, hopefully, the main flux of that surge. But a nice barrel section for her. She's now on very, very shallow ground. And she's going to try to find her way out.
Oh, my goodness.
And, wow, intense. But a nice ride from Sade. She needed a 6.51 on it. I think she's knocking on the door.
Sadi's sliding off of that reef right there. She's literally inches above the water. Pull your knees up. It looks like, wow, she is stoked, slapping the water as she slides off of the reef right there. So a solid score, 8.75 for Sadio Hara for that deep barrel, and comes out right before it shuts down. Here's another look at Sadio Hara's long, deep barrel. Oh, we'll get to it in a second, but wow, judges love that one. She was in there pretty deep and was able to come out right before the wave shut down on her. So Sadio Hara, a solid ride for the Japanese rider. Woo!
Amazing.
Favorite moment of the event, David Hubbard?
Boy, terrific question. And it'd probably be the 10s that we've seen go down. We saw 2 in one semifinal from the men's, from Jeff Hubbard and Emily Laverne. We saw Joaquin Soto. We saw Isabella Sosa. We saw Alexandra Linde. We saw PLC all get 10 points. Beautiful barrel ride, 8 points, and she dips out, still gets sucked over, but complete ride and nice barrel. Puts her into that first position, and this is just a terrific battle we have now with only 5 minutes remaining. Favorite moment, Manny? Favorite moment?
You didn't give me your favorite moment.
I multiplied it.
Aside from the sandstorm.
So is the sandstorm.
Yeah, so no, but for the competition.
Yeah, go multiple.
Competition-wise, I would say that Come From Behind from Omri Laverne. That was pretty amazing. Did not expect it, but at the buzzer was able to clock the most pretty perfect air reverse and come out of that very tight heat.
Historical heat. That'll go down in history as one of the best heats ever surfed by either of those riders, possibly. And one of the most memorable heats of this Arica Chilean Challenge in any of the years it's been surfed. So a terrific moment, Manny Vargas, you've chosen. Congratulations.
No, but sitting here with Louis Finnegan, I kind of lost it a little bit with my excitement, and he was starting to lose it too with the caffeine just flowing through his blood. He never drinks caffeine, but for some reason he decided to make chili his breakthrough to the dark side. Look at this. We have waves coming in out the back. We are winding down to 4 minutes to go. Sadio Hara in the yellow jersey. Alexander Rinder in the red jersey. So are we going to have a Japanese rider face off with a Brazilian, Isabella Sosa? Or will it be the Canary Island rider, Alexander Rinder?
We're going to find out. Split peak scenario. Sadi doesn't go, but Alexandra does. She cuts out. No ride for Sadi. Sadi will be sitting with priority. Now with just a few minutes remaining, we're going to yet to see how much she still needs. It is a 7-2-6.
Sadio Hara with priority. It's going to be interesting if she uses that as a strategy and knows that Alexander Rinder is behind on the scores. So it's going to see. So you can see Sadi paddling over, getting closer to Alexandra. And now we'll probably be using that priority to fend off Alexandra from catching a potential 7.6 ride if that wave comes in.
This is intense, Manny.
We got less than 3 minutes. 3 minutes to go in this heat. Semifinal number 2. Isabella Sosa waiting patiently in the grand final. Teresa Almeida will face off the rider who gets second in this semifinal. In the podium fight. Oh, wow. She let this one go. Let Alexandra go. 7.26 is what she needs, and it's not there.
Smart move from Sadi, letting her go on this ride because it wasn't much.
Sadio Hara may be going into the final. This is the second Japanese to make a final in the last 2 events. We saw Ayaka Suzuki and Isabella Sosa in the final in the Itaquachara Pro a couple weeks ago. And we may see Isabella Sosa go head-to-head with Sadio Hara in this final here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. The question is, will it happen with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining? Here comes some sets. Anything can change in these last few minutes or few seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Sadi needs to use her priority wisely here. She can't use it prematurely and leave Alexandra out the back, and she can't get baited into a wave like this. Nice. No ride. Sadi still with priority.
Talk to us about baiting. We just saw that right now.
And we just heard Sadi received a warning on this ride on that last paddle. So now Sadi up and riding. She gets a nice rollo there, and she chose to use her priority. Leaves Alexandra with the choice. In the next 20 seconds, anything that comes in can be hers. So baiting is when Alexandra, or that's when second priority looks intent to go on the wave, and first priority has to make a choice. Sadi Ohara moving on into the grand final. Alexandra meeting Teresa Almeida. That heat is coming up right next. We're going to get them jerseyed up. They're going to be competing very, very soon, Manny.
All right. You know what? As they're getting situated out in the water, we're going to hit some commercials and come back right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos, un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Hello, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard from a very cool Arica on the Scorpion Island, just outside of downtown Arica here in the northern parts of Chile. We are now in the podium final. We're getting situated with the two riders.
It'll be Alexandra Linder. She didn't advance from that semifinal, but she will be battling for third and fourth against Teresa Almeida, who also didn't make that grand final by just a slim margin. We're going to be bringing you that podium final now, then moving into the Pro Junior final and finishing off the day with the women's grand final. So let's go right out into the water. Hopefully the podium final is being situated, and we are fired up to bring you this intense battle. So really shaping up. Now we see our finals have all been set. This is what we're looking at. Teresa Almeida in red. Alexandra Linder in yellow. During the break, Alexandra and Sadi Ohara switched jerseys so Alexandra could stay out in the lineup. Teresa Almeida and Alexandra both in the lineup. We're going to count them down in just a matter of moments, Manny.
How hard is it for Alexandra to go from a heat where she didn't advance on, going straight into the podium the podium final?
Well, as we hear the horn start behind us, I'd say that she has the advantage at this point because she has a lot in this podium final. Feeling very similarly, but she's had time to cool off Teresa Almeida. So Teresa having the opportunity to just kind of soak it all in, figure out, okay, what did I do wrong? Getting time for not only her muscles to cool, but her mental, pushing it super hard. We've seen some of the best rides of the contest from her, and I don't expect anything less during this podium final. We're still waiting for scores because no rides have been ridden. The 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge. Manny V, are you going to do one of our final shout-outs?
This is going to be the last one of the event, so I'm going to post something right now on our APB Tour Facebook page. It's just going to say 3 words.
Where you are.
Or where you at?
Where you at, human? Oh, no. Where you at?
Yes, it's where you at. That post has just been posted on the APB Tour Facebook page. I just want to know the country and the time. All the comments that come down.
Big promise. He'll run through all the comments, even if there's thousands upon thousands of them. So, terrific. And we are now experiencing a terrific opportunity for a quick little snack because we have Tomate offering up an empanada.
Wow, delicious. I don't know what this is, but you know what? Whoa, that's pretty heavy right there. All right, well, thank you, Tomate.
Tomate
for
Surf
delivering
Shop.
the goods. It's like Willy Wonka walking around with a box of chocolates. Thank you, brother. Now, back to the action. Sadio Hara making it to the final here in the women's division, not before getting a selfie. She's loving those faces. But Sadio Hara, the second Japanese rider to make it into the final. We saw Ayaka Suzuki in Brazil. Going head-to-head with Isabella Sosa. Isabella Sosa now will face off with the second Japanese rider, Sadio Hara, here in the grand final. And another photo for Sadio Hara before heading up into the interview booth with Begonia. So Begonia, we haven't really said thank you to her yet today.
Thank you. You're doing an awesome job down there. Has been the entire event. Begonia from Erizos really coming in clutch with terrific interviews and bringing those special insights right when our competitors get out of the water with their advancement positions, and always with a huge smile on. So thank you to Begonia.
Yes, Begonia holding it down in the interview booth, and there's Sadi blowing me a kiss. I mean, blowing everybody a kiss.
And they're setting up for that interview. We'll bring it to you shortly. And we still have terrific conditions lingering on. Smooth, glassy.
Seemed like they slowed down a little bit.
Slowed down a little bit, but one thing that hasn't come out today is the sun, and I think that's helped the conditions on the water surface stay mellow. Very light breeze here, so not really affecting the water surface too much. Are we starting to get any shout-outs?
Yeah, we got some shout-outs coming down. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes, and then we're going to go through all the shout-outs before the end of the transmission. But first, up and riding. Teresa Almeida on the first wave of the heat. Comes in, drops around. Wow, the waves totally metaled out just for a little bit. But it looks like we may have a set coming in out the back. And it is Alexandra Rinder in the yellow jersey taking a look at this one and decides to paddle up and over. We're going to give it one more second. I think we do have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat. That is, we're going to go to that if these riders don't go for this wave because I don't see anything behind it. Alexandra Rinder, she is going up and riding. Nice clean bottom turn, slides under the lip, gets into the barrel, and gets denied access to come out of that. But Alexandra Rinder now has her first wave of the heat. So with Begonia, we have the winner of the last heat. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with Sadio Hara. Oh my God. Holding this is a flag right here. We have, oh my God. Sorry about that. It's hard to hold the board. Yeah. So we have a final. We have Sadio Hara against Isabella Sousa. Sadi, how do you feel about that?
I just can't say I'm so happy. I just can't say that. Like, I can't believe it.
Yeah, she's very exciting. It's hard in these moments to speak, especially in English. But yeah, how was that barrel you made?
I couldn't imagine that I can make, that I just tried and then, I made it. But yeah, I wanted to make the before, but I didn't make the good barrels. But yeah, I made it I'm in here, so I just can't breathe it.
Well, not too many words here for the finalists, but she's very excited and we all know that. Congratulations and best of lucks for the great final.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, congratulations to Sadi Ohara going into the grand final. But look at this, out the back. Oh, it looked like a nice clean bottom turn. But Teresa Almeida ducking out of that one before the wave shuts down on her. But Sadi Ohara, strong showing out in that semifinal, taking out your current world champion in semifinal number 2, Alexandra Rinder. Now taking a look at this one. Yep, turning around. It is Alexandra Rinder in the yellow jersey. And not much at the takeoff and not much at the very end section as well. So both riders heading back out as Mother Nature seems to be taking a siesta right now. Sadi Ohara smiles with the Japanese flag. She's pretty awesome. I love Sadi.
Definitely awesome addition to the APB World Tour, bringing that spunk and that energy. Sadi Ohara from Japan moving into the grand final. Shout out time yet?
Yeah, I'm going to do a few shout outs and then one more batch before we call it a day here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. So from the bottom, we have Francis Duty tuned in Sintra at 9:10 p.m. We Bodyboard are tuning in from Gran Canaria. Dwayne in San Diego. It's about middle of the day. So 1:10 p.m. actually in San Diego. Hometown for Manny V. I'll be home soon. I really miss, I heard there's been really good weather. Phil Texera is tuned in from the middle of America. We got Elijah Welsh in Hawaii tuning in. I think Elijah's been watching pretty much every day. So thanks for tuning in, brother. Miss you and hope all the good vibes and aloha are running through. Omar is tuned in Punta Dos down in Iquique, I believe. Simon is in Biarritz in France. Bonjour. Avec tu. Or I don't know if I think I said that right. Well, Jamie Stone in Cornwall, UK. Thank you all for tuning in these last few heats of the day. We have the podium final out on the water right now for the women's division. We're going to go into the Pro Junior finals and then end our 9-day competition of the live broadcast with the grand final of the women's division. There's the Pro Junior finalists getting ready, getting their jerseys on. Those guys are on standby outside here in the port city of Arica, an oasis in the middle of the desert here in the northern parts of Chile. So thank you everybody for tuning in and just enjoying this.
Just tuning in on the YouTube channel, watching us live, and who aren't on their Facebook page to get that chance to get a shout out. We know you're watching, and we're so stoked that you tuned in. So thank you everybody for your support of the APB World Tour.
I know Manu and Nuno were actually tuned in pretty much every single day of the live broadcast from Portugal. So thank you too for tuning in. We'll take a photo and hashtag it APB Tour and let us know if you were watching the entire event. Incredible area here in Arica. I mean, beautiful sights to be had. There's El Morro, the high peak. A lot of history behind that area up there. We had the big old Lake Chungara up top, 12,000 feet up in the sky. We had llamas and just pink flamingos in the lake. It was amazing. So a ton of things to do if you do come to Arica. For places to go next year, if you can grab PTO, paid time off from work, put Arica on your list. You will not be disappointed. Maybe I should put together a package. Just call it the Manny V Tours Follow the Tour packages.
Weekender Adventure Tours. Check them out.
I'm going to talk to the APB and see if we can figure something out and give our spectators an easy way to come and join the action at every APB tour event in the world. Dave, we're coming down to the wire. 20-minute podium final out in the water, coming down to the last 6 minutes and out in water. Alexandra Rinder coming off the bottom. Not much there for her to do anything except for a spin and cuts out of there. Mother Nature has taken a little break right now in this heat, the podium final. So no giant scores are being dropped. But we've seen that trend where sometimes there's a slow heat and then booyah, we have a big heat with big waves right after. Hopefully that trend is on cue.
It's exactly what the Pro Juniors are hoping for in their final. But that may not be what the grand final females are hoping for, because that would put them on the opposite, eating them because they don't pit the olives. So you could easily crack your teeth, but if you're aware, you could save yourself a trip to the dentist upon your return, or potentially even here in Chile. So 5:20, 5 minutes, 20 seconds left. And as we wait a few more minutes for those shout-outs, we'll probably get the next round done once we're in that Pro Junior final. It's coming up real soon. We hear tons of support being extended for all the crew. And Eddie, the alpha male of the Union Flopos Bodyboard Club, definitely cheering on all those who are taking on his wave here at Flopos. And here we got Teresa Almeida. She's hoping to increase her 1.25 rides. Won't do it there. Leaves Alexandra Rinder out the back. She's got a 4.5 and a 3.1. That's how she's leading this heat. It's been a slow podium final, like you mentioned, Manny, but we will be figuring out third position and fourth position in the female divisions with this heat. We'll have to wait to figure out who is the women's Arica Chilean Challenge champion. That'll be the last heat of the day, but coming up next, we're going to decide the top 4 positions of the Pro Junior final, because we have a 4 junior heat, and we will be crowning the Pro Junior Arica Chilean champion coming right up next.
Look at this one coming down the line. It looks like Alexandra Rinder. Nice clean bottom turn, but bails out of there. Nothing is coming about on that one. But it looks like we do have some waves coming in for the last 4 minutes, actually 3 minutes and 30 seconds in this heat. Look at this set still rolling in. And it is Teresa Almeida. And I think we have a couple more Portuguese tuning in. That is Catarina Sosa. Hola, Catarina. Bom dia. And she is glued to the screen from England. So middle of the day, I believe, for everybody in Portugal and England. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, this is awesome. We do have Teresa Almeida, the Portuguese, fighting against the Canary Islander, Alexandra Rinder. Third and fourth battle is on. Then we're moving into the Pro Junior final and then the grand final of the women's division. Day number 9. This is finals day, Manny. Here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. I'll go ahead and thank our terrific sponsors, the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop. Of course, this event is presented by Erizos. Also, Universidad de Tarapacá, Aguacielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King.
Thank you all for making it happen here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. And Sadio Hara has advanced on into the grand final. They're going to be coming up next.
After the Pro Junior final.
The Pro Junior final.
Isabella Sousa. So, Pro Junior final coming up next in about 1 minute's time.
Teresa Almeida now waiting, very slow-paced. I mean, a big wave like this one could change everything. Look at this, taking a look with priority. Yes, drop it in. Oh, pulling back. Oh my God, what happened? Teresa Almeida, she knew that wasn't gonna be anything there, but making an effort and going for that wave. She just lost priority and gave it to Alexandra Rinder. Now with first place and a minute to go, that was detrimental. That could bite Teresa Almeida in the butt as far as now waiting for a bigger high-scoring wave. Oh my goodness. Not happening right there. She is on the hunt for a 5.70, but now with priority given to Alexandra Rinder. Alexandra Rinder, a veteran for sure, even though she is a young gun, 18 years old, now on the hunt for her third world title. Will use that priority right now and fending off Teresa Almeida, but Rinder, we still have 20 seconds remaining. 20 seconds. Can she do it? Can Teresa Almeida find a 5.7? We got 10 seconds to go. If she gets into this wave and gets a 5.7, she can pull it off. But you can hear the horn in the background. Oh my goodness, just seconds away. And if she would have been able to catch this, it probably wouldn't have worked out, because what you see right there is not a good-looking left-hander. But unfortunately, Teresa Almeida will end up in 4th place overall in the event. And in 3rd place, winning the podium final, that was your current world champion, Alexandra Rinder. So right when we come back, we're coming to the finals of the Pro Juniors. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 20-minute heat. The Pro Junior Finals is out in the water, and it's going to be very exciting. All these Groms are going to put it all on the line. No fear is in these kids. Let's, you know what, with nothing else to do, let's get out in the water right now. Pro Junior Finals is going down. 20-minute heats, and out in the water, who do we got?
Tanner McDaniel. We got our rider from Brazil, Socrates Santana on a left.
Are you kidding me?
2 rolls out of that one. Very shallow, and he's able to escape it.
Wow.
And so Socrates Santana, we just saw him. We have Joaquin Soto. We have Hamed. And we have Tanner McDaniel. So we got all 4 of those guys. And this is going to be a terrific battle. There we see the names, countries where they're hailing from, the colors of their jersey. All the information is right there for you. 20-minute Pro Junior Final. First place will be crowned the Pro Junior Arica Chilean Challenge champion for 2016. Up and riding, Tanner McDaniel. He's deep on the peak. He finds a big backflip, and he is stoked. He dives out. We're going to see an excellent score being dropped for our rider in red.
Wow, an excellent wave exchange right off the bat between the 2 riders, Socrates Santana and Tanner McDaniel. Tanner McDaniel in the red jersey, and it was Socrates Santana, the little doctor, Dr. Zinho is what they call him back home, in the white jersey with an incredible wave exchange right off the bat.
And it does even appear that before that wave, Tanner McDaniel had a score during the commercial break, 8.5. For Tanner McDaniel. We'll wait for scores of his last one.
Woo, that was exciting.
Yeah, that was super exciting.
All right, look at, we got some waves out the back. It looks like we see some paddling coming in right now. It is Socrates. Actually, it is red. Tanner McDaniel turning around on this left, coming off the bottom, and another backflip right there, and going straight into a spin. Tanner McDaniel, right off the bat, is pulling away far and fast. There's another look at his first big right there. Lands perfectly in the flats and just uses his legs to spin it around, but incredible maneuver right there.
And that was a 9-point ride, Manny.
Oh my goodness. So Tanner McDaniel within the first 3 minutes of this heat in the Pro Junior Finals saying, I mean business. An 8.25 and a 9.0 for Tanner McDaniel. Are you kidding me?
That was massive. We have a few riders who have yet to really get much onto the board.
Hold on, what's going on here?
We got our third place competitor. She did get third place, and she is not feeling kiff, as we can see. She is unable to walk on her own power, and she is being chaired up the beach. We'll get you more details of that, but it is part of the situation here. Joaquin Soto up on a beautiful wave, and he goes for a roll.
My
Pretty
goodness.
lofty, comes disconnected on the landing, and we are all very concerned for the well-being of Alexandra Rinder. She put it all on the line. Looks like something has occurred, and we will give you an update when we get it, but she will be treated. The ambulance is ready to receive her. The lifeguards are bringing her up the beach, so we wish her the best. And it doesn't look like anything life-threatening at this point, but definitely does not look... Well, she's in pain. We'll just say that. She looks like she's okay, but she is in pain. We're going to be able to get you that information as soon as we can. But she fought hard in that heat and really, really concerned for our rider who is able to get third position in the women's division, Alexandra Rinder. Alexandra having her fins removed, and her equipment will be returned to a safe place as she is going to be resting and treated, and she's just kind of dealing with the pain right now. We see a lot of supporters around her hoping that everything is okay, and she must have got rolled, Manny.
Yeah, it looks like we got a couple riders over there tending to her. She's holding her left bottom lower corner, but we got live action cutting out of that. So we're going to get hopefully Begonia to get over there and get the inside scoops on what happened to Alexandra. She looks like she's okay. She's just going to go get hauled over, but Begonia is on her way over there. Want to get a couple words if we can, just to make sure that she is okay. I think Begonia is going to head over there right now just to get a couple words to make sure she's okay, to make sure. All right, well, she's sitting up. I don't think she wants to go in the ambulance, to tell you the truth. Well, Begonia, I don't know if she's taking an empanada break or what's going on, but that was an opportunity there that we missed. But Alexandra Rinder, we need to get information from somebody to make sure that she is okay, and just to give us an inside scoop of what is happening right now. But it looks like she's going to be okay. But we're going to give you more details from either the lifeguards or the ambulance, the medics here. But live action right now, we have Socrates Santana. Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Hamed Kofri, and he looks for a horizontal swipe at the end of that ride. So On your screen, forgive the moderate graphic faux pas, Socrates Santana is in the white jersey, Hamed Kofri in the blue. This four-man heat is being utterly dominated by Tanner McDaniel, who has a 17.25 cumulative off the strength of a 9 and an 8.25. And I wouldn't be surprised, Manny, if we have Alexandra sitting in the ambulance being treated. I'm not sure if they're going to drive away, but they might just take the opportunity to get some privacy, you know, close up the doors and really assess what's occurred with our third place finisher here in the women's division of the Arica Chilean Challenge. So we are approaching the 1/3 has finished of this heat. So we're still in the first half, but we are getting closer and closer to this heat winding down. It will be a tall order for anyone to attack it.
All right, I think we do have an update from Alexandra. Begonia, what do you got?
Hurt herself on the semifinal during the semifinal heat on her back, and she's really in pain, but she's all right. She's just being checked by the on the ambulance, so hopefully we're gonna have her before the award ceremony here. So for their friends and families back home, she's doing all right. She's just in a little bit of pain, and she's got a little trouble to walk, so she'll be all right. And as soon as we have some more news, we're gonna let you know. Back to you guys.
Well, I mean, she's breathing, she's up and about, and she was talking, so she's got all her limbs going, so she's okay. We're going to give you the latest update, so just Rinder family, if you're watching, just message Alex Leon through email, and he'll keep you posted with Alexander with the latest reports, okay? So, but she's good. She looks good. I mean, that's the key part.
For sure, and things could be a lot worse, but, you know, Alexandra did seem like she was wincing just a little bit, so certainly in, you know, hopefully not too much pain, but a moderate amount of pain, enough for the ambulance to be checking her out. The ambulance is still on site, Manny, so they're probably just checking her out inside the ambulance, getting some privacy in there, getting some calm moments. You know, everybody's really interested in what happens, of course, but for them to get a really accurate survey of the situation, they want to check her out in privacy. And here we have our grand finalists in the women's division preparing and having a nice little chat with each other. It will be Isabella Sosa and Sario Hara coming up next. And
looks amazing right there. Friends on the water, but in the water.
It seems like, and my memory might be playing tricks on me, but that seems like a rematch from the podium final in Itacoatiara. But we'll see. Could be wrong.
Itacoatiara, Ayaka Suzuki versus Isabella Sosa.
In the final?
Yes.
Okay, so it was Alexandra Linder and Sario Hara in the podium final. So yes, mistaken there. Apologies, and we're still apologizing for that graphic. It is Hamed Kofri in blue, but this is the Socrates Santana in the white jersey. 360 spin, tons of speed, no lip maneuver afterwards. And by this time, we would assume that Tanner's moved up in the priority sequence and holding a dominant spot in this final. But Joaquin Soto, he's the young blood that pulls out all the stops, and we've seen him get a 10-point ride to make it into the semifinals out of the quarters. So he's waiting patiently. He's got good wave selection, and he's really talented. We do see Hamed Kofri going on this left-hander, big flip.
Oh my, that was insane.
Extra spin at the end. Maui boys have a name for that, and they are stoked. Tons of Chileans supporting Hamed Kofri. We hear cheers and hoots and hollers coming from the beach crowd. He needed a 4.26 to move into second place. Let's see what he gets. Okay, now we can see the graphic has been adjusted. Thanks, Factor 15. That's looking good now, but you can see that massive total. Tanner McDaniel in a massive lead in this heat. We're moved into the second half of this heat now. It is still Tanner McDaniel with a massive lead over the field. Let's check a replay from Hamed Kofri.
This was a solid bottom turn, perfectly timed backflip right there, and goes into another spin right there. So a great maneuver from Hamed Kofri. Now, bringing you up to speed, we have about 7 minutes to go in this Pro Junior Finals. Tanner McDaniel in a commanding lead, which he got in that first few minutes of the heat, and has been sitting there steadily idling, and all of his scores are very high, super consistent, 8.25, 9.0, and a 7.5. So Tanner McDaniel hitting the gas and not looking back. Second place, Hamed Kofri. He clocked in a 6.25 on his last wave, 8.0 to get into that first place spot. Hamed Kofri in third, Joaquin Soto in fourth. Jeff Hubbard stoked. Jake Romero is frozen in time. There he is. Jared Houston and Jeff's loving it right there. And Jacob got one of the biggest errors ever here on the right at Flopos. People were estimating anywhere between 40 feet and above on the landing. From the height he was at his highest point to the landing, which it was incredible. And he actually tried to pull it off. Jacob Romero, definitely high-flying specialist for sure.
Indeed, I was sitting in the channel being a caddy for Jacob in that heat. Had the very, very intimate view, the closest person and the side-on view that nobody else had but myself, and I was fearing for his life.
Yes.
I'll tell you that.
It was massive. Taking a look right here, Hamed on the inside, knowing that he doesn't have priorities, still finding a little inside nugget of a barrel, and he comes out of a couple section. He is stoked for clocking that long barrel. Hamed looking for a 5.0, but Socrates Santana answering back.
He's got a lot of speed.
Oh my
does a
goodness.
huge flip. Doesn't quite look like he's able to ride out of that. Gets swallowed up. Hopefully doesn't engage the bottom contours. And he's paddling back out. So we could have a situation change from third to second. We'll have to wait and see. It does seem like Joaquin Soto biding his time. We got just about 4.5 minutes remaining. Hamed making the paddle. He's going to get third priority. Tanner McDaniel, just patiently. Clear dominance of this heat. He could be claiming the Arica Chilean Pro Junior Challenge Championship if the situation doesn't change drastically within the next few minutes. Tanner waiting patiently. He's going to want to actually try to improve on that 8.25 because he is a really solid competitor. Here we got Hamed Kofri. He needed a 5.01 to get out of third. He got shacked. He's getting a 6 on this, and he is going to be moving into second place. Socrates wants to ditch that 3.0. Think if he gets a 4, he will be moving into second position again.
All right, looks like all the riders are out there waiting patiently. But looking at this right, yes, it is. We have a rider on the right-hander.
Joaquin Soto looks like he was fired up on that.
All right, we're gonna have a look at Joaquin Soto's last wave. Joaquin has been on fire this entire event. He plays it cool and calm, but all of a sudden when he gets these proper waves, he actually throws down proper maneuvers, and it's great to see the Pro Juniors doing what everybody expects of them once you get later in the heat. So all these riders out here, hands down, some of the best in Latin America and
some of the best Pro Juniors in the world.
We're about 2.5 minutes remaining in this heat.
So we'll wait to see what Joaquin did. He got a 7.75, so I'm assuming it was something solid. He now needs a 4.5 if he wants to get up only into second position, because the total from Tanner, he'll need a 9.5 if he wants to get first position. With just about 2 minutes remaining, we do see the riders kind of shifting position.
Grand final of the women's division making their way out to the lineup, getting ready for the start within less than a minute, about a minute and a half actually. And we got waves coming in out the back. We could see some situation changes coming up as the set rolls in, but Tanner McDaniel pretty far ahead of the rest of the riders in this final. I think he has everybody in combination land. Tanner McDaniel in that red jersey from Hawaii. Hamed Kofred in second, Socrates Santana in third, and Joaquim Soto. And we have some sets rolling in.
But we're also counting down the heat.
Coming down to the wire. This wave will count. This is Tanner McDaniel. And look at this section coming at him. And a nice big air reverse. Caddy pulling around. Oh, no, you just see his board shoot out. He's tombstoning on the shallows right there.
Hopefully he's
the
okay.
wave in the back. Yeah, that is the shallowest section right there going down. So, oh, my doctor. So it looks like we do have the women's grand final out of the water, standing by. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Everyone wants to know, how are you?
Yeah, it was one of the first waves of the semifinal. I did a roll and I hit all of my side, and then it caught me again, and I fell with my back. So I was keep on going, like it was hurting in the water, but I could paddle, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna stay in the water. But when I tried to stand up outside, it was nearly impossible. I was like just falling, so it hurts a lot in my back, but just to let the people know I can stand, you know, it hurts, but just let my parents know that I'm still alive. And yeah, I want to give congratulations to all the girls doing it really good in these conditions. It's pretty dangerous out there. It's super close to the rocks. The final is on now, so it's going to be really interesting. I'm really happy for Sadi to get into the final with Isabella. I wanted to be there, but well, you can't always win. Really happy with my third position, like that bad consolation final I always have. I always get fourth, so I'm pretty happy to get third. And now just relaxing, putting some ice on my ass because it's hurting a lot. So yeah, enjoy the heat, and thanks a lot to everybody who supported me out there.
Well, there you have it. Alexandra Rinder made it, even when she was hurt. Back to you guys with the great final for the women's. Congratulations, Alexandra.
All right, well, congratulations, Alexandra Rinder. She is standing up. She is healthy. She looks good. She had a little scare on me and Dave, and I'm sure her family from the very beginning, but it ended up getting a little closer. Here we go. We're going straight into the action. Sadio Hara. But we will give you a shout out to the sponsors after, yep. So gracias, thank you, merci, obrigado to Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica Tomate Surf Shop. Event is presented by Erizos and Tanner McDaniel, getting a bunch of handshakes. Pro Juniors. Oh, she's still limping. This is the
grand
women's
final.
Grand final. Our graphic is a little off right there. The women's grand final. In fact, she did win in 2015 at the APB Tahara Pro in Japan, where she defeated Neymara on the way to her win, her first win on an APB Tour event. So Isabella Sosa, no stranger to winning events and winning world titles. She's almost every maneuver she does, so it's going to be exciting to watch this 25-minute grand final in the women's division is our last heat of the Arica Chilean Challenge. Sadio Hara, Isabella Sosa.
And there we see the camera get these ladies right dead center in the frame. There they are waiting for what could be their winning wave, Manny. We are going to be deciding first and second spot. We have one more champion to crown. We know two. Ian Campbell in the men's, Tanner McDaniel in the Pro Junior. But who will be our women's Arica Chilean Challenge champion? The next 20 minutes will tell us, and it'll be waves like this that could decide
Look at this. Sadio Hara on the first wave of the heat. Big bottom turn, but look at the big set out the back. So we still have some waves. And oh my goodness, Isabella Sosa hard off the bottom, slides under the pocket, and a big spit. Oh my goodness, that thing had more spit than a llama in heat. That was incredible. Isabella Sosa starting off her campaign with an incredible ride right there. That was amazing.
Expect excellent scores because that was one of the best barrels we've seen in the women division, especially since quarterfinal number 1, Teresa Almeida, got a 9-point ride. Let's wait and see what's going to come from Isabella Sosa.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the interview with the winner of the Pro Juniors, Tanner McDaniel.
All good out there. I don't know, just let everyone in the world know what you're feeling right now and how does it feel to be winning here?
Oh, I'm overjoyed. Winning a comp, it's hard to describe, and can't put words to it. I'm just so stoked.
Do you want to send a message or regards to anyone back home?
Yeah, just to my family back home, my mom, dad, little brother Ko watching, and my sister just back home. Yeah, just thanks for the support back home. Love you guys.
Well, there you have it. We have a champ now. It's Mr. Tanner McDaniel. You did amazing. Congratulations. I think everyone's stoked for you. And he's very humble and very quiet. That's very cool. And yeah, congratulations and the best of luck for the rest of the tour.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Tanner McDaniel on top of the world right now, winning the Pro Juniors here at the infamous Arica Chilean Challenge. Let's take another look at that incredible barrel riding skills from Isabella Sosa.
It was a solid wave, Manny. Getting around that section and sitting in the right spot was beautiful. 9-2-5 for Isabella Sosa. Terrific way to start this grand final.
So what is happening right now in the mind of Sadio Hara, who hears that 9.25 being shouted out by the beach commentator, knowing that wave was scored to Isabella Sosa?
And just a brief correction, it showed up on our screens as a 9.25. It is a 9.75, which makes your question even more pertinent, Manny,
yes,
for me to explain that to the viewers. And it is a high pressure situation. Now she's thinking, okay, I gotta either match that or get a 10, because this is looking to be just an incredible matchup. She's thinking, I gotta go as big as I possibly can. We got waves out the back, so let's see these ladies really take it on. Here it is, Isabella Sosa on with the right-hander under priority. Doesn't find what she's looking for, but the waves look really cool, Manny. I think we could see some more excellent rides from both of these riders in the next 16 and a half minutes.
That's right. Sadio Hara and Isabella Sosa are out in the last heat of the day, the last heat of the event, with 16 minutes to go in this heat. Woo, a very exciting start right there, especially for Isabella Sosa, drawing a 9.75 right off the bat. Sadio Hara now with a couple low scores, a 1 and a 1.5. She's not in combination land only because Isabella Sosa has yet to get a solid second ride.
Final. So she's going to have to get some scores on the board. She should use her priority very wisely because there's good waves coming in, Manny, as we've noticed. If she could be on the next best wave of this heat, she'll have a fighting chance. If she doesn't use priority correctly, If Isabella Sousa gets the next best wave of this heat, Sadi will be transgressed into combo land, and it's a deep, dark place, especially in a grand final to be.
Look at this. Looks like we have some paddling going on. Sadi Ohara looking but backing off, and look at this. Isabella coming around that section, and she does not have priority, so she was going for it. And Sadi Ohara taking a look. Nope.
Just one more out the back, Manny. Can she get there? This could be a massive ramp. It's a closeout, but she could get speed into it. This is the kind of section some of the guys look for. That deep peak into that closeout. We've seen big moves done on it, and it's a little too deep for her, but there we see the shape of that wave. Just producing a massive ramp, but landing that would have been super challenging. It's very, very shallow there. Sadi Ohara patiently sitting with priority.
We can't thank you enough from tuning in all over the world through every single day here from the Arica Chilean Challenge here on Scorpion Island, just outside of Arica. And Sadi Ohara in the yellow jersey taking a look. She needs a solid score, and she is turning around, and she's looking at this and dropping in.
Smooth bottom turn. She wants a lip, and she doesn't find it, so she gets out. So now the tables have turned. Isabella Sousa now sitting with priority and with a massive, massive score like a 9.75. All she has to do is be on one of the next best waves of the heat, and she could become the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge Women's Champion.
All right, we got some sets still rolling in out the back, so it's been a pretty incredible day. We couldn't have asked for better conditions as far as keeping glassy. I mean, this is, I think, one of the 2 days within the 2 weeks we were here that it gets past 4 o'clock and it's still glassy. It gets past 2 o'clock and it's glassy. So, Mother Nature, gracias.
Yes, this is amazing conditions for us to be enjoying. So, definitely wonderful that we have such great conditions to bring you day number 9 as the final day.
Looks like we have some paddling going on, lefts and rights, split peak, and here we go. Isabella on the left, but pulling back, and Isabella on the left. Oh, looking for another big barrel, and comes around, and not much there for either of the riders. So either way, Isabella Sousa is looking really good to be holding that first place spot in the leaderboard for the women's division, winning in the Itacochara Pro just a couple weeks ago, and here making it in the final of the Arica Chilean Challenge. Sadi Ohara, yep, dropping in. Oh my gosh. Get out of there. No, and that's, as you mentioned, a place you do not want to be, especially in the grand final. But that 9.75 from Isabella Sousa is going to be haunting Sadi Ohara throughout the entire 11 minutes remaining in this heat. Again, this is a 25-minute heat. The grand final in the women's division. Top 2 waves will be scored, and the sum of those 2 scores will be the scores that the riders will have. And of course, the higher the scores, the highest score will be your winner.
We are hoping that a terrific exchange can come in for both of these riders, and a 7-point ride for Sadi Ohara.
Waiting for the scores to drop. Yes, and there it is. Sadi Ohara with a 7-point ride. Ooh, look at that lineup right there. Champagne and trophies to be had. soon we're going to bring you the live celebration of the top winners in this event.
And they are setting the stage, literally setting the stage for the awards ceremony, which will be following this grand final out in the water. It is a battle between Sari Ohara and Isabella Sosa, and it's starting to heat up, Manny. A 9.75 for Isabella Sosa on her first ride, and the last ride of Sari Ohara, 7 points. So as we wait, now underneath the 10-minute mark remaining, they both need a backup score. This is shaping up to be a battle of the backups. Not often is it like this in a grand final, so we'll have to just wait and see who can get the next best wave, and will they be able to back up that big score, because Isabella on the single wave scores has a 2.75 advantage over Sadi, but Sadi could get a huge score and flip the script, so we're going to have to stay really attentive to find out what is going to happen next.
Coming down to 9 minutes. 9 minutes remaining. Time is ticking away for Sari Ohara and Isabella Sosa. Both have yet to catch that solid second wave. And another shot.
No takers on this first one. And look at that perfect peak, Manny. Probably a good choice, because either direction only looked like maybe a 6 or 7 max. And these girls are fighting for something bigger. They're waiting for something more. And with priority, Sari Ohara just at the moment needs a 4.76, but I tell you, Manny, she's looking for a lot more than that, because she knows Isabella Sosa is going to ditch that 2.0 by the end of this 8 minutes remaining.
Sari Ohara from Chiba, Japan, and actually her brother's sister. Sari Ohara has a lot of passport stamps in her passport, making some runs to Australia, Venezuela, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Chile, and Portugal. And she's very popular in the top 5 in the Women's World Tour, so she's making a pretty consistent run in the top 5 on the tour in the women's division. So Sari Ohara still on the hunt for that second solid wave.
And we can see why she's so popular, Manny. She performs at such a high level, but on land, she is such a character that you can't help but be super stoked when you see her. And fans just want a selfie with her tongue out, because that's one of her go-to faces for selfies. Sets 6.5 minutes, Manny. This is a pressure cooker situation for the grand final of the women's division.
And that's the one thing. Wave selection and actually having a little bit of luck with Mother Nature. Wave selection is one of the most critical parts that I believe you really can't teach a person. You actually have to go through it through experience and understand the ocean and see what the wave is doing. And right now it looks like Isabella Sosa is going to look down the barrel of this left right now, dropping in. Isabella Sosa.
She bottom turns up, finds a big flip. That 2 will be ditched, and she just barely pulls it. The judges are going to dock the points for that landing, but she's still going to improve her situation and leave that 2 points behind. Just 5.5 minutes remaining. Sari Ohara out the back alone, looking for... We'll give you the update once we get the last of Isabella, but she's looking for a good score to move in to that potential championship slot.
Look at this, out the back, Sari Ohara by herself on this left. Oh, she decides not to go.
That's fine if she can get out the back in position. That's fine to leave that one behind. Check this one out, Manny.
Oh my, Sari Ohara gonna paddle over this one. 5 minute. We've reached the 5 minute mark in this heat, the grand final in the women's division.
Sari Ohara looking at this one, and another set wave slips by. Sari Ohara lets that one go, which was a nice barrel. Would have been tricky to exit. Had she have exited, she would have got a huge score. But there's one more, maybe even 2. Let's see what she goes for, Manny. She's letting it slide. This is nerves of steel. She is being very patient, and Sari Ohara now needs a 9.76 because Isabella Sosa got a 7 on her last ride.
At least she's not in combination land, which means she won't need a whole new set of scores, but a 9.76, that's going to be a tough one to get.
Near perfect score, Manny. Less than a quarter point from absolute perfection. Sadi Ohara patiently waiting, knows that she needs the perfect wave to produce a near perfect score. She's sitting in priority, not much time left. Now Isabella, with her backup, is going to be very tactical in the final moments. She's going to put pressure on Sadi and wait for Sadi to use her priority, and then she's going to hang on to hers. Sadi Ohara looking to strike on this one. She has a short paddle. Let's see if the priority has changed. Out the back, we got a beautiful one coming in. Sadi Ohara out of position on that, which could have been the score. Beautiful barrel there. No lip move, potentially, but still just a nice ride. That another one has gone by. Isabella Sosa wants some information from the beach commentator. Priority remains with Sadi because that wasn't a strong enough paddle, and it didn't keep Isabella from riding that wave. Priority remains with Sadi as we approach the 3-minute mark in this grand final.
Less than 3 minutes to go. It is Isabella Sosa with a 9.75 and a 7.0. And Sadi Ohara now on the hunt for a 9.76. Totally doable, but time is running out. Oh my, so priority is playing a factor right now. Sadi Ohara, can she pull it off? Or Isabella, will she make it 2 in a row against the Japanese? Last event, it was against Ayaka Suzuki. This time around, Sadi Ohara, will she be able to pull it off and take out the Brazilian, Isabella Sosa? Isabella, a very strong rider and competitor. Looking really good right now. Less than 2 minutes to go. Time is ticking away.
Time's ticking away, and Isabella now really hoping that she can pull off her second win of the 2016 APB World Tour. With 2 wins back-to-back, she will be with strong momentum in an amazing position to seek out another world title.
All right, coming down to the wire, 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, and I just got the rundown. We're actually going to, I'll give it to you straight. We are going to see a commercial break, come back to us, go straight to an interview, and then we're going to get to the celebration, and then we'll come back for a sign-off. So there you have it. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the celebration. That's where the fun stuff goes down. So we're coming down to the last minute. Last minute remaining here in this heat.
Sadi Ohara paddling. She's up on this right-hander. She fades it. Now she looks up for that huge section. And she gribbles the landing. Had she pulled that, Manny, she might have got a 10. Broken leash. She loses the board. Somebody give her a hand. And we will have Isabella Sosa as our 2016 Women's Chilean Challenge champion.
Oh my, if you're going to go out big. That was incredible from Sadi Ohara. She's going to jump on that jet ski before this set takes them both out. But, and look at this, Isabella Sosa with a cherry on top, a wave, a left, and she's sliding. And you know what? She's going to call it quits right there with the horn in the background, signing off. That is the last heat, the last horn of the event for the Arica Chilean Challenge. Sadi Ohara going big on that last maneuver. If she would have pulled it, chances would have been really good for her to pull it off. But that woman right there, winning 2 in a row, back-to-back, Itacochata Pro, and now here, the Arica Chilean Challenge, Isabella Sosa.
She's super pumped. She competed very well. She deserves that win, and she is going to come in She could be getting chaired up the beach by the likes of Edo Luciano and Roberto Bruno. We'll see which of her comrades comes to chair her up the beach. All of our champions have been chaired up thus far. I don't expect anything different here. She's coming in the keyhole as free surfers get out there.
Look at the smiles.
Big smiles on her face. We hope that Sari Ohara is totally okay, even though she lost her board. She's with the lifeguard now. And we will have the awards ceremony coming up very, very soon.
All right, as she's making her way up onto the beach, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back right after this. Wow, what an incredible way to end the day with Sari Ohara throwing it all on the line for one last hope to get a 9.7 ride. But unfortunately, that massive ARS was just too much to handle on the landing. But Sari Ohara putting it down, which means your 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge women's winner,
Isabella Sosa. And congratulations to Sari Ohara for being the runner-up here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. An amazing day we've had. We've placed first through fourth of the women's, of the men's, of the pro juniors. All came to you live here on day number 9. So we are gonna hang out for a little bit, and then we're gonna get hopefully an interview with the super stoked Isabella Sosa. And I'm sure we got a camera angle here of Who did I call? Who did I call?
You called it right there. Bringing her up onto the beach, yes, Edo Luciano and Roberto Bruno, the two Brazilians. This crew right here, a dominating force on the World Tour event. Hey, Edo can't see.
Edo can't see where he's taking you.
So, yes.
Selfies.
Isabella Sosa making it 2 in a row, back-to-back, winning in the Itacochara Pro a couple weeks ago. And here she is taking the win at the Arica Chilean Challenge. The Brazilian is on fire.
She is on fire. Big congratulations to her, but also to all of our finalists, to all of our competitors. We want to send out a huge, huge thank you to some of our judging staff. There we saw Mark Rossi making a quick exit. He's darting for the hotel already. It's been a long day. And we in all 3 divisions, and we're going to enter the awards ceremony.
Let's first get Begonia and the winner of the women's division, Isabella Sosa. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're super, ultra, mega happy for you. So, I mean, you're the first in the ranking, and now you win this. It's got to be too much. It's got to be amazing. Tell the world, how are you feeling right now as the Arica Chilean Challenge champion?
I'm so happy because last year I was second in here. So I was in home and coming here. I was in Brazil and then coming here, and I was thinking maybe it'd be like sick if I win in Arica, and this happened. So I'm really happy.
And it's amazing. Congratulations, Bela. Parabéns para você. Você quer falar alguma coisa para a galera do Brasil?
Eu queria mandar beijão para todo mundo, principalmente minha família, meus patrocinadores que estão no Brasil, certeza torcendo, e os meus amigos também, a galera que estava acompanhando, mandando energia positiva. Muito obrigado. E deu Brasil!
Congratulations, and back to you for the closing ceremony.
One more time there you are. Dave getting all situated. But yes, congratulations to all of our winners once again in the men's division, Pro Juniors, and Isabella Sosa in the women's division. Action-packed week. Even if the waves were quote unquote small for the locals, it was 4, 5, 6 foot waves for the rest of the world. So if you ever want to come to a very consistent spot in the world, Chile is one of those spots. So once again, favorite. I might have to back him up on that one, because Flopos, one of the most dangerous reefs on the tour. So yeah, I agree. Alexandra Rinder did have a little encounter with the reef. It looked like more of a Charlie horse in her hip area, but she is up, walking around. So,
and the junior also is feeling fine from one of the previous days when the ambulance had to take him away. He's also okay. So, bumps, bruises, and a few close calls. Luckily, everybody doing okay. So thanks everybody for your concern and attention. We know that kind of stuff is exciting, but we don't necessarily want to indulge too much in the intense consequences of this wave, Flopos.
And that's the thing with bodyboarding. The events are held in bodyboarding waves, the ones on the APB World Tour, and that is one of those things that you have to deal with. Is the waves perfect for bodyboarding are like this, Flopos, and unfortunately there are some consequences that can be had if you go big and you go hard. But yes, I agree with you. Everybody is safe and everybody is happy, especially the winners and the finalists that made it in their respective divisions. So I think we're going to head down to the celebration area. Are we ready for that? I'm still waiting for them to let me know if we are ready to throw it down to the celebration, the ceremony. In fact, let's go down through the finalists, the winners in each division.
So starting with the men's, it was Ian Campbell, your 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge champion. Runner-up going to Emily Laverne. It was his 4th final, I believe, here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, and so he was super stoked with that result. Jeff Hubbard, 3rd place.
Yep.
In 4th place, another South African, Tristan Roberts. So really rounding off the podium, 1st and 4th place going to South Africans. And really our men's APB World Tour is really taking shape now. Stay tuned with the Open Live leaderboard once we update the final placings and points from this event, because we're going to take a little break before moving on into the European leg of the men's, women's, and Pro Junior World Tour. But then we had the Pro Junior final, and it was...
Oh my gosh. So Tanner McDaniel, he hit the gas as soon as he touched the water, and Tanner McDaniel scored an unbelievable double digits, 17 points, I believe, in the very beginning of that heat. And he didn't look back, but he didn't let his guard down either, because these fierce competitors in the Pro Juniors were fighting very hard and nipping at his ankles throughout the entire heat. So in 2nd place, we had...
Just want to confirm, yes, it was Hamid Kofre, because it really came down to the wire. Socrates Santana, 3rd position, and in 4th place was Joaquin Soto. So all those juniors finishing super well. Then the women's.
Yes, I mean the women's division, the final didn't let the excitement go down. In fact, it was really exciting, especially when it came down to the end. These two ladies in the grand final made it very exciting and made it very fun to watch, with a big barrel from Isabella Sosa right off the bat with a giant barrel, came out with a spit, super clean. That is how that heat started. And then it ended with a giant ARS attempt from Sadio Hara.
And she came so close, surface to land on. Great effort for her going for it. And we see she's made it back to shore safely, because she did lose her board on that attempt. But runner-up, Sadio Hara. Then it was Alexandra Linder, 3rd place. And in 4th place, the Nazarena, Teresa Almeida from Portugal, Praia del Norte. One of our next stops, it'll be on the European leg of the tour coming up in a month or 2. There is Tanner McDaniel. He is our Pro Junior champion for the Arica Chilean Challenge. There's our runner-up. A better show, Manny.
Yes, I think we're going to have Alex Leon and Begonia down on the celebration, down on the main stage here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. This place, you know what, one of my favorite things is it's like an arena here. You have an incredible wave breaking about 30 meters out, 100 yards out, and it is incredible to see everybody sitting on the wall, looking down, and it's pretty awesome. You know what, I think, are we ready to go down to the celebration?
Because we're itching for it.
Yeah, we want to see it too. Are we ready to go down there? Let's throw it down to the camera.
Yeah, that's all you, Mono. Take it away as we situate not only the awards, the riders, but also the camera. And there is the tour director who wears about 10 hats at a time and shuffles 5 hats on the side. Pretty much a total of 15 job roles, job descriptions he has. So this man will be very excited that this event is finished, and he will be gearing up for an incredible European leg coming up in September, October, and November.
Yeah, so Alex Leon, thank you for holding your head on with this, keeping your head screwed on with being able to, you know, work through the bumps and everything that we encounter here. And, you know, at every event there's always a little hiccup, but to be able to hold it steady and bring it to the world is a feat in itself. So thank you, Alex Leon and the APB World Bodyboarding Tour. As you can see, we're all getting set and ready. Tomate in the light blue jersey, making it happen here in Arica.
He is the architect of the Arica Chilean Challenge, helping to get this event up and running and then getting it to continue throughout the years. Chico Garitano, head judge, visiting the screen very up close and personal. There's a hug from Sadi and Chico. And Cristobal, there's the man behind the highlights. He's getting the shot. You can be sure that that will be in the highlights later. And just a terrific setting. And Pablo Jimenez as well as Pablo Escobari, they're kind of setting the stage, kind of ushering people off the stage. And we are going to have the awards ceremony for the... Looks like the Pro Juniors is going to be coming up first.
Homenaje, por favor, suba para acá, chiquitín, a uno de los bodyboarders más chicos que ya corre. Hola, aquí está, se llama Yeray. Su papá le va a hacer entrega de un premio al gran Yeray. Ya, el premio. ¿Quién lo va a entregar? Mike Stewart, you have the prize. Bien, Mike Stewart, entonces, la leyenda del bodyboard mundial, va a hacer entrega del premio a este pequeñín Yeray. Ahí está, fuerte el aplauso para él, el pequeñín. Muy bien, ahí está, muchas gracias. Oye, me pelaron todo de arriba. Bien, Sócrates, felicidades, parabéns, Sócrates Santana. Vamos con el segundo lugar, el vicecampeón. Por favor, fuerte el aplauso, se queda en casa Hamed Cofré de Chile. Felicidades, Hamed. Y ahora sí, el campeón de la categoría junior de este Arica Chilean Challenge 2016. Por favor, fuerte el aplauso para Tanner McDaniel de Hawái. Mike Stewart entonces hará entrega, está con la bandera hawaiana, del premio. Ok. Vamos a la foto oficial. No hay champán para ustedes, solamente champín. ¿Hay champín? ¿No? No champagne for you, boys. Underage. Bien. Okay, Tanner, a few words for the crowd.
You want to translate or you speak Spanish? I don't speak Spanish.
Okay, you need to translate.
Both. Okay. Yeah, so stoked about winning here. Arica is one of my favorite places on tour. The wave's amazing. And just to win here is like a dream, yeah. I'm so stoked.
Dice que está súper emocionado, que el evento aquí en Arica es increíble, que solamente ganar está increíble y espera a todas las chicas hoy día en la fiesta del tomate. Muchas gracias. Fuerte el aplauso para Tanner McDaniels de Hawái. Es que se sacó una cantidad de fotos. Más adelante, chicos. Thank you, Tanner. I'm talking about the girls. They are waiting for you. Come on. Please. Move in front.
Oye, y tiene que tirar el body, pues es tradición. Si hace frío, eso ya. La tabla le dice.
Ah, mira, se motivó, vamos, ahora sí. Ya. Ahí está. Muy bien, ahí está Tanner. Uf. Muchas gracias. Bien. Fuerte el aplauso para el campeonato de rugby. Parecía campeonato de rugby, muy bien. Ya. Bueno el scrum, bueno el mall. Bien, vamos con la siguiente categoría, ¿les parece? Llamamos a la categoría Damas, Ladies Division. Por favor, adelante, chicas. Bien. Bueno, primero que todo, antes que ahí se van a poner sus camisetitas, ahí están. Bien. Primero que todo, muchachos, agradecer a estas chicas. Hemos visto la evolución en esta categoría. Hace unos años veíamos que las chicas entraban, surfeaban las olas, pero hoy en día estamos viendo que las chicas están haciendo maniobras progresivas, radicales, y eso de verdad es alucinante. Hoy día vimos tubazos, vimos ARS, vimos maniobras aéreas, y eso habla bien de la evolución de las chicas, y que las chicas acá en el gringo también mandan. Así que por favor un aplauso fuerte para estas guerreras que hoy día demostraron un nivel fantástico. Bien, vamos a premiar tercer y cuarto, ¿sí? Ah, se están poniendo... No, pero ¿cómo tan malo? Se está congelada. ¿Sí? Ya. Vamos a esperar que las chicas se pongan sus camisetitas de competencia. Don Cristian, unas palabras, por favor.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bueno, quería agradecer a todos ustedes que se quedaron hasta el final. Increíble, primera vez que nos pasa esto con el clima. Agradecer a Dios porque nos dio todo este día sin viento y con buenas olas. Y este evento es para todos ustedes, para toda la comunidad de Arica. Ocha, estoy emocionado. Todos queremos terminar este campeonato y festejar esta noche. Let's go party tonight, I think so, yeah, for sure. Así que, vamos a seguir con la premiación de las mujeres y después con los principales hombres profesionales que tenemos ahora aquí en Arica. Lamentablemente este es el último día que nos queda de fiesta del bodyboard, así que seguiremos para el próximo año si Dios quiere. Un saludo para todas ustedes. Gracias.
Gracias. Muchas gracias. Cristian Peralta, entonces, director general de el Arica Chilean Challenge 2016. Y bueno, y desde todos los tiempos hacia atrás. Bien, vamos a comenzar con el cuarto lugar de la categoría damas y le vamos a dar un fuerte aplauso, por favor. Ay, se me perdió. Ahí está. Teresa Almeida de Portugal, entonces. Cuarta posición. Ahí está Piero Gregorina, ni tonto ni perezoso, entregando el premio. Presidente del club Arica de Bodyboard. Muy bien. Gracias, Piero. Obrigado, Teresa. Bien. Tercer lugar de la categoría damas. Tremenda competidora también. Un aplauso fuerte para Alexandra Reinder de la Silva. Fuerte aplauso a Sari Ohara de Japón. Con el Ichiban, con el primer lugar, ¿verdad? En japonés, Ichiban. Bien, ahora sí. Primer lugar, campeona absoluta de este Arica Chilean Challenge 2016. Ahí está, de Brasil, Isabela Souza. Ahí está, Alex. ¡Ay, ay, ay! ¡Uf! Muy bien, felicidades, Isabela. Oh. Son tan mal pensados, se pasan. Muy bien. Ay, ay, ay. Póngale, 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 póngale. Bien, la foto, chicas. Adelante, please. The last picture. Adelante, por favor. Bellas todas, ¿ah? Maravillosas todas. Increíble performance de las damas. Increíble performance de estas corredoras. Ahí están. Fuerte el aplauso para las chicas. Dijo, ponete para la foto, le dijo, ponete para la foto, muévete un poco para allá. Ahí está. Muy bien. Uy. Ojo. Muchas gracias, chicas. Bien. Vamos a ir ahora entonces con la premiación. Ah, Isabela, perdón, Isabela, las palabras, discúlpame. Fui un roto, como se dice en Chile.
Yo quería agradecer a toda la gente que se quedó hasta el final. Muchas gracias. Quería agradecer también a Tomate, que hace la categoría de damas, y para nosotras esta competición es muy importante. Entonces estoy muy feliz de volver a Arica, a Chile. Y quería agradecer también a mis amigos aquí de la masaje, que estaba ahí en el equipo, que me estaba haciendo masaje todos los días. Y muchas gracias. Y al brujo también, que ha hecho ahí oraciones para que yo ganara. Muchas gracias.
Parabéns, obrigado, Isabela. Muchas gracias. Sari, a few words, Sari. Acá unas palabritas de la segunda Sari Ohara. You can speak in Japanese. I speak very good Japanese. No, in English. Or Spanish, if you prefer.
Muchas gracias, todo Arica.
Arigato.
Thank you very much for supporting everybody. Like, I love El Gringo's wave, and it's so amazing. And then I know Isabella's the best of the all. And then, yeah, like.
Mira, dos. Muy bien. Ahí está, la espectacular Sari Ojara, como siempre, muy, muy simpática. Vamos con la premiación, ¿les parece? De la categoría Open, por favor, le damos la bienvenida a los Open, los ganadores de la categoría varones. Falta... No, Tristán está ahí. Falta Jeff. Jeff Hubbard. ¿Está por ahí? It's coming. Ahí está, vamos. Faltan pantrucas, vamos.
Algo muy importante en el campeonato. Y aquí, por ejemplo, el surafricano es su primer año aquí. Y nada, y ya también hace pocos años que están aquí. Son riders que hacen una performance, un show para ustedes que espero que le encantaron. Y nada, yo súper agradecido de estar aquí y me encanta Arica. Espero que cada año podemos volver aquí, que ustedes tienen una de las mejores olas del mundo. Y súper agradecido para la onda aquí en Arica, me encanta y muchas gracias a todos que apoyan aquí, nosotros estamos aquí por pasión.
Just the support always is just unbelievable. To Sharon, thanks very much for being there for us, and yeah, thanks to everyone back home, it was amazing.
Gracias, thank you. I will try to translate everything. Dice, lo principal dice que es un tremendo evento, agradece a ustedes. También agradece a nuestro amigo Tomate y dice que las semifinales estuvieron súper reñidas y la final con olas increíbles. Agradeció a una crew que está por allá, que deben ser los chicos que lo apoyaron y que de seguro va a volver el próximo año. Bien, vamos a continuar con la premiación y vamos a ir con el segundo.
Al tomate, moja el tomate.
Ahí está nuestro amigo Tomate entonces dándole pintatani.
Pinta el diablo.
Le damos pintatani y lo matamos al gringo, ¿no? 98 grados. Ahí está, muy bien, felicidades muchachos. Tremendo, tremendo evento. Tremendo campeón Ian Campbell, el sudafricano. Bien, vamos adelante chicos, please. One step forward, no, 5 steps forward.
Ahora, cabrón. Los ojos de William.
Ahí está muchachos y como decimos aquí en la ciudad de Arica, ¡Jayaya! Oh, es el carrete que se va a poner la japonesa, güey. ¡Oh! ¡Oh!
¡Oh, agarró el mismo cabrón chico!
Ahí los leech, ahí.
Jordan lo tiene.
Oh, carepalo. We'll see you next year.
All right, as the mayhem continues downstairs for the production crew, Noria, the guys behind the incredible highlight videos, the APB Bodyboarding World Tour, incredible. Dub?
Well, Lustri Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, Erizos, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK.
And that's it on behalf of all the commentators that came in the hot seat. Dave, any last words before we sign off?
Yeah, well, just thanks so much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed it. And until next time, we'll be seeing you.
We are out of here. Thank you for tuning in. Boom.
The ACC, it's one of the most feared events for all the athletes and one of the most popular for all bodyboarders and fans. Whoever wins here could possibly win the world title.
What's up, everyone? Manny V here. The Ilustre Municipalidad
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al...
Oh.